She grabbed me and kissed me passionately, her eyes filled with tears. I found you, she said. My God, could this be fate? All because in my past life, I used all my strength to push the school beauty out of the way of a speeding truck, and I was the one who fell. My courage must have moved the heavens, and I woke up 16 years in the past, in my senior year of high school. From that moment on, everything became chaotic. The cold school beauty, my deskmate, relentlessly pestered me every day. We're deskmates, so it's reasonable to hold hands. We're deskmates, so it's reasonable to share a meal. This isn't Kixie Festival, it's a deskmate festival, so it's reasonable for us to eat together. If our bond as deskmates is deep, a little kiss isn't unreasonable, is it? On a night of torrential rain, a truck roared as it sped forward. Seeing it was about to hit the girl holding an umbrella on the sidewalk ahead, I reacted almost unconsciously, lunging towards the truck and using all my might to push her forward. At that moment, I saw her face clearly. It was Bang Bang, my high school deskmate. An intense wave of pain washed over me. I woke with a start to find myself in a bright classroom. This was the early summer of 2007. I was a senior at one in high school. My heart was filled with a mix of regret and nostalgia, but more than that, excitement and surprise. Being reborn meant I could make up for many past regrets, and try to live a better life. In that sense, I should thank my deskmate, the school beauty, whom I hadn't seen in years but who had just saved my life. I slowly came to my senses and turned to look beside me. The girl was slumped over her desk, seemingly fast asleep. Even though we were deskmates, with my shy and timid personality and average grades, I felt especially insecure in front of the girl known as the cold beauty since starting high school. I never dared to speak to her. In 3 years of sitting together, Bang Bang and I had barely exchanged more than 10 sentences. I didn't even have the courage to sneak a glance at her. Losing a life in exchange for a chance at rebirth, I figured we were even. "How Nam, why are you daydreaming in class?" An angry shout erupted. The head teacher on the podium, Liu Xuan, glared over. The shout seemed to startle my deskmate, the school beauty. She slowly lifted her head, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As I looked at her, she unconsciously looked up at me. From my perspective, I was surprised to see the cold beauty suddenly freeze, as if seeing something utterly shocking. Then, her eyes quickly turned red, and tears welled up. Before I could react, under the astonished and disbelieving eyes of our teacher, Liu Xuan, and the entire class, the unapproachable beauty of one in high school suddenly threw her arms open, rushed over, and hugged me tightly. The world went silent for a moment, then the classroom exploded with noise. The deafening roar covered the sound of the school beauty's choked voice telling me, "I found you." At that moment, I was completely bewildered. There was too much information, and my brain felt like it had short-circuited. 1 second ago, I was celebrating my 34th birthday as Liao Ming, getting hit by a truck while saving someone on the street. The next second, I was reborn 16 years in the past in my classroom. Before I could even process this incredible change, my deskmate burst into tears, hugged me, and said something I couldn't quite hear. My mind reeled with a single thought: is this a trap? I hadn't even figured out the situation when our nearly 50-year-old teacher, Liu Xuan, was about to explode with rage. "How Nam, it's bad enough that you sleep in class, but now you're harassing your deskmate." The other students were also furious, their glares like arrows. "You bastard, How Nam, I thought you were a decent guy. How dare you force yourself on our school beauty? If you've got the guts, let me do it." I was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality and quickly pushed the school beauty away. "Sir, it's a misunderstanding." Liu Xuan grew even angrier. "A misunderstanding? Then explain why you were forcing yourself on Bang Bang." "Good heavens, sir, look closely, I'm the victim here. She's the one who forced herself on me. Look at her satisfied face. Sir, you can see she's so happy her eyes have turned red." At this point, Liu Xuan saw his favorite student's eyes red from crying, and his voice trembled with anger. "You made Bang Bang cry." "I want to cry too, sir. I really didn't do anything." The students were completely outraged. "How Nam, go stand in the hallway for half an hour." Liu Xuan couldn't take it anymore and roared his final decision. "Wait." At that moment, Bang Bang, having understood the situation, composed herself. She stood up and looked at the teacher on the podium, her voice cold. "Sir, you've misunderstood. What just happened has nothing to do with How Nam. I was the one who hugged him." The classroom fell silent, then erupted even louder. The students' eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The school beauty hugged him voluntarily? Impossible." Liu Xuan didn't believe it either. "Bang Bang, don't cover for How Nam. Tell me the truth, and I'll get justice for you." Bang Bang remained cold. "I'm not covering for him. I just had a nightmare and got scared. It's not How Nam's fault." The students understood. "Oh, right. How Nam doesn't have the guts for that. The school beauty had a nightmare and got scared, so she hugged him." Their attitude shifted from anger to jealousy. "So that's what happened. Alright, sit down. How Nam, I'll let it go this time." Pay attention in class, and don't let me see you bullying her again. I cursed silently. The classroom fell quiet again. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I had escaped. Little did I know, my school beauty Deskmate was now leaning on her hand, staring intently at me. I felt a chill run down my spine, like I was being targeted by a cunning vixen. I turned my head and saw her propped on her hand, gazing at me. What are you looking at? I blurted out. My voice wasn't loud, but Mr. Liu Chuan on the podium heard it, and immediately glared at me. How Nam, what is it now? A student quickly raised his hand. Sir, I know. How Nam keeps staring at Bang Bang with a lecherous look. I froze again. What, again? I nearly swore on my life to make Mr. Liu Chuan believe me and reluctantly let me off the hook. I breathed another sigh of relief and then shot an angry look at the school beauty. She had already turned back, her face cold, looking at the teacher as if she were genuinely listening to the lecture. It made me wonder if I was seeing things. It was very possible, because the school beauty was a cold person. This proud, icy demeanor was the person I knew. I muttered to myself, composed myself, and tried to listen to Mr. Liu Xuan's lecture to avoid getting into more trouble. Little did I know that as I turned away, the school beauty's face remained impassive, but the corners of her mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. She even licked her lips lightly, like a nine-tailed fox that had cultivated for 1,000 years. In the third row behind us, a boy who was secretly peeking over saw that fleeting moment of beauty, and was so captivated he nearly fell out of his chair. A moment later, Bang Bang couldn't resist sneaking another look at me. The more she looked, the more she liked what she saw. After all, before her rebirth, she had read all of my diaries, including looking at the photos and awards in my bedroom. She knew me as well as my own parents. I couldn't stand it anymore. From the beginning, I had felt a chill, as if targeted by a vixen. Even without turning my head, I could clearly feel her beautiful eyes on me, without any hesitation. But every time I turned to look, my deskmate was always a step ahead, turning back to her cold, proud, serious expression. The moment I looked away, I could feel her gaze fall on me again. I'd turn back, only to find her looking cold and serious, as if nothing had happened, focusing on the lecture flawlessly. This happened over and over. I couldn't help but smile wryly. I wrote a note and pushed it over. Big sister, what are you trying to do? My deskmate merely glanced at the note, her expression unchanged. A moment later, she pushed it back. On the other side, it read, no passing notes in class. I gave up. She was too good. Little did I know that while Bang Bang appeared cold on the outside, inside, a tiny version of her was cheering and somersaulting everywhere. What do I do? My heart is melting. He called me big sister. Finally the bell for break time rang. It was like I had a spring under me. I shot up and rushed out to the hallway to breathe some fresh air. It was so strange. In one class, the school beauty had snuck countless glances at me. If I didn't know her personality as the cold, ice goddess, I would definitely suspect she was doing it on purpose. Just then, a male classmate came over, smiling brightly and giving me a thumbs up. How Nam, you're amazing. Winning the school beauty's affection, you're the man. This guy's name was Zhaoqi, and he was something of a half-best friend of mine in high school. He had a goofy personality, and loved to chat. He felt miserable. I really didn't mean for it to happen. She initiated it. Zhaoqi nodded understandingly. I get it. After all, she's the famous beauty of one and high. So many guys are after her. It's normal for you to feel insecure and unworthy. Then his tone shifted as he advised, even if you can't win her over, it's not embarrassing. It's better than being Hu Toyet's lapdog anyway. Hearing the name Hu Toyet, I froze, and then remembered. In high school, it seemed I had a dark romantic past. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a familiar female voice behind me. How Nam. I turned around to see a beautiful girl walking happily towards me. Beside her was another girl who, while not on the level of my deskmate Bang Bang, was at least a class beauty. It was no wonder my past self had been played like a fool by her. Looking at the sweet-faced girl before me, I sighed. This was the Hu Toyet that Zhaoqi had mentioned, the architect of my dark romantic past in high school. She looked sweet and cute on the outside, but was actually a queen of manipulation. A simple wave of her hand was enough to make me do anything for her. Finally on Hu Toyet's birthday, I excitedly brought a gift to her house in a downpour, only to see her wrapped up, kissing a rich kid downstairs. From then on, the pure, ardent soldier of love fell. But having been reborn, I certainly couldn't be a lapdog anymore. Hu Toyet said cheerfully, How Nam, Tu and I want some ice cream. Can you go to the canteen and buy some for us? Her tone made it sound like a matter of course. Beside her, Thoi Tu also urged impatiently, Hurry up. There are only 7 minutes left in the break. You won't make it in time. Before I could even open my mouth, my friend Zhaoqi spoke up angrily. You know there are only 7 minutes left. The canteen is so far, how could he possibly make it back in time? Hearing Zhaoqi's criticism, the adorable Hu Toyet pouted. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean our Hao Nam can't. Right, Hao Nam. Hearing her say our Hao Nam, such small, sweet gestures were enough to send me over the moon. If this were my past life, I would have jumped for joy and run off to buy it immediately. But now, I had seen through Nutoyet's tricks long ago. Even if she pouted cutely, it only made me feel more annoyed. Still, I was a mature man in his 30s, there was no need to argue with a young girl. I decided to refuse politely. Are you sick? Nutoyet and Thoi Tut were stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. I added, if you're not sick, go buy it yourself. Nutoyet immediately put on a pitiful expression. But I can't run fast. Thoi Tut also protested, that's right, Nutoyet is a girl. The canteen is so far, and her legs are weak. How could you bear to make her go? I looked down at the fair legs under Nutoyet's school uniform skirt, clad in red canvas shoes and white socks, and nodded. Nice legs. Nutoyet showed a hint of smugness, thinking I had finally given in. She pretended to shyly pull her legs back, but deliberately made them more visible. So, you agree. But to her surprise, I said lightly, with such nice legs, you'll definitely run fast. Trust me, you can do it. Nutoyet was stunned. The sudden change left her reeling. The tool she thought she had in her grasp had suddenly grown a backbone and wouldn't obey. Nutoyet stomped her foot angrily. Are you going or not? She suddenly realized she had nothing to threaten me with. Seeing Nutoyet at a loss, Jiaoku was delighted. You can't think of anything, can you? Hao Nam has always done all the dirty work for you without getting anything in return, while you just enjoy the benefits. What right do you have to threaten him? Nutoyet, hit with the truth, was both embarrassed and angry. A sudden idea flashed in her mind. I have something. If you don't go, I'll take back my offer to consider holding your hand. You'll never get the chance. After saying this, Nutoyet looked relieved, staring at me with a triumphant expression. I heard this and was stunned. So, I'm still pure. An unexpected joy washed over me. I looked at Nutoyet sincerely and said, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Nutoyet was taken aback, not understanding my meaning, but she quickly assumed I had consted and became even more smug. Scared, aren't you? If you're scared, then hurry up and go. I want mochi ice cream. If you're late, you can forget about holding my hand for the rest of your life. My face lit up with joy. Don't you worry, I'm definitely not going. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Nutoyet was stunned, then suddenly became anxious. Don't you understand? If you don't go buy ice cream, I'll never hold your hand. I nodded emphatically. A promise is a promise, you can't go back on your word. For the rest of my life, no holding hands, okay? Beside her, Thoi Tut was also unexpectedly silent. Hao Nam, do you understand human speech? Nutoyet said if you don't buy ice cream, you will never hold her hand for the rest of your life. Her voice was a bit loud, attracting the gazes of all the students in the hallway. Just then, a cold and pleasant voice rang out. Of course he understands. But do the two of you understand human speech? The ice goddess of one in high school, Bang Bang, walked over with a frosty expression and stood in front of Nutoyet and Thoi Tut. Whether intentionally or not, she shielded me like a hen protecting her chick. Bang Bang looked at Nutoyet. Hao Nam already said he's not interested in you. Are you not embarrassed to keep pestering him? All the spectating students stared wide-eyed, unable to believe they were seeing Bang Bang suddenly step up to defend me. A shockwave spread, but Bang Bang maintained her cold expression and continued to stare at Nutoyet. In my previous life, I read all of Hao Nam's diaries, including the sad entries. Just thinking about those things is enough to make me angry. It's not just about simple justice, it feels like my precious little cabbage has been nibbled on by a wild boar. At that moment, Bang Bang's exterior remained icy and emotionless, but inside, a tiny version of her was wearing armor, full of righteous fury. How dare you touch my man? This unexpected situation, seeing my deskmate stand up for me, made my head explode with a question again. What is happening now? This was the universally acknowledged ice goddess of the school, Bang Bang, who always maintained a strange and distant attitude, had almost no friends, and never got involved in her classmates' activities or conflicts. Why was she now confronting Nutoyet? I quickly thought it through and ruled out the possibility that Bang Bang was standing up for me. So, I looked at my deskmate, a flash of understanding in my eyes. She has a beef with Nutoyet. Nutoyet and Thoi Tut were also flustered by the situation. They took a step back subconsciously, looking at each other with suspicion. We don't have any beef with Bang Bang. Why would she confront us? Although she wasn't confident, Nutoyet didn't want to lose face in front of so many classmates. She tried to meet Bang Bang's gaze. Bang Bang, we were talking to Hao Nam. What does this have to do with you? Thoi Tut also chimed in forcefully. That's right, Bang Bang. What's your relationship with Hao Nam? We were looking for him. What are you interfering for? I'm his deskmate. As soon as she said that, the boys who were eavesdropping in the hallway breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces full of joy. Thank goodness, they're just Deskmates. You Toyet and Thoi Tu also relaxed. Thoi Tu curled her lip dismissively. Oh, so you're just his Deskmate. I thought it was something serious. Bang Bang's face was impassive as she looked at Yu Toyet with contempt. And you? What's your relationship with Hao Nam? Yu Toyet instinctively opened her mouth, but hesitated. An idea flashed in her mind. Hao Nam and I are good friends. Thoi Tu quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, and good friends who might hold hands. Hearing this, Bang Bang's eyes filled with even more disdain. Really? Good friends have to run errands just to hold hands. Yu Toyet's face turned red. Thoi Tu couldn't help but raise her voice to argue. Hao Nam volunteered. We didn't force him. Bang Bang ignored Yu Toyet and Thoi Tu and turned to look at me, her tone as calm as if she were lecturing. In the future, choose your friends wisely. Don't hang out with untrustworthy people who like to take advantage of others. She paused for a moment, as if thinking of something, then added softly, also, if you want to hold a girl's hand, you can hold mine. You don't have to run errands for free. That one sentence sent shockwaves through the entire hallway. The students were all stunned by Bang Bang's words, their minds buzzing. The next second, the scene before them was even more shocking. Under everyone's gaze, the cold school beauty extended her fair hand and naturally placed it in mine, like a princess actively inviting her knight. Then, she held my hand without any shyness. For me, that moment was also full of confusion. Before I could understand what was happening, my right hand was held. Then, I heard my deskmate say in a calm tone, it's time for class. Let's go back to our seats. I felt a pull on my right hand. Amidst the stunned gazes of all the students, I was led back to the classroom by my deskmate, leaving Yu Toyet and Thoi Tu speechless. I looked at my deskmate and tried to speak. Okay. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't form a complete sentence. The situation was so unexpected that I couldn't comprehend it. This didn't happen in my past life. As if sensing my confusion, Bang Bang, still with a calm face and a cold tone, said, don't get the wrong idea. I just don't like those two girls taking advantage of people. Holding hands is no big deal. Don't mind it. Inside her, the tiny person was celebrating. Yay, I held my deskmate's hand. Hao Nam, I successfully held your hand this time. Oh. Hearing Bang Bang's explanation, I understood. That made more sense and fit her cold personality. But then I hesitated again. Bang Bang, as if she had anticipated it, continued with her cold expression. Holding hands is no big deal. I just said that, you don't need to worry about it. Inside, the tiny person was thinking, you have to worry. You can hold my hand as much as you want. For as long as you want. I owe you a life. Don't be polite. Bang Bang looked at me, her tone calm. Is there another problem? I nodded blankly, then looked at my right hand, which had been held tightly by my deskmate since we entered the classroom. This hand. Can you maybe not hold it anymore? Sorry, I forgot. Bang Bang, her face still cold, naturally let go. But inside, the tiny person was regretting it. Oh, he noticed. I wanted to hold it a little longer. His hand is so warm. With my right hand freed, I breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that I wanted to be a prude, but I was afraid of dying. Just then, our teacher, Liu Xuan, was patrolling the hallway. I was worried he would see and scold me again. Thinking it over, I realized that for whatever reason, my deskmate had helped me out, so it was only polite to thank her. So, I wrote a thank you on a piece of paper, and passed it over. My deskmate glanced at the paper, maintained her cold expression, and focused on the lecture. At the same time, she wrote a few words on the paper and pushed it back. I opened it in surprise. No need to be polite. I was stunned. I thought I was just being polite, but I didn't expect my deskmate to be so blunt. I thought to myself, does she even remember that I sacrificed my life for her? Why isn't she thinking about how to thank me? Inside me, a tiny person was slamming the table in anger. But then I decided to let it go. After all, it was a past life thing, and she wasn't reborn. I wrote a few more words on the paper and pushed it back. How do you want to be thanked? My deskmate looked at the paper, and a faint smile seemed to appear at the corners of her mouth. She quickly wrote a few words and pushed it back. The content made me almost choke on my own saliva. Call me big sister and let me hear it. I was shocked beyond belief and looked at my deskmate, but she maintained a serious expression, listening intently to the lecture. It was hard to believe such a cold face could write those words. Does my deskmate have such a special hobby? I wrote back, no way. Change it to something else. My deskmate looked at the paper, quickly wrote, and pushed it back. Then treat me to lunch. I looked at the note, and felt like I was being schemed against. Seeing my deskmate secretly smiling beside me, I told myself, big sister, I'm not that easy to handle. Finally, the lunch bell rang. I had just stepped out of the classroom door when I was called back. Hao Nam, Zhao quickly ran over, his face full of excitement. Let's go get lunch, you were so lucky today. You got forcibly kissed by the school beauty and got to hold her hand. We have to celebrate. My treat. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared. Bang Bang glanced at Jaoki nonchalantly, then looked at me. Let's go eat. Her tone was calm, but the content was like a 500-pound bomb. Jaoki was dumbfounded. His cheerful laughter from before stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked. I looked at Jaoki, pointed to myself, and said, he's treating. Bang Bang frowned and looked at Jaoki. You're treating. Jaoki, recovering his senses, nodded dumbly. Right, I'm treating. But when he met Bang Bang's cold gaze, Jaoki suddenly shivered, and his voice became weak. I'm treating. Or maybe I'm not. Bang Bang looked at Jaoki. You're not treating. Jaoki immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Right, I'm not treating. Ao Nam, you and she should go eat. I have to go home. My mom is having a baby. With that, he turned and ran, leaving me standing there stunned. What a master of flip-flopping. Bang Bang, satisfied, retracted her gaze and turned to me with a calm expression. Let's go eat. I had no choice but to follow her. Looking at the crowded scene ahead, I guessed that because the previous class ran late, it would be hard to find a seat in the cafeteria. I turned to my deskmate. Let's eat outside the school gate. My deskmate nodded. Okay. As she said that, she gently brushed a strand of hair from her temple. That simple gesture made several boys passing by freeze like statues, staring at her. I couldn't help but look twice either. Noticing my gaze, my deskmate seemed to misunderstand and raised her eyebrows, gesturing as if to ask if I wanted to hold her hand. I was stunned and shook my head repeatedly. No, on the first day of my rebirth, I don't want to be beaten to death by jealous classmates. So I turned and ran straight for the school gate. Bang Bang watched me go and pouted slightly, looking regretful. He's still too shy. She smiled and followed, thinking, teasing him is fun. At the school gate, there was a famous restaurant called Lan, known for its large and filling portions. The only thing was that the prices were higher than the school cafeteria. As someone with a weekly allowance of 100,000 vend, I felt heavy financial pressure. Reborn, my body was 18 again, but my wallet had also become much thinner. The two of us found an empty table and sat down. I looked up at the menu printed on the wall. Stir-fried pork with green peppers rice for 6,000, braised beef with potatoes rice for 8,000, chicken meatball rice for over 9,000. It was too expensive. My scalp tingled. Meanwhile, Bang Bang had already called the owner. One order of stir-fried lamb with onions rice, 14,000. Then she turned and asked me, what are you having? I felt a pang in my heart. I'll have the stir-fried eggs with tomatoes rice, please. 5,000 for a portion. It was the cheapest item on the menu. Bang Bang frowned. Why are you eating so plainly? Inside her, a tiny person was fuming. At this age, if you don't eat meat, how will you grow? I replied, it's fine. I'm allergic to meat. Inside, the tiny person was crying. Mainly, I'm allergic to expensive things. Bang Bang glanced at me. Leer. She made the decision herself, changing my order to the braised beef with potatoes rice. She also ordered 2 bottles of cold plum juice, opened one, and placed it in front of me. Finally, she didn't forget to remind me, you need to eat more meat to have the energy to study. I could only curse silently. It's not your money, so you're not feeling the pinch. At this moment, Bang Bang, sitting across from me, sipping her plum juice through a straw while looking at me, suddenly asked, was most of your weekly allowance spent by Nihutuya? I choked violently, the plum juice almost killing me. How did you know? Many people in school know. I heard. I slammed my head on the table, speechless. So, the story of me being a lapdog had spread everywhere. Bang Bang looked at me silently, thinking I still had feelings for Nihutuya, and immediately frowned. This won't do. You're too naive. With your simple personality, how can you deal with someone as cunning as Nihutuya? If you're not careful, you'll be cheated out of everything. Bang Bang was determined to teach her foolish deskmate a lesson. She cleared her throat. When I looked up, she began her lecture. At this age, it's normal for boys to have vague longings for romance. But even as a boy, you have to know how to protect yourself when you go out. The world of relationships is very dangerous. Don't be easily fooled by the sweet words of some girls. By the time you regret it, it'll be too late. After listening, a big question mark appeared in my head. Is my deskmate giving me relationship advice? How strange. Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, Bang Bang sneered. What, not convinced? Do you think you're very smart and definitely won't be easily fooled? He sneered back. Of course. I'm a reincarnator, 18 years old with the soul of a 34-year-old. What haven't I experienced? You, an underage girl, are lecturing me. You're too dependent on your age. The next second, before I could laugh nonchalantly and open my mouth to explain, my deskmate listed every single time I had been fooled, from the event, the words spoken, to the time, place, and specific details. I listened in a daze, as if 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through my mind, leaving only 2 words, "Oh my god." Seeing me dumbfounded, Bang Bang's mouth curved into a faint smile. "There's more. Do you want me to continue?" Then she picked up her straw and gracefully took a sip of plum juice. What could be more terrifying than having someone recount your dark past in detail right in front of you? On the first day of my rebirth, I had been utterly humiliated. Bang Bang's gaze swept over me. I had no choice but to bow my head in defeat. I'm convinced. I buried my head on the table in shame. The evidence was clear. I was a bona fide lapdog for all 3 years of high school. There was no denying it. Suddenly, I lifted my head and looked at my deskmate in surprise. "How do you know all this so clearly?" Bang Bang maintained her cold expression and replied nonchalantly, "Many people know. I just heard." I slammed my head on the table again. Humiliated for the second time. Seeing me like this, Bang Bang chuckled softly, then quickly became serious again. "Now that you know, promise me you won't be easily fooled in the future. Stay away from girls like that, okay?" I nodded seriously. "Definitely." Satisfied with my attitude, Bang Bang continued eating and said, "At this age, boys should focus on their studies. Trying your best to get into a good university is what's important." I replied, "You're right. So if Mewtwoit comes looking for you again, don't pay any attention to her. Okay? If other girls want to hang out with you, learn to say no. Okay? If you find out any girl in our class or another grade likes you, report to me immediately." "No problem." Hearing this, I felt something was off. I looked up at my deskmate. "Why do I have to report to you if a girl likes me? And why can't other girls treat me to a meal, but you can?" Bang Bang's face was impassive. "I'm the class monitor. I have a responsibility to oversee the academic situation of our classmates and ensure they're not distracted. As for treating you to a meal, we're deskmates. It's very normal for us to eat together." He stared blankly at my deskmate. Her expression was cold, without a hint of embarrassment. But thinking that this cold deskmate was concerned about me out of responsibility and kindness, I couldn't help but be moved. I looked at her and said sincerely, "Thank you." Inside, the tiny person was rolling with laughter, one hand clutching its stomach, the other slapping the ground. On the outside, Bang Bang maintained a nonchalant expression. "It's nothing. It's my responsibility. So how are you going to thank me?" The feeling of being moved that had just risen was instantly pushed back, almost choking me. I asked again, "How do you want to be thanked?" Bang Bang seemed to think for a moment, her voice casual. "Call me big sister, and let me hear it." I looked at my deskmate angrily. "No. No matter what, I'm not calling you that." "Well then, for this meal, I'm the big sister." After hearing this, Bang Bang's face remained impassive. She just nodded lightly, then stood up, naturally ruffled my hair, and said nonchalantly, "Finished eating." Then she turned and walked towards the counter. Watching my deskmate's back as she left, I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Did the school beauty just pat my head? Meanwhile, Bang Bang walked out of the restaurant with a cold exterior, but inside, the tiny person was cheering non-stop. "Yay, I succeeded in patting Haonam's head, so happy. His hair is so soft. I'll do it again next time." After leaving the restaurant, we went to a nearby convenience store. Bang Bang told me to wait outside while she went in to buy wet wipes. Going shopping with a girl usually implies a certain intimacy, but Bang Bang maintained her cold expression and explained logically, "It's very normal for deskmates to go shopping together. Other deskmates in school do it too." I was half convinced but accepted it. Bang Bang went into the store to buy things while I waited outside. Just then, a familiar female voice called out, "Haonam." I turned to see Mewtwoit coming out of a noodle shop next door. She stood on the steps, arms crossed, looking down at me. "What, have you thought it over and want to apologize to me now?" "Apologize?" I looked at Mewtwoit as if she were a mental patient. "Apologize for what?" "I'm waiting for my deskmate." "Where did you come from?" Mewtwoit smiled confidently. "You usually eat at the canteen. Today you came to the school gate. Weren't you waiting for me? What's there to deny?" I burst out laughing. "Whoa, you're usually so confident." "I wasn't waiting for you." Mewtwoit laughed again as if she could see right through me. "If not me, then who?" "Haonam, I've seen through your little tricks long ago. I know you want to make me jealous, so you deliberately invited Bang Bang out to put on a show with you. But do you think I'll believe such a childish trick?" Remembering what Bang Bang said at the restaurant, I realized she was right. Getting entangled with someone like this only brought myself more misery. I couldn't be bothered to say more. Right, you've seen through it. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm waiting for someone." Mewtwoit was taken aback by my attitude and said angrily, "Haonam, what kind of attitude is that? Let me tell you, this is the last chance I'm giving you. Apologize right now, or you'll regret it." Just then, Bang Bang walked out of the convenience store. As she reached the door, she heard Mewtwoit's angry voice. Bang Bang paused, standing quietly near the door to listen without revealing herself. She wanted to see the results of the lesson she had just taught her foolish deskmate. I heard Mu Toyet's warning and raised my eyebrows. What do I have to regret? Mu Toyet smiled confidently. If you don't apologize, from now on, I won't pay any attention to you. I won't talk to you. Even if you want to find me, I won't even glance at you. We're cutting ties. I nodded. Great. The sudden change caught Mu Toyet off guard. She was furious. What do you mean by that? It means exactly what it sounds like. My deskmate told me I should focus on my studies, and interact less with indecent girls. Then I looked at Mu Toyet and added, especially you. I am indecent. Mu Toyet was so angry her head was spinning. You dare say that about me? I replied innocently, it wasn't me. My deskmate said it. Mu Toyet was about to go crazy. What did you say? You'll just listen to whatever your deskmate says. I looked at Mu Toyet and finally broke into a sarcastic smile. Why shouldn't I listen to her? Should I listen to you instead? That one sentence, combined with a mocking smile, was like an arrow that struck Mu Toyet speechless. I continued slowly, besides, my deskmate is the school beauty. She's beautiful and tall, and her voice is pleasant. Why shouldn't I listen to her? Seeing that Mu Toyet was already a bit dazed from my verbal assault, I delivered the final blow. Unlike you, who is short and ugly. Those simple words completely defeated Mu Toyet. How Nam, you'll remember this. I'll never forgive you. With that, Mu Toyet ran off crying. Just then, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see my deskmate had finished shopping. She was holding a pack of wet wipes, and a few fruit candies bought with the change. My deskmate maintained her cold expression and glanced at me. Who were you just talking to? I replied nonchalantly, a passerby. I don't know her. My deskmate nodded, pretending not to know, then gently handed me a fruit candy. Here's the change. Try it. Inside, the tiny person smiled with satisfaction as she watched me unwrap the candy and put it in my mouth. Remembering my words, my deskmate is the school beauty, she's beautiful, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. You silly boy, your mouth is sweet too. During class, I tilted my head slightly to look at my deskmate sitting beside me. I admired her beautiful and cold face as she focused on the lecture, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to her, I was truly pathetic. My grades were always average or below average. But in this life, I was different. As if thinking of something, a confident smile appeared on my face. Just then, a note was pushed over. Stop smiling like a fool. Focus on the lecture. The last period in the afternoon was the class meeting. Our teacher, Liu Xuan, stood on the podium with a stern face and announced, next week is the second mock exam. Everyone must study seriously. In the last mock exam, our class ranked second to last. It's shameful. In the teacher's office, I could barely lift my head in front of the other head teachers. Hearing this, the students all fell silent. No one dared to breathe loudly, afraid that saying anything would make them the target of the teacher's wrath. I heard this and remembered it was the same in my past life, so I was a bit distracted. Suddenly, a familiar call rang out. Hao Nam, stand up. I jumped to my feet and looked up at the podium to see Mr. Liu Xuan glaring at me angrily. Liu Xuan slammed his hand on the desk. You still dare to daze off in class? Do you know what your score was on the last mock exam? He failed every subject. There are 49 students in this class, and you ranked 44. After saying this, he gritted his teeth in anger. For this mock exam, you must improve by at least 20 points. If not, I'm calling your parents. Hearing this, many students glanced at me with gloating expressions. One boy laughed out loud. Amidst the laughter, I seemed unfazed. I will try my best to improve by 200 points. That sentence made the whole class burst out laughing. A boy in front laughed so hard he couldn't breathe, pointing at me. 200 points. Why don't you just say you'll fly to the moon? I think you'd be lucky to improve by 2 points. Then he turned to Liu Xuan and smiled. Sir, Hao Nam knows no one in class wants to tutor him, so he's just joking to make you worry less. On the podium, Liu Xuan frowned slightly. Alright, everyone focus on studying. If you don't understand something, ask your teachers. Before he could finish, a cold and pleasant voice rang out. There's no need to find anyone else. I'll tutor him. The classroom suddenly fell silent. The ice beauty of one in high school, Bang Bang, stood up and walked to my side. Bang Bang's cold gaze swept over the students, and they all bowed their heads to avoid it. Finally, she looked up at the podium, her voice calm. I will help Hao Nam study. Hearing this, the students finally came to their senses, and the whole class erupted in astonished chatter. I was also stunned. I was confident enough to persuade everyone, but I didn't expect my deskmate to stand up and speak for me. Alright, the task of tutoring Hao Nam is yours. Then, Mr. Liu Xuan looked at me, his eyes sharp. Hao Nam, you must cherish this opportunity. Learn from Bang Bang seriously, and don't affect her studies. Otherwise, I will deal with you. I looked at my deskmate and lowered my voice. Actually, you don't have to trouble yourself. I can study on my own. Immediately, my deskmate's cold voice rang out. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I particularly want to help you. It's just my responsibility as the class monitor, and your deskmate. Thank you. You're welcome. As she said these words, Bang Bang maintained her cold, emotionless expression, but inside, the tiny person was overjoyed. Yay, I get to tutor him. Another legitimate opportunity to be close to him. After dinner, Jouk and I returned to the classroom from the cafeteria. After resting for a while, I saw my deskmate also return, along with 3 of her friends. I noticed that these 3 friends seemed to be secretly looking at me, and whispering about something. At this point, my deskmate had sat down beside me, her cold voice speaking up. Get ready. Which subject do you want to study first? I thought for a moment and still felt that it wasn't necessary to trouble her, and take up her time and energy. Never mind, I can study on my own. My deskmate paused slightly, her face impassive. You think you don't need help? Then, without waiting for my reply, she took 2 English exam papers from her desk drawer and placed them in front of me. Do the fill-in-the-blank exercises on these 2 papers. If you get fewer than 8 questions wrong, I'll believe you can study on your own. I took the exam papers, glanced at them, and smiled. All right. In a short 20 minutes, I finished both papers and placed them in front of Bang Bang. She quickly compared them with the answer key. For the first time, a look of shocked disbelief appeared on her cold face. All 30 questions were correct. After reconfirming, Bang Bang couldn't hide her surprise and couldn't believe her eyes. Xian High School in the neighboring county was also a key provincial high school. Their last 2 mock exams were slightly more difficult than One and High's English exams. For these 2 fill-in-the-blank exercises, most students at Xian would get at least 3 or 4 wrong on each. Even for Bang Bang, the recognized top student who was always in the top 3, and even first in the grade, she couldn't avoid getting 1 grammar question wrong on these 2 exercises. But her deskmate hadn't gotten a single one wrong, and had finished in 20 minutes. At this moment I saw Bang Bang looking me up and down with suspicion and confusion. Even though she had read my diary in her past life, she still couldn't believe I could do it so perfectly. He smiled faintly. Do you believe me now? For the first time since being reborn, I was in a position of power in front of my deskmate. The feeling was truly satisfying. However, my words were like a small challenge to Bang Bang. She frowned. Are you challenging me? Then she quickly returned to her calm expression, took another test from her English book, covered the answers with tape, and handed it to me. Do this one too. I looked into Bang Bang's eyes. Our gazes met, as if sparks from a competition were flying. He smiled confidently. No problem. This time, I finished the paper very quickly, in just 10 minutes. She took a deep breath, the surprise in her eyes more apparent than ever. I had gotten everything correct. This was an English exam for the gifted student competition, far more difficult than the school's mock test. Even Su Bingding had made 3 mistakes. In her heart of hearts, she wondered in amazement, is this really my deskmate? But even after reading my entire diary, the school belle deskmate couldn't know that after failing my college entrance exams, I had barely gotten into a mediocre university. My parents had to use almost all their savings to pay for my tuition. It was only when I saw how much gray had appeared in their hair that I finally woke up. I resolved to study hard, working part-time while attending classes. After graduating, I worked as a teacher at a famous tutoring center for 3 years, becoming their top employee. I primarily taught high school students, covering English first, followed by literature, math, politics, history, and geography, all of which I could explain fluently. As Su Bingbing checked her answers against mine, her eyes lit up and her voice filled with excitement. It's wrong. I glanced at the problem. The answer key is wrong, not me. Do you believe me now? My inner self was smug, filled with the satisfaction of finally surpassing the school belle deskmate. Su Bingbing tried to maintain a calm expression. Not bad, she said, but her eyes, full of suspicion, never left me. How did you suddenly get so good at studying? I had already prepared an answer. It wasn't sudden. I've been quietly studying and waiting for this chance to prove myself to everyone. It sounded a bit forced, but it was more plausible than telling her I was reincarnated. After hearing my explanation, Su Bingbing looked me up and down, half believing, half doubting, still sensing that something wasn't right. Seeing that the school belle had accepted my explanation, I smiled. So from now on, you don't have to trouble yourself with tutoring me. I can handle it myself. Hearing this, Su Bingbing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her inner self lamented, I was planning to use tutoring as an excuse to get closer to him. Now that plan is ruined. But a moment later, she devised another plan. During the evening self-study session, I was reading a history book, marking key points with a pen. Suddenly, a light, fragrant scent wafted over. I turned my head to see that the school belle had moved closer. Her face was as cold as ever, and her tone was calm. Are you busy? Help me with this problem. She handed me an English test, pointing to a reading comprehension section. I don't understand this part. A big question mark appeared in my mind. What? She doesn't understand. I was skeptical. You don't understand. The school belle maintained her calm expression. Yes, I don't understand. I was even more surprised. Perhaps I had underestimated this passage. I lowered my head and focused on reading it again. Su Bingbing watched me intently, her inner self celebrating. If I can't teach him, I'll have him teach me. I had planned not to bother the school bell, but then I heard her say, Lu Hao, I don't understand this problem. Help me. Is this a polyphonic word? I forgot. Just like that, I patiently explained, but I could feel her gaze wasn't on the test paper. Tonight, the school bell seemed exceptionally eager to learn, constantly bringing up questions and tests. Lu Hao, look at this one. And this one, too. When she asked for the 11th time, I couldn't help it. You don't know how to fill in the blank. Oops, wrong one. The school bell's face didn't flush, and her heart didn't race. She turned to another page. Then look at this one. I sighed, picked up a pen, and prepared to write an explanation. As I reached for the pen on the desk, the school bell also reached for it, and our hands accidentally touched. She clasped my fingers tightly. I looked at her, surprised. What are you doing holding my hand? I was going to give you the pen. Then can you let go? Okay. She let go, but her inner self was jiggling uncontrollably. Oh, Bingbing, you're so clumsy. Let's do that again next time. Finally, the bell for the end of class rang. I saw that the school bell seemed reluctant to stop, holding another stack of tests. There's this one, too. I shot up as if I had springs on my seat. Class is over, time to go home. In a flash, I had packed my books into my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and dashed out of the classroom door. Su Bingbing watched me go, and almost burst out laughing. Silly boy, why are you running so fast? It's not like I'm going to eat you. When I arrived at my front door, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open, and the familiar sight of the living room appeared before me. Mom, I called out. Hearing my voice, my mother, Shu Qin, looked up. Seeing me at the door, she broke into a joyful smile. Ow, you're back. Then she turned toward the kitchen and shouted, Jun, our son is home. Immediately, I heard hurried footsteps from the kitchen. My father, Lu Jun, still wearing an apron and holding a spatula, rushed out. Seeing me, he also smiled. You're back. Hurry and change your shoes, come inside. Dad's making you a late snack. With that, he turned to my mother and complained, your son is my son, too. My mother replied proudly, Lu Hao is so handsome because he looks like me. Of course he's my son. Do you have a problem with that? With the last sentence, she shot a sideways glance at my father. Lu Jun, often dominated by his wife, immediately raised his hands in surrender. No problem, no problem. Your son, your son. Watching my parents' familiar bickering, I couldn't help but smile, though my nose tingled with emotion. I quickly walked over and hugged them both tightly. They were both surprised, momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Did you get bullied at school? My mom asked, flustered. Lifting my head, I tried to control my emotions and forced a smile. Nothing, I just missed you guys. A little later, the three of us were eating the late night snack, and my parents' conversation once again caught my attention. I suddenly remembered experiencing the same scene in my past life. At that time, my mother worked at a state-owned factory with poor efficiency that had started laying off employees. My mother chose to stay, but a year or two later, the factory went bankrupt, and she was laid off anyway. In reality, my mother had always dreamed of opening her own business, but influenced by traditional values, she never dared to take the risk. It was also partly because of me, but having been reincarnated, I decided to change everything. Mom, I think you should quit your job and start a business. Under my persuasion, my mother, Shu Qin, and my father, Lu Jun, looked at each other and laughed. If you score in the top 10 of your class on this mock exam, my mother said, I'll listen to you, quit my job, and start a business. That was exactly what I was waiting for. I immediately raised my hand. It's a deal. The next morning, I woke with a start. Oh no, what time is it? I rushed out of the house, hopped on my bike, and sped toward school like the wind. The 10-minute ride took only 7. Arriving at the school gate, I quickly got off and pushed my bike inside. But just then, a shout came from behind me. Lu Hao, stop. I turned to see Lin Ruxiu and her best friend, Xiao Xiao, along with 2 other girls, approaching me. The one who had called me was Xiao Xiao. Seeing them, I was about to turn and leave, but the girls quickly caught up. Seeing my intention to leave, Xiao Xiao shouted, stop right there, you're not going anywhere. Her loud voice attracted the attention of many students around the school gate. I asked, annoyed, what's the matter? Seeing my impatient expression, Xiao Xiao grew even angrier. You have the nerve to ask what's the matter. Tell us yourself, how did you bully Ruxiu yesterday? And you haven't even apologized. The other two girls chimed in. That's right, apologize. A man bullying a girl, have you no shame? As the girls criticized me in unison, Lin Ruxu said nothing, simply standing there with red-rimmed eyes, looking extremely wronged. Many other students began to look at me with disapproval, but I ignored them and tried to push my bike past. This enraged Xiao Xiao and the other two girls, their chests heaving with anger. Xiao Xiao quickly stepped forward and grabbed my handlebars. You're not leaving. The other two girls also moved to block my way. If you don't apologize, you can't go. Lin Ruxu stood there, her eyes red, looking pitiful as if she was ready to accept my apology. But in the next moment, I turned toward the school gate and shouted, Teacher, they won't let me go to class. Instantly Xiao Xiao and the other two girls were stunned. Lin Ruxu also looked up at me in surprise. At that moment, a middle-aged male teacher standing to the right of the gate heard my call, frowned, and looked over at us. Xiao Xiao panicked and quickly let go of my bike. The other two girls also hastily stepped aside. I pushed my bike slowly past Lin Ruxu and the girls and entered the school gate. Seeing me leave, Xiao Xiao shouted angrily, Lu Hao, you're not a man, you don't even have the guts to apologize. So petty. Who would ever like you? Just as she finished speaking, a cold voice rang out. I do. Immediately, a sleek black Maybach sped up and stopped in front of Fun and High School's gate. Su Bingbing stepped out of the car, her long, slender legs and cool, beautiful aura on full display as always. She walked over to me, her voice calm. It's almost late. Let's go. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Su Bingbing took my left hand and we walked into the school together, leaving Lin Ruxu and her friends behind. I turned to Su Bingbing. Actually, I think calling the teacher was enough to solve the problem. But having the school bell show up in a luxury car to help me, especially seeing the expressions on the faces of Lin Ruxu and the other girls, felt incredibly satisfying. Hearing my thanks, Su Bingbing remained nonchalant. It's nothing. Deskmates should help each other. You help me with my studies, I'm just returning the favor a little. Don't get the wrong idea. I looked down at my left hand, which was still being held tightly by the school bell. You can let go now. The school bell's expression didn't change as she casually released my hand. Sorry, I forgot. I smiled, said goodbye to the school bell, and hurriedly pushed my bike toward the underground parking. If I didn't hurry, I really would be late. Watching my retreating figure, the icy expression on Su Bingbing's face instantly melted. She looked down at her fair hand and pouted slightly. Lu Hao, you were in such a hurry to let go. Is my hand that unpleasant to hold? After parking my bike in the garage, I ran all the way to the back door of the classroom, making it just before the bell rang. I ran into Zhaoke coming out of the back door to go to the bathroom. Seeing me, his eyes lit up, and he pulled me aside, lowering his voice to share some news. Lu Hao, have you heard? This morning at the school gate, Su Bingbing got out of her family's Maybach and walked into the school holding a guy's hand. The entire lower floor is buzzing about it. I was in a hurry to get to my seat to avoid being caught by our head teacher, Liu Chun, so I didn't have time to chat with Zhaoke. I just said quickly, I know, that was me, and rushed into the classroom, leaving Zhaoke standing there dumbfounded, his mind reeling. What? The class bell rang, and the head teacher, Liu Chun, walked into the classroom with a stern expression, right on time. Seeing the head teacher enter, the students quickly took out their books and began reading aloud. Liu Chun nodded in satisfaction, walked around the classroom to check on them, and then stepped out. As soon as the teacher left, the sound of reading immediately died down. Many students took out breakfast from their bags and started eating. My stomach rumbled as I smelled the delicious food. Watching my classmates eat, I swallowed hard but had to endure it, waiting until break time to buy something. As I was calculating in my head, a fair, slender hand suddenly held out a rice ball and a cup of soy milk to me. I turned in surprise to see my deskmate, Su Bingbing, with her usual cold expression. I bought too much breakfast. I'm sharing some with you so it doesn't go to waste. I couldn't help but swallow. Thanks. The school bell remained calm, picked up her literature book, and continued reading. It's nothing. Deskmates should help each other. I immediately unwrapped the food and started eating, not noticing the faint smile that touched the corner of the school bell's lips. Bingbing's inner self was content. First time feeding my deskmate, success. Before English class, the class president collected yesterday's English homework. De Hua, the academic vice auditor, stood on the podium, flipping through the test papers. When he got to a specific paper, a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. He then walked over to me and Su Bingbing with the papers. Su Bingbing looked up, her voice cold. Is there a problem? De Hua smiled politely. It's not about you. Your homework is fine. Then he looked at me with a cold smirk. But the person next to you has a big problem. His voice grew louder, attracting the attention of many classmates. Su Bingbing glared at De Hua, her eyes icy. But before she could speak, I asked, what problem do I have? I was unhappy. I had stayed up late working hard on it. The English test was completely correct, and my handwriting was neat. How could there be a problem? Johua sneered, pulling out my test paper and slamming it on the desk. You copied your paper. The whole class turned to look. Hearing Johua's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Hao copied. He's always at the bottom of the class, but he has an honest personality. He doesn't seem like the type to do that. Could it be true that you can't judge a book by its cover? I looked at the test on my desk, then at the triumphant Johua. Do you have proof? Johua looked at me with pity. Lu Hao, don't be stubborn. As the academic vice auditor, I've already seen the answer key for this test. You got everything right, from the multiple choice to the fill in the blanks and reading comprehension. This was a mock exam from No. 2 high school, which is very difficult. Even their top student got at least 3 or 4 questions wrong. Who do you think you are to get a perfect score? At this point, Johua smiled victoriously. Therefore, there's only one possibility. You copied from Su Bingbing. Hearing the situation, the other students began to understand. Su Bingbing slammed her book on the table, her face as cold as ice as she stared at Johua. Who told you Lu Hao copied from me? Bingbing, don't defend Lu Hao. I know you're his deskmate and promise to help him, but homework is homework, and rules are rules. Lu Hao, who is ranked last, couldn't possibly get a perfect score on such a difficult test after just one night of tutoring. Johua's words seemed to make sense. After hearing him, the students in the class nodded in agreement. Feeling the supportive gazes of his classmates, Johua became even more confident, standing up straight with a righteous air. As the English vice auditor, I have to be responsible for my duties, for the teachers, and for the whole class. Johua grew even more smug, looking at me with arrogance. Lu Hao, tell me, is there anything wrong with what I just said? Everyone can see it clearly. Would I, a class monitor, deliberately target you? At this point, Johua's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he were toying with a mouse. He thought he had victory in his grasp. Hearing Johua's speech, I pretended to think for a moment, then opened my mouth. I heard you like Su Bingbing, but you were rejected, so now you're jealous and targeting me because I am her deskmate. The atmosphere instantly froze. The triumphant smile on Johua's face froze as well. The students in the class were stunned, and then the classroom erupted in whispers. Johua's face turned beet red. What nonsense are you talking about? I calmly repeated, you like Bingbing. Johua panicked, nearly lunging forward to cover my mouth. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. The whole class no longer cared whether I had copied or not. Their attention shifted to Johua, their eyes filled with meaning. Suddenly, there was the sound of a chair scraping. I turned to see the school bell stand up, her cold gaze sweeping over the classroom. I want to clarify something. I felt a pang of anxiety, worried that I had angered her. Johua was on the verge of tears, hastily saying, yes, Bingbing, help me clarify this. But in the next moment, the school bell said calmly, Lu Hao said there's a rumor that Johua likes me, and was rejected. I want to clarify that it's not a rumor. There was a moment of silence, and then the classroom exploded. Johua's face turned dark, and he nearly fainted. Su Bingbing sat down nonchalantly, maintaining her cool demeanor. Just then, the bell rang, and the English teacher walked in. The students called him Old Tai. What's all the noise about? Teacher Tai asked. Johua, as if grabbing a lifeline, shouted, Teacher, I want to report Lu Hao for copying Su Bingbing's English test. When I pointed it out, he denied it. Teacher Tai looked at me, and Su Bingbing. What happened? He stood up and pointed at Johua. He liked Su Bingbing but was rejected. Johua fumed. I do not. Teacher, I'm not asking about that, Teacher Tai said. Su Bingbing looked at the teacher and said calmly, Teacher, he's not talking nonsense. He confessed it himself. Lu Hao did his own test. He didn't copy mine. I can vouch for him. Johua sneered. He copied your paper. What good is your testimony? Do you think the teacher will believe you? On the podium, Teacher Tai clapped his hands. Well, that clears it up. If Su Bingbing vouches for him, then there's no mistake. It seems our class has a new talent. Lu Hao, you've made great progress. Keep it up. I replied humbly, thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. After the exchange, Johua stood there in a daze. I sat down and looked at him, advising, go back to your seat before Batman comes to get you. And Johua reluctantly returned to his seat. Now I'll call on a student to read the text, Teacher Tai said. Upon hearing this, most students bowed their heads to avoid eye contact. Teacher Tai, displeased, called out, Vice Auditor, you read as an example. Johua stood up confidently and read the text aloud in front of the class. After he finished, he looked triumphant. Teacher Tai also nodded in praise. Very good. Then he looked around the class. Who wants to read next? The classroom remained silent. Suddenly Johua said, Teacher, I suggest we have Lu Hao read. The whole class turned to see Johua smirking at me with malicious intent. He did so well on such a difficult test, so reading the text should be no problem for him. Teacher Tai agreed. Alright, Lu Hao, you read. I stood up, picked up my book, and began to read. When I spoke the first few words, Teacher Tai's eyes lit up with delight. After I finished the first sentence, Su Bingbing turned to look at me, her eyes wide with surprise. As I fluently read the entire passage in a standard London accent, Johua was frozen in place, and the classroom erupted in astonished murmurs. The students looked at me as if I were an idol. Johua was completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. How is this possible? On the podium, Teacher Tai regained his composure, overjoyed, looking at me as if I were a rare treasure. Lu Hao, are you interested in participating in the English-speaking competition? The province is holding one at the end of this month. Our school has 2 spots. I'll help you apply for one. With your level, you're sure to win the grand prize. You might even get bonus points for your college application. A remained humble. You're too kind, teacher. I just learned a little on my own. I'm still far behind the vice auditor. Hyohua's face flushed crimson, as if he had been slapped invisibly, the sting burning hot. Su Bingbing tried to maintain her cold expression but kept glancing at me with eyes full of astonishment. After class, many students crowded around me, asking how I practiced my spoken English. A few girls even gathered close, their big eyes sparkling with admiration. This is unacceptable. Su Bingbing couldn't hold back any longer, regaining her cold, class president demeanor. If you want to practice your spoken English, find a teacher or listen to tapes. Lu Hao still has to study. The girls reluctantly left. Su Bingbing turned to me, still with a cold expression. Don't get the wrong idea. The second mock exam is coming up. I just don't want them to disturb your studying. I didn't notice anything unusual and thanked her sincerely. Thank you. Su Bingbing nonchalantly turned away, glancing at the departing girls with a dissatisfied look. My deskmate is mine alone. No one else is allowed to touch. The second period in the morning was morning exercises. The heroic music blared from the speakers, seeming to awaken the entire fun in high school, urging students to exercise. The students lined up neatly, exercising to the music, their arms and heads swaying. The whole sports field looked like waves of wheat rippling. I and Su Bingbing stood in the back row because we were tall. Su Bingbing exercised seriously, her graceful movements attracting the gazes of many boys from both inside and outside our class. I couldn't help but glance at my school belle Deskmate a few times. Just then, Su Bingbing turned her head and looked directly into my eyes without hesitation. I quickly looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Bingbing maintained a calm expression and continued exercising, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a proud smirk. You can't escape, kid. After the exercises, many students rushed to the convenience store. I didn't like crowds, so I planned to go back to the classroom with Zhaoqi. But a pleasant voice called out, Lu Hao. I turned to see Su Bingbing walking over. What's up? Su Bingbing pointed toward the convenience store. Come with me to the convenience store. She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhaoqi understood and quietly retreated. I was surprised. Why do I have to go with you? Su Bingbing pointed at the crowd. It's too crowded. I can't get through. I laughed. If you can't get through, I can't help you either. Su Bingbing casually held out her hand. Then you can hold my hand. I was stunned. Holding hands isn't a good idea. Su Bingbing's face didn't flush, and her voice was calm. It's fine. We're deskmates. It's reasonable to help each other. With that, she held out her hand again, gesturing for me to take it. I thought about it and decided it seemed reasonable, so I took Su Bingbing's hand and led her through the crowd. Bingbing's inner self rejoiced. I get to hold his hand again. Bingbing, you're so smart. After buying snacks, Su Bingbing handed me a bottle of water. This is your reward. I took it and looked at the bag of potato chips in her hand. Why didn't you buy 2 bags? Su Bingbing raised an eyebrow. If you want some, we can share them back in the classroom. We drank our water and chatted as we prepared to head back to class. Suddenly, a voice called out, Bingbing. We turned to see a male student leading a few friends toward us, his face beaming. You're here buying snacks too. Are you free later? Let's have a meal together, my treat. Hearing this, I immediately stepped in front of Su Bingbing. Sorry, she's not free. This guy's name was Su Kun, from class 13, a well-known figure in school, but not a good person. As her deskmate and a reincarnated person, I felt it was my responsibility to help Su Bingbing avoid trouble. Su Bingbing also recognized Su Kun and remembered the bad rumors about him. She didn't expect me to stand up and protect her. Both of us were surprised. She couldn't help but wonder, when did he change? He used to be so naive about my friendly gestures, and now he's voluntarily standing up to protect me. Su Kun and his lackeys were also stunned, staring at me as if I had appeared out of nowhere. Su Kun sneered, looking at Su Bingbing with a confident expression. Bingbing, who is this guy? I took another step forward, shielding Su Bingbing, and smiled. Lu Hao. I paused for a moment, then beamed. Su Bingbing's knight in shining armor. The air around us fell silent. Even Su Bingbing, standing behind me, was surprised, her mouth slightly agape. When everyone around snapped back to reality, Su Kun's lackeys burst out laughing. Knight in shining armor. Have you been reading too many novels? So cringe, Su Kun also sneered. If you want to be a knight in shining armor, you need to have real ability. Have you even asked for Bingbing's opinion? Then Su Kun looked at Su Bingbing again with a polite smile. Bingbing, is this guy bothering you? Do you need my help? His voice was full of confidence, as if he had already won. But contrary to his expectations, Su Bingbing replied coldly, no need. With that, she stepped out from behind me, and turned to me with a smile. He is my knight in shining armor. Su Kun couldn't believe his ears. One of his lackeys recognized something and exclaimed, I know him. That's Lu Hao from class 10, right? The one who's always at the bottom. I think he likes Lin Ruxu from class 7. Hearing this, many people around also remembered. Oh right, it's him. The guy who always buys things for Lin Ruxu. Hearing his lackey's words, Su Kun understood, and his eyes turned malicious. Ah, so it's you. Lu Hao, the bottom, ranking student and an errand boy for girls. You want to be Su Bingbing's knight in shining armor. Do you think you're worthy? Hearing this, many people around nodded in agreement. This time, before I could speak, Su Bingbing stepped in front of me, her eyes cold as she looked at Su Kun. Whether he's worthy or not is for me to decide, not for others. Then she looked at me with a light smile. I think he's much better than you. Hearing this, Su Kun became furious, his expression calm but unable to hide his jealousy. Really? Lu Hao, what was your rank in the last mock exam? One of his lackeys immediately answered, I know. He ranked 280th out of over 300 students. Su Kun sneered. With that score, you still dare to call yourself anything but a bottom feeder? I calmly replied, doing poorly on one exam doesn't mean I'll do poorly for the rest of my life. Su Kun scoffed. Alright then, let's make a bet. If you get into the top 10 on the next mock exam, I'll give up pursuing Su Bingbing. But if you lose, Su Kun paused, his eyes full of malice, you have to strip mate and run 3 laps around the sports field. On the way back to the classroom with Su Bingbing, she asked, what were you saying? Her voice was still cold but couldn't hide her curiosity. I scratched my head and answered vaguely, I just feel like he's not a good person. Su Bingbing nodded nonchalantly. Oh. But her inner self was beaming. Lu Hao, you're so cute. You're obviously jealous but won't admit it. However, Su Bingbing still maintained a calm expression. Do you really want me to stay away from him? I nodded. Yes. A hint of interest flickered in Su Bingbing's eyes. Is that very important to you? Very important. Su Bingbing nodded. Alright then. For you, I won't talk to him anymore. After saying that, she walked away, her steps lighter than before. I stood there, my mind in a whirl. What? For me? I didn't see the radiant smile on Su Bingbing's face. Lu Hao, you're so brave. That was almost a confession. As we neared the building, Su Bingbing suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, wasn't the bet with Su Kun a bit reckless? He smiled calmly. It's fine. I'll do my best. For the next few days, I buried myself in my studies, preparing for the mock exam. My diligence surprised my parents and teachers. My mother, Shu Kin, was determined. My son is trying so hard for me, I can't give up. On Friday night, after days of intense studying, I couldn't fight off sleepiness and fell asleep at my desk. Su Bingbing happened to turn and see me sleeping. She couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. His face is so soft. She couldn't resist gently touching my cheek, then quickly pulling her hand back like a thief. The soft feeling on her fingertips made her want to touch it again. She touched my cheek again, then poked my dimple, my nose, and even my tightly pursed lips. Su Bingbing was having so much fun that she forgot her cold image and that she was in the classroom during evening study hall. Some students happened to look over and saw the scene. They were instantly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What is the class president of class 10, the ice queen of fun in high school, doing? Su Bingbing also didn't realize that the head teacher, Liu Chun, nicknamed Iron-faced Liu Chun, had entered from the back door of the classroom and was watching her with a complex expression as she poked all over my face. She even got bolder, using her 2 long, slender fingers to lightly pinch my cheek. Just as she felt the softness on her fingers, a soft cough came from behind. Su Bingbing was startled and turned to see Liu Chun standing beside her desk, looking at her with a complicated expression. What are you doing? So, I was dozing off at my desk, vaguely feeling something cool touching my face. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, until I felt a pinch on my cheek that woke me up. I opened my eyes to see a fair, slender hand pinching my cheek, and the action hadn't stopped. I looked up to see Su Bingbing and Liu Chun standing there with a stern expression. I was fully awake in an instant, quickly sitting up straight. In front of the whole class and the head teacher, Su Bingbing calmly withdrew her hand, looked at Liu Chun, and explained naturally there was a mosquito on Lu Hao's face. I was just swatting it for him. The whole class, especially the boys, felt wrong. What mosquito? Who swats a mosquito like that? After hearing the explanation, Liu Chun looked at his star student and finally nodded. You did the right thing. Classmates should help each other. The whole class was stunned. Immediately after, Liu Chun looked at me, his voice turning stern. Lu Hao, next time there's a mosquito, swat it yourself. My head was full of question marks as I watched the head teacher leave the classroom. I let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Su Bingbing. She had already turned her head away, her voice cold. No need to thank me. With half an hour left of evening study hall and no longer sleepy, I got up to go to the bathroom. Reaching the 6th floor, I saw the iron gate to the observatory deck was closed. Normally, this gate was only open on special activity days when a teacher led students up for a visit. But this iron gate couldn't stop me. Searching around a bit, I remembered a discarded flower pot in the corner of the stairwell. I lifted the pot and found a key. Taking the key, I skillfully unlocked the iron gate. Click. The door opened. He smiled. It remembered correctly. This key was left by old Joe from the logistics department for his convenience, but it became my secret. In my previous life, I had accidentally discovered this key and treasured it. The rooftop observatory, considered a forbidden area, became my secret base. Stepping onto the observatory deck, I sat down on a step, looking up through the circular glass dome to admire the vast night sky. Tonight, the sky was clear, with no wind or clouds. The stars twinkled, their light traveling millions of light years to reach my eyes. I looked up at the night sky, my heart full of emotions. Reborn in this life, seeing this sky, was it the same as before? But my mood was different. He smiled lightly, my heart filled with warmth and nostalgia. I didn't realize that in the corner of the iron gate, a slender figure was standing silently, quietly observing everything. Seeing that I had been gone to the bathroom for too long and hadn't returned, Su Bingbing guessed I would be up here. The school's ice queen's eyes softened. Silly, Su Bingbing murmured, the word escaping her lips unconsciously. Though her voice was not loud, in the quiet observatory, it was enough for me to hear. I was startled and jumped to my feet. Who's there? Then I heard a familiar, cold voice. It's me. I recognized Su Bingbing, surprised. What are you doing here? I was genuinely shocked. Only I knew about the key to this iron gate. To other students, this place was a forbidden zone. No one would think of coming here. In my previous life, I had never seen anyone else come up here. Su Bingbing replied nonchalantly, Liu Chun just came back to the classroom. When he didn't see you, he told me to find you. I panicked. Liu Chun came back. My heart pounded with anxiety. Seeing my worried expression, Su Bingbing calmly said, It's fine. I took care of it for you. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Su Bingbing nodded. It's nothing. Deskmates should help each other. With the issue resolved, Su Bingbing looked at me and asked, What are you doing up here? I scratched my head and looked around. I come here often. I have a lot of memories here. We're graduating soon, and it'll be hard to come up here again, so I wanted to come one last time to reminisce. Su Bingbing said nothing, just nodding. You came here often before. He smiled. Yeah, since I found this key, I've treated this as my secret base. When I did poorly on tests, got scolded by teachers, or had relationship problems, I'd often come up here to sit and watch the stars. It made me feel better. Su Bingbing said softly, later. She suddenly wanted to hug the boy in front of her, and she did. Before I could react, I saw Su Bingbing step forward, wrap her arms under my armpits, and hug me tightly. As a boy with no relationship experience, I didn't know what to do. Hey, wait, what are you doing? A thought flashed through my mind, if Liu Chun sees this, I'm dead. I froze, not daring to move, afraid that any wrong move would get me caught and punished by Liu Chun. I asked carefully, Why are you hugging me? A stupid question, but Su Bingbing replied nonchalantly, Nothing, just wanted to thank you. I looked up at the sky through the glass dome, puzzled. Star-gazing requires thanks. If I had taken her somewhere else, would I have to repay her with my body? I thought to myself, the school belle is so easy to fool. After a brief hug, Su Bingbing took a step back, breaking free from my embrace. Let's go. Time to go back, she said nonchalantly. With that, she turned and walked toward the iron gate. But after a few steps, she stopped, turned her head, and looked at me. Next time you want to watch the stars, don't go alone. Call me. I was stunned and asked unconsciously, why? By the time I asked, the school bell was already far away, leaving behind a casual remark. No reason. It's perfectly reasonable for deskmates to watch the stars together. Reasonable. I wondered, but I scratched my head and followed, not asking any more questions. Returning from the rooftop observatory, and sitting down, it wasn't long before evening study hall ended. Jiao happily ran over and called me, Lu Hao, let's go home. Just as he finished, He saw Su Bingbing also packing her books and his attitude changed. He cautiously asked, Deskmate, are we going home? Su Bingbing glanced at Zhaoqi, her voice calm. You guys go ahead. Zhaoqi was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Right, we'll go home. I watched the scene, not understanding why Zhaoqi was acting so strangely. On the way down to the bike parking, Zhaoqi looked around and then asked sneakily, where did you and Su Bingbing go at the end of class? I replied casually, nowhere. I went to the bathroom and came back late. She was helping the teacher find me. Zhaoqi was surprised. Teacher Liu Chun didn't leave the classroom. How could he send her to find you? Then he looked me up and down, his expression curious. Are you and the class president dating? I burst out laughing. You're overthinking it. We're just normal deskmates. There's nothing going on. Zhaoqi shook his head. Normal deskmates. Who would believe that? She goes to eat with you, brings you breakfast, goes to the convenience store with you, and even holds your hand in front of everyone. Who would believe that? He listed a series of events, looking at me with an uncomprehending expression. Don't you see anything wrong? Su Bingbing is the school belle. Why would she suddenly become so close to you? I thought for a moment and then nodded. We're deskmates. It's reasonable for us to help each other. Zhaoqi almost choked. Unbelievable. When we got to the school gate, Zhaoqi was still muttering, unbelievable. You have to buy me a lemon tea to calm me down. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the school gate, a black Maybach was parked silently. Su Bingbing got into the car, and through the windshield, she could clearly see me just leaving the school gate. The driver in the front asked, Miss, shall we go home now? Su Bingbing watched me, a faint smile on her lips. No hurry. Follow the bicycle in front. When we reached an intersection and were waiting for the light, Zhaoqi suddenly said, do you feel like we're being followed? I was surprised. Followed? Who's following us? Zhaoqi pointed behind us. Look, that black car has been following us. I looked but only saw a busy stream of traffic. You've been watching too many spy movies. The light turned green, and we continued cycling. In the stream of traffic, the black Maybach quietly followed. Zhaoqi was still uneasy, occasionally looking back. I think that car is following us. I looked back again, but my view was blocked by other cars. You're seeing things. Zhaoqi muttered, it's not an illusion, I'm sure of it. Nearing a drink shop, Zhaoqi suddenly said, Lu Hao, you go ahead. I have something to do. I was surprised. We're going the same way. Zhaoqi forced a smile. Oh, I just remembered, I have to go home right away. My mom is having a baby. With that, he pedaled away as if fleeing. I shook my head and continued cycling home. When I got downstairs, I stopped and looked back, only seeing a few parked cars. I laughed. I've been influenced by Zhaoqi. In the Maybach, the driver sighed with relief. Tailing people was his profession, but the word tailing made him a bit tense. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Su Bingbing in the back, the young miss of the Fan family, watching intently through the car window as I pushed my bike into the building. It wasn't until my figure disappeared from view that Su Bingbing slowly withdrew her gaze. All right, Uncle Zhao. Let's go home, she said nonchalantly. On the way back, Uncle Zhao carefully chose his words. Miss, that boy just now. Su Bingbing, still looking out the window without turning back, replied casually, a classmate. Then, as if remembering something, a small curve appeared on her lips. And also the future son-in-law of the Liu family. The next morning, I went into the study and turned on the computer to pass the time. Logging into my account, I glanced at my friends list and saw a separate group named Love of My Life. Inside was Lin Ruxu's account, specially Mar. I laughed bitterly and, without hesitation, deleted her as a friend and deleted the group, erasing all embarrassing evidence. The world became peaceful. I let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, in my high school classmates group on my friends list, an icon started blinking. I looked closely. It was a blue dolphin icon with the note Deskmate School Bell. The chat window popped up. The message from the school bell was short and familiar. What are you doing? According to the analysis of many relationship bloggers I read in my past life, when a girl sends a boy these 3 words, she at least has some feelings for him. But I didn't believe it. Lin Ruxu used to send me the same message, but it was always followed by I want to eat crepes or I want to eat ice cream, can you buy some for me? She clearly treated me as a tool. The school bell was definitely not that kind of person, but sending a message like that didn't necessarily mean she had feelings for me. I dismissed that wrong thought and guessed she was probably worried I would get lazy over the weekend and not study. Right. I silently praised the school bell for being so responsible and quickly typed on the keyboard, confidently replying, don't worry, I've been studying all day. The second mock exam next week will be no problem. In a luxurious villa in Funan County, Su Bingbing sat at her desk, looking at the computer screen where my reply appeared. She frowned and typed, you've been studying all day. Aren't you tired? I replied, it's fine. The food at home is delicious. I'm full and have plenty of energy to study. What did you have for lunch? braised pork knuckle, taro braised ribs, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and tomato egg soup. What about dinner? Leftovers from lunch, plus stir-fried pork liver. What are you eating for breakfast tomorrow? I was about to reply but stopped. Is this girl interrogating me? Is it necessary to ask in such detail? I deleted the text I had just typed and sent a question mark. Su Bingbing couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a moment, she typed again, what are you planning to do tomorrow? I felt my beautiful deskmate was being curious, but I still answered honestly, I'll study more tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, I'll probably go for a walk in the old town park to relax. After a moment, my deskmate replied with a brief okay, and her icon went dark. I was about to ask, what about you? But before I could send it, she was already offline. The next afternoon at 200 p.m., I arrived at the ticket counter of the old town park and was surprised to see my deskmate. I couldn't believe my eyes. You're here too. My deskmate, Bingbing, calmly tucked a strand of hair under her hat. I also came to the park to relax. It's just a coincidence. He stared at her, stunned. I glanced at her, then looked again, my eyes eventually falling to her long legs. What was I just saying? Seeing my dazed expression, Bingbing chuckled inwardly, feeling delighted. Just a little makeup is enough to make you stare, you little fool. I snapped out of it, scratching my head in embarrassment. What did you just say? Bingbing maintained her calm demeanor. I also came to the park to relax. Running into you is just a coincidence. How can it be such a coincidence? I found it hard to believe. Did you hear what I said last night and decide to come here on purpose? Bingbing asked nonchalantly, isn't it a coincidence? Inwardly, she was smiling. This tactic is called a strategic advance and retreat. Her explanation sounded plausible to me, so I nodded. Yeah, that's reasonable. I looked up at her. Shall we walk together? Bingbing raised an eyebrow, her expression still neutral. Sure. It had rained lightly the night before, making the mountain path a bit slippery. I walked ahead and turned back to see Bingbing holding onto the railing. Need a hand? I asked, extending my arm. I immediately realized the gesture might be too forward and was about to retract my hand, but she quickly took it. Her voice was calm. Thanks. My heart pounded in my chest, and I tried to stay calm. It's just helping a deskmate, that's all. I held her hand and led her forward. After we climbed a short flight of stairs, I intended to let go, but she held on tight. There's another flight of stairs. It's more convenient to keep holding hands, she said matter-of-factly. I felt like I was learning a lot of new things from my deskmate after my rebirth, but on second thought, it didn't seem wrong. As we walked, Bingbing glanced at me, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. 100 ways to hold your deskmate's hand, another success. A little further on, the path became even more slippery. I turned back to remind her, be careful. Just hold my hand tighter, she replied calmly. That seemed reasonable, so I tightened my grip on her hand and continued climbing, not noticing her smile growing wider. When we reached a flat part of the mountain path, I intended to let go, but she still held on tight, her face expressionless, and she didn't mention letting go. Meanwhile, on another path in the mountain park, a group of students was strolling along. Behind the small gate of the children's palace, Jouk was cheerfully waving over a few other classmates, boasting about this secret entrance. He claimed that this gate led directly into the park, saving a bit of money on tickets, and that not many people knew about it. However, some students seemed uninterested, thinking the ticket was only a few dozen yuan and not worth the effort. The top student, Feng Tiandi, who always wore glasses, smiled faintly and said the idea was quite similar to something Guo Xiaoqing would do. During their conversation, they happened to mention that I was deskmates with the school beauty. As they walked and chatted, they suddenly ran into Bingbing and me coming from the opposite direction. The atmosphere instantly froze. Yaoqi's eyes widened, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. He felt a surge of emotion and yelled, "Oh my god," breaking the silence in the open space before the zoo exhibition hall. The other students were all shocked, looking at Bingbing and me in disbelief. I quickly composed myself and explained that I was just out to relax after a tiring study session and had coincidentally run into Bingbing. Bingbing nodded slightly, her eyes glancing over the students in front of us. When Yuan Tingting and Xu Shanshan saw that Bingbing and I were still holding hands, they gasped, their gazes fixed on our intertwined hands. Bingbing followed her best friend's gaze down and explained, the mountain path was slippery, so he held my hand because I was afraid of falling. He nodded in agreement. Right, very reasonable. Hearing this, Zhao became extremely excited and nodded vigorously. Right, very reasonable. His earlier frustration vanished instantly. Xu Shanshan turned to Bingbing and suggested, since we've all run into each other, why don't we walk together? Bingbing nodded gently. The group walked to a corner on the right side of the exhibition, where there was an iron cage set over a pond. Inside the pond, a few golden pythons were slithering lazily. Yuan Tingting and Xu Shanshan screamed in fear. Yuan Tingting was so scared that she grabbed Zhao Qi's sleeve, half falling into his arms. Zhao was startled too, but when he felt the girl he had a crush on in his arms, he was filled with courage. He wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." On the other side, Guo Xiaoqing also screamed and threw herself into Feng Tianji's arms, clinging to him. The scene even surprised the usually icy Bing Bing. Thinking she couldn't be outdone, she immediately pretended to be scared and fell into my arms, exclaiming, "Snakes, how scary." I looked at the harmless golden pythons, and then at the school beauty in my arms, feeling utterly bewildered. After walking around the exhibition, the group slowly descended the mountain. It was getting dark. Guo Xiaoqing suggested, "Tianyi, let's go get dinner. I know a good place nearby." "My treat." Feng Tianyi nodded, but his eyes secretly glanced towards Bing Bing. Everyone turned to look at her. Bing Bing remained aloof and turned to me. "What do you think?" Feng Tianyi and Guo Xiaoqing were surprised, wondering why the school beauty had to ask for my opinion. I didn't find it strange and scratched my head. "I'm fine with whatever." But Zhao Qi immediately shouted, "No, you're not." All eyes turned to him. He stood up straight and said seriously, "It's getting late. I think everyone should go home and rest. We have school tomorrow." Then he turned to Bing Bing. "Don't you agree?" Bing Bing nodded slightly. "You're right." Inwardly, she praised Zhao Qi for getting smarter. Having earned the school beauty's approval, Zhao Qi grew even more excited. "All right, everyone go home." Before leaving, he pulled me aside and whispered, "Hao Nan, you can do it. Your bro will always support you." He then made a fighting gesture and quickly left before Bing Bing could look over. I was still dazed as everyone dispersed. My deskmate then turned to me and asked, "Want to get dinner?" I quickly calculated in my head. If I had another meal, my allowance wouldn't be enough. As if reading my mind, she said, "My treat." I immediately and enthusiastically agreed. Soon after, a large platter of grilled skewers was brought out. He started eating with relish, not forgetting to invite her to eat as well. Bing Bing gracefully picked up a skewer, took a small bite, frowned, and then nodded. But when she got to the second skewer, she suddenly cried out, her face scrunching up from the spiciness. She kept fanning her mouth with her hand. I noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Bing Bing frowned. "It's too spicy." I tried a piece and thought it was normal, but she insisted it was spicy. "If you don't believe me, try it." With that, she held out the half-eaten skewer to me. I was a bit taken aback and hesitated. "Isn't this a bit awkward?" Bing Bing raised an eyebrow, her expression cool and natural. "What's awkward about it?" "I think it's spicy, and you don't believe me, so you should try it. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" Her tone was so calm and ordinary that it was impossible to detect anything unusual. I felt I might have been overthinking things, so I happily took the skewer and tried a bite. It wasn't that spicy. Bing Bing, her face still impassive, said, "Really? Then you should eat more." Her tone remained so placid and natural that no one would suspect a thing. But inside, her inner self was cheering wildly, immediately taking notes. Indirect kiss, accomplished. After we finished dinner at the skewer stall, Bing Bing went to pay while I waited outside. Not far away, I heard a familiar female voice call out, "Hao Nan." It was indeed very familiar. Every time I heard that voice, I knew trouble would follow. I looked up and, sure enough, it was Ruqiu, walking with another male student. Seeing them, I was a bit startled. Compared to Ruqiu, the chubby guy next to her also left a deep impression on me from my past life. After graduating from the college entrance exams, I had gone to give Ruqiu a birthday present in the rain, only to find her on a date with a rich kid. That rich kid was this chubby guy, named Sunming. Seeing me standing alone in front of the skewer stall, Ruqiu was surprised and pleased. She immediately feigned astonishment. "Oh, Hao Nan, you're out for a stroll too." Without waiting for my reply, she quickly continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Sunming from class 4 downstairs. You could say he's my boyfriend." With that, Ruqiu intimately linked her arm with Sunming's right in front of me. Her actions and words surprised me, and even Sunming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't hesitate to pull his hand out and wrap it more tightly around her waist. He smiled at me. "That's right, I'm Ruqiu's boyfriend. Nice to meet you." Seeing my surprised expression, Ruqiu felt a wave of satisfaction. She suddenly smiled sweetly at me. "Hao Nan, what's wrong? Aren't you going to congratulate us?" Looking at the scene before me, I felt a sense of relief. Hearing her request for a blessing, I didn't hesitate and said sincerely, "I wish you two 100 years of happiness, and that you'll stay together forever and never go out to bother other people." Sunming and Ruqiu were both stunned, unable to believe what they heard. Ruqiu laughed coldly to herself, but on the outside, her smile grew even sweeter. She even leaned more intimately against Sunming. "Don't worry, Sunming, and I will definitely be happy," she said to me. Then her expression shifted to one of feigned concern. "But you're still all alone. Doesn't it hurt to see us so happy?" Hearing this, I replied, "No, not at all. Seeing you two so happy makes me even happier than eating honey." After several failed attempts to get a pained reaction out of me, Rushu couldn't maintain her facade anymore. She sneered at me, "How man, stop pretending. I just want to let you know that my boyfriend has to be someone like Sunming. You once said you didn't care about me, but now I'm taken. You're just a pathetic, lonely loser. It's too late for you to have any regrets." Then, as if remembering something, she feigned surprise. "I remember you said you were deskmates with the school beauty, right? Why are you out playing alone today? Didn't you ask her to come with you?" I glanced into the skewer stall. "She's paying." Rushu burst out laughing, not bothering to hide her mockery. "Oh man, are you still pretending? The school beauty helps you out once or twice, and you really think you have some special relationship with her. And you claim she's paying for you. Why don't you just say you two are dating?" With that, she leaned coquettishly against Sunming. "Dang, don't you think so?" Sunming now understood the situation, and looked at me with contempt. "Ah, so you're the guy who was fighting with our school's Sujun over the school beauty at the cafeteria gate a dozen days ago. What a clown." Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Rushu and Sunming reflexively turned their heads, and the sight before them left them both stunned. The ice-cold beauty, Bing Bing, walked out of the skewer stall. Having just paid, she put her wallet in her pocket, came to my side, and naturally linked her arm with mine. "How Nan, what are you doing?" Then, Bing Bing looked at the two people in front of me, frowning slightly as she chided me, "I told you to stay away from unsavory people." I immediately understood and sighed. There's no helping it. Filth just sticks to you. The school beauty nodded sympathetically, and said softly, "I've paid. Let's go home. It's not good to be tainted by bad luck." With that, she linked her arm in mine, and we left together. Sunming and Rushu stood there, stunned, watching our retreating figures. As Sunming came to his senses, his eyes widened. No way. Was that really Bing Bing? The ice-cold beauty, out with him on a weekend, and she even paid. Rushu finally regained her composure, her face turning red with shame and anger, almost distorted. Bing Bing linked her arm with mine in an extremely intimate and natural way. We walked to the street corner before she let go and looked at me. "Don't get the wrong idea." I quickly understood and nodded. "Don't worry, I get it. Just a deskmate helping out. I absolutely won't misunderstand." "You idiot," Bing Bing thought to herself. "Why are you so quick-witted now? It would have been fine to misunderstand a little." At that moment, a black Maybach silently drove up from the distance. Seeing the Maybach logo, I was a bit stunned, as if remembering something. "Is this your family's car?" I asked. Bing Bing pretended to be calm, and nodded. "Yeah, why?" I scratched my head. "Nothing, it just looks familiar. I think this car was following me on my way home the other day." Bing Bing replied nonchalantly, "Oh, there are quite a few Maybachs in Vietnam, they all look alike. Besides, who would follow someone in a car? You've been watching too many spy movies." I thought for a moment and nodded. "That's reasonable." It was getting late, so we simply said goodbye. Bing Bing got into the Maybach, closed the door, looked at me through the window, and the car drove away. I let out a sigh of relief. That night back home, Rushu tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep. The image of Bing Bing intimately and naturally linking her arm with mine at the skewer stall replayed endlessly in her mind. The feeling of frustration was driving her crazy. She gritted her teeth, an indescribable sense of jealousy and unwillingness welling up inside her. How Nan should be mine. She tossed and turned again, finally sitting up. She quickly grabbed her cute Nokia flip phone, logged into and hesitated for a long time while looking at her friends list. Finally, she decided to send a message, "You asleep yet?" Almost instantly, a reply came. Hearing the ding of the notification, Rushu couldn't contain her excitement and joy, even feeling a little proud. But when she opened the chat window, a cold line of text appeared before her. Message failed to send. Please add the recipient as a friend first. Rushu was stunned. The next morning, after morning exercises, I was about to head back to class with my classmates when a familiar female voice called out, "How man, wait a minute." I turned to see Rushu hurrying over from the 7th grade class line, her face flushed with anger. She rushed up to me and demanded, "Why did you block me?" I was slightly surprised, then said nonchalantly, "It wasn't blocking, it was deleting." Rushu stomped her foot in anger. "I know you're mad at me and trying to make me jealous. I admit, you succeeded. Can you stop messing around now?" I looked at her as if she were a psychiatric patient. Seeing my expression, she thought I was still angry about yesterday and softened her tone. "What he said yesterday was just a joke. I don't have a boyfriend, I was just messing around with Sunming. You don't have to worry. Can we go back to how we were before?" Her tone carried a familiar hint of coquettishness. Hearing this, I sneered. "No, I can't do that. I don't like girls who are so casual." With that, I turned and walked away, leaving her stunned. Rushu snapped out of it, and chased after me angrily. "Can you stop being so childish?" Bing Bing is just messing around with you too. I stopped and turned back to look at her. So what if she is? Since it's all just for fun, why can't I play along with her? She's smart, beautiful, and interesting to talk to. Hearing this, Rushu found the words strangely familiar, and her face suddenly turned pale. Don't say any more. But I was on a roll and couldn't stop. Unlike you, who is short and not pretty. Rushu, hurt once again, covered her face and ran away, probably crying. But it didn't matter. I shook my head and was about to leave when I heard another voice call out, "How Nan?" I saw my deskmate, Bing Bing, walking towards me with her usual cold expression. "Let's go to the cafeteria," she said naturally. Then she linked her arm with mine and led me away. I looked at the crowded stream of students ahead and silently understood. When we had lunch together at Antiland's eatery by the roadside, many students from our school saw us, and the news spread like wildfire. The school forum and class chat groups exploded with the news. But the two people at the center of the storm were completely unconcerned, eating normally before heading back to class together. On the way back, I noticed many students sneaking glances at us, but Bing Bing just explained coolly, "They're probably jealous of how close we are." He nodded in agreement. Reasonable. On Monday afternoon, the last period was P. Bing Bing walked over with 2 bottles of water, her cool beauty immediately attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, she walked up to me and handed me a cold bottle of water. I happened to buy an extra one. "This is for you." The small field fell silent. Hearing my deskmate's cool explanation, I nodded. Reasonable. I opened the bottle and took a refreshing sip. Bing Bing also opened her bottle of watermelon juice and took a sip, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly in relaxation. I put my water bottle down and looked curiously at her watermelon juice. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow, holding up the bottle. "Want some?" Her words stunned all the surrounding students. Before their brains could process it, the next scene made them completely break down. Bing Bing, with her cool expression, handed me the bottle of watermelon juice she had just been drinking from. "Try it." He felt a little awkward. "Is this okay?" "I already drank your water." Bing Bing was unfazed. "It's fine. We're deskmates. Sharing a sip won't kill us." I thought it made sense and happily took the bottle. But then, Bing Bing looked at my soda bottle and raised an eyebrow. "Let me have a sip." The boys around us looked like they were about to explode. "You bastard, if you dare hand that bottle over, well..." I handed the bottle over. Reasonable. Silence. Under everyone's intense gaze, Bing Bing took the bottle and had a sip, breaking countless male students' hearts. Just then, after taking a drink, Bing Bing handed the bottle back. "Thanks." I took it back. "No problem." Suddenly, a round black shadow flew towards me, almost hitting me in the head. Almost instantly, I spun around with lightning speed and caught the basketball with a thump. The surrounding classmates were amazed. Whoa, what a reaction. So cool. Only Bing Bing looked at me worriedly. "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "I'm fine," and, rotating my wrist, threw the ball back. I saw Sujun walking over. "Don't you have eyes?" This time, my gaze turned cold. That throw hadn't just been aimed at me, it could have hit my deskmate. Sujun acted as if nothing had happened and walked over. "Sorry," my hand slipped. The ball went off course. Dauk saw what happened and couldn't hold back his anger. "You call that a slip? You were deliberately aiming for the back of Hao Nan's head. It was obvious you did it on purpose. Don't you know how serious it could have been if that hit him?" Sujun shrugged with a faint smile. "But it didn't hit him, right?" He then looked at me, a smirk on his face. "I didn't know you could play ball. Dare to have a one match with me." Hearing this, many of the surrounding students' expressions changed. They all knew how good Sujun was at basketball. Jiaoqi immediately pulled me back. "Hao Nan, don't agree. This guy Su just wants to bully people." I looked at Sujun without saying anything. Sujun wasn't in a hurry, his face confident with a hint of mockery. "Of course, if you're scared, you can admit defeat in front of everyone. That's fine too." Dauk was furious. Stop trying to provoke him." He then turned to Bing Bing. "Class rep, you should also talk some sense into Hao Nan." However, Bing Bing looked at me, then at the ball in my hands, as if recalling something. She then looked up and asked me gently, "Are you confident?" I raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Let's give it a try." Zhao was still worried, but Bing Bing had already nodded. "Okay. I'll cheer for you." I nodded and turned to Sujun. One, right?" "Fine." Sujun was surprised, then smiled. "Interesting. Let's start." He stood outside the 3-point line. Sujun smirked. "I'll let you have the first shot." He tossed the ball to me. I smiled slightly. But, almost without warning, I jumped and made a perfect 3-point shot. The ball drew a beautiful arc and swished through the net without touching the rim. 3 points. Sujun was stunned. Yaoqi's jaw dropped. "Oh my god." The surrounding students were all surprised and started murmuring. Meanwhile, Bing Bing, standing on the sidelines, raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of understanding on her face. Sujun got the ball back and faced me again. Again. He tossed the ball to me once more. I nodded and said lightly, thanks. Then I took a step forward, faking a drive. Sujun reacted immediately, preparing to block me, but I suddenly stopped, stepped back behind the three-point line, and shot the ball. Another perfect shot. The ball went through the net without touching the rim again. Swish. Another 3 points. The court erupted. Doubt was ecstatic. Hao Nan, you're amazing. Sujun's face darkened. But on the sidelines, Bingbing smiled faintly, remembering something from her diary. Of course. Because of Ru Shu, he practiced basketball every day. I waited for Sujun to get the ball, feeling a slight chill behind me. On the third possession, I held the ball, looking at Sujun's tense face. I suddenly jumped, then quickly lowered my body and dribbled forward. Sujun moved to block me, but I stopped and stepped back. Sujun thought it was another three-pointer, but I unexpectedly slipped past him, drove to the basket, and made a layup. 2 points. 3 points plus 2 points. The score was 80. The 10th grade students were ecstatic. Sujun's 13th grade classmates were stunned. Sujun picked up the ball, his eyes red with fury. I can't lose. I jumped again, my eyes fixed on him. He thought it was another fake, but I actually shot the ball. It flew into the hoop. Swish. Another 3 points. The score was 110. I had won by a landslide. The court exploded with cheers. But at the same moment, as Sujun and I landed, Jiaok and the others gasped, Hao Nan, be careful. I quickly realized Sujun's malicious intent. I adjusted my center of gravity, landing on my right foot and using my left to absorb the impact, but I still landed on Sujun's foot. I nearly fell but managed to stay upright. A commotion broke out. Jiaoqi and the 10th grade students rushed over worriedly. Hao Nan, are you okay? Then the whole group glared angrily at Sujun. What's your problem? Can't win so you play dirty. Sujun shrugged. Who played dirty? Don't slander me. I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he's fine. Inwardly, Sujun was fuming. Hearing Sujun's excuse, Jiaoqi and the 10th grade students became even more furious. I can't believe he's this kind of person. Daoqi quickly came to my side. Hao Nan, are you alright? I shook my head and looked at Sujun with a smile. Not only did you lose, but you also lost face. Aren't you ashamed? Sujun's face turned pale, then he sneered. I don't know what you're talking about. You got lucky and won one game, and now you think you're a big shot. Let's go. With that, Sujun was about to leave with his friends. Sup? A cold voice rang out. Bingbing walked over, her face icy, completely ignoring everyone else. She walked straight up to Sujun. Seeing Bingbing up close, Sujun's heart beat faster. He tried to force a polite smile, but before he could say anything, under everyone's astonished gaze, Bingbing lifted her leg and kicked Sujun hard in his right shin. Thwack! Sujun cried out in pain, clutching his leg. Bingbing said coldly, get lost. Then she turned, took my hand, and said, let's go. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Bingbing led me away. On the tree-lined path of the school, looking at my deskmate walking beside me with her calm expression, I couldn't help but ask curiously, where are we going? Bingbing replied coolly, the infirmary. She glanced at my left foot. He twisted it just now, right? I was surprised and looked at my ankle, nodding. Yeah, I couldn't avoid it in time. Does it hurt? Without waiting for my response, Bingbing came to my side, naturally putting my arm over her shoulder and wrapping her other arm around my waist. The sudden action made me, a grown man of over 30 in his past life, blush. You don't have to. I can walk by myself. But Bingbing turned her head and raised an eyebrow. Behave. Her cold voice made it impossible for me to refuse, so I obediently followed her. The doctor wasn't in the infirmary. Bingbing helped me sit down on a chair, and then went to find the first aid kit herself. He sat down and sighed in relief. A moment later, Bingbing came back with a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray, pulled a chair over, and sat opposite me. Give me your foot. I hesitated. I can do it myself. Bingbing's expression didn't change, she just gave me a look. Your foot. I had no choice but to obediently lift my left foot, revealing the twisted ankle. Bingbing frowned. That Sujun is too much. With that, she placed my foot on her lap without hesitation, and sprayed the medicine on the sprained area. A cooling sensation spread through my ankle. After spraying, she bent down and gently massaged the area with her hands to help the medicine absorb. While massaging, she said, if it hurts, tell me, and I'll be gentler. It doesn't hurt. The pressure is just right. Watching my deskmate meticulously applying medicine for me, I suddenly realized that she was treating me way too well. The thought made my heart race. I hesitated and asked, are you? Bingbing looked up, her clear eyes looking at me, waiting for me to continue. Does your family own a massage parlor? The air went silent. Bing Bing stared at me, a giant question mark appearing in her mind. She didn't know that I was silently thanking myself for not blurting out what I was really thinking. Meeting her clear gaze, I felt a bit awkward. Instead of answering my strange question, Bing Bing bent down again and continued massaging. I don't like Sujun. Helping you teach him a lesson just now means I owe you a favor. Helping you with the medicine is repaying that favor. Don't misunderstand. I understood and nodded. Oh, so that's it. I sighed in relief internally. Good thing I didn't say anything stupid. My deskmate was still as cold and distant as ever. How could she possibly have feelings for a deskmate like me? As a reincarnated person, I needed to stay calm and not be overly sentimental. Just as I was relaxing, I heard Bing Bing ask, "You're so good at basketball. Who did you practice for?" I answered without a second thought, "Not for anyone. I just play to let off steam when I'm in a bad mood. It's all thanks to Ruchu from class 7. After saying that, I suddenly froze, my eyes wide as I looked at my deskmate. Bing Bing said calmly, "My hand slipped. Sorry." In the evening, after class, I packed my desk, put on my backpack, and was about to go home when I saw my deskmate following me. "Your foot is sprained, so it's inconvenient for you to walk. Let me help you." With that, she once again naturally put my arm over her shoulder and her other arm around my waist. I quickly refused. "No need, I am better now. I can walk by myself." Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. "Then let's hold hands." I asked in surprise, "Is that reasonable?" Bing Bing said calmly, "There are no lights in the hallway. I'm scared of the dark. It's reasonable for deskmates to help each other by holding hands." So we walked hand in hand down the dark hallway. On the outside, Bing Bing remained cool, but inwardly, she was smiling. Holding Hao Nan's hand isn't bad at all. When we got to the bike rack, I tried to ride my bike, but my ankle still hurt. Bing Bing noticed. "Still hurts." I nodded. "It's fine, I can manage to ride home." Bing Bing frowned. "No. Get in my car. I'll have the driver take you home." And so, we both got into the Maybach. Jock saw us and excitedly boasted to his friend, "See that? That's my best buddy." Rushu also saw it, her face contorted with displeasure, and she turned and walked away. As the car pulled away, I looked back at the parking spot and found it strangely familiar. This place looked so familiar. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. In her past life, Bing Bing was the CEO of a large corporation. At this moment, her strong mentality was on full display. She looked at me calmly. "You're overthinking it. Goodbye." Immediately after, the Maybach's engine roared, and the car sped off as if on fire, leaving me standing there dazed. Was it an illusion? Inside the Maybach, Bing Bing recalled my dazed expression just before the car door closed and couldn't help but smile. "You idiot." Finally, the day of the second mock exam at Yunnan High School arrived. Sitting in the classroom, I looked at the first exam paper being handed out and felt that the questions were as familiar as old friends. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day the results and rankings were announced. Rumors and evaluations were flying around. During the lunch break, a worried Jauk found me. "Hao Nan, we have a problem. The whole grade is talking about you and Sujun. A lot of people are waiting to see you get humiliated." I nodded. "I'm going to get lunch." Jauk almost fainted. "My God, how can you still be thinking about lunch at a time like this?" Just then, Bing Bing walked over and said coolly, "Let's go get lunch." A immediately perked up. "Your treat. Then whatever you say goes." Jauk was speechless. Bing Bing looked at him. "Do you want to eat too?" Jauk was startled and shook his head. No, I don't." "Then go away." He is class rep, Jauk retreated. At Antailand's eatery, Bing Bing sat opposite me. After a few bites, she rested her chin on her hands and watched me eat. "Are you confident?" she asked. I replied while eating, "I'll be number one." Bing Bing smiled faintly. "Then I'll be waiting to watch the show." I looked up and saw her brilliant smile and couldn't help but blurt out, "You're even more beautiful when you smile like that." Bing Bing blushed. "What are you talking about?" I also blushed, flustered. "Nothing, I was just talking nonsense." After lunch, we returned to school. It was 1 p.m. A crowd had gathered near the honor roll board. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. "The results are out." I walked over and saw the board was still empty. I was about to head back to class when I heard someone call my name, "Hao Nan." I turned around and saw Sujun and Ruchu. Sujun sneered, "So, you know your results. Came to see how miserably you failed. Today is the day you lose all your face at Yunnan High School." Ruchu also looked at me arrogantly. "Hao Nan, I don't know who gave you the courage to make a bet with Sujun. I used to think about maybe giving you a chance to pursue me, but not anymore. You're not worthy of being Sujun's rival, and you're not worthy of pursuing me." Before I could say anything, a cold voice interjected, "Hao Nan has me. He doesn't need to pursue anyone else." Everyone turned to see Bing Bing walking over, her powerful aura preceding her. She swept her cold gaze over the crowd, intimidating everyone. Bing Bing looked at Ru Shu and scoffed, giving Hao Nan a chance to pursue you. Who the hell do you think you are? Her words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Ru Shu's face turned red with anger. Su Jun looked at Bing Bing defending me, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. He sneered, Hao Nan, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Besides letting Bing Bing protect you, what else can you do? Ru Shu also sneered. Hao Nan, don't you have anything to say? He nodded. Alright, I'll talk. Ru Shu felt something was off, but before she could think, I said, I'm not interested in you. Bing Bing is my Deskmate. She's beautiful and smart, at least a 9 out of 10. If I had to pursue someone, I'd pursue her, not someone like you who's only a 3. Ru Shu was stunned. You're saying I'm only a 3. At that moment, Ru Shu's friend, Xiao Xiao, stepped forward. Hao Nan, how can you be so rude? Who do you think you are to rate Ru Shu? I looked at Xiao Xiao. You're a 1. Xiao Xiao was stunned, then her face turned red. I'm a 1. Who cares how many points you give me? Do you think you're that important? How ridiculous. I didn't bother to reply and turned to Su Jun. Does your leg still hurt? Su Jun's face flushed, but he suppressed his anger and sneered, Hao Nan, stop pretending. The results of the second mock exam will prove everything. Bing Bing will also see that you're just a clown. Ru Shu also sneered. That's right. Bing Bing, you're beautiful and smart, but your judgment of people is terrible. Of all people you chose Hao Nan. You'll be dragged down with him. Just then, a male student ran over. The results are out. The results are out. Everyone followed his gaze and saw the student run up to Su Jun excitedly. Su Jun, our class results are out. You got 634 points, 3rd in the grade. A murmur went through the crowd. Su Jun said mostly, really? I thought I could get 2nd. The student then looked at Bing Bing with reverence. I heard Bing Bing got 643 points, ranking 2nd. The crowd buzzed again. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. Then who's first? The student shook his head. I don't know, but all the results are out and will be posted soon. With that, the student pointed into the distance. Look, the teacher is posting the results board. Everyone looked in the direction the student was pointing. They saw a middle-aged teacher carrying a large ranking board, hurrying towards the honor roll display. Su Jun looked at me, unable to hide his arrogance, and sneered, Hao Nan, do you understand now? The gap between you and me is huge. I just glanced at him with a puzzled expression. What's the rush? My results aren't out yet. Before Su Jun could reply, Xiao Xiao laughed loudly. What's there to wait for? Su Jun is 3rd in the entire grade. And you? You fail every time. How many points did you get this time? Even if we gave you an extra 1 or 200 points, you still wouldn't match up. Su Jun smiled faintly, feigning generosity. It's fine. The bet is set. You don't need to score higher than me. As long as you get into the top 10, I lose. He then looked at me with a mocking gaze. But do you really think you can make it? Ru Shu also regained her arrogant demeanor, looking down on me. Hao Nan, what else is there to say at this point? If I were you, I would bow my head and admit defeat to Su Jun. Maybe he'll even show you some mercy and let you save some face. He smiled and shook my head. I know you're all very anxious. Before I could finish, a cold voice continued my sentence. But don't be too anxious. The speaker was Bing Bing. I looked up at her, and she was also looking at me. This unexpected moment of synchronization made us both a bit flustered, but in the eyes of Su Jun and Ru Shu, it only fueled their anger. Su Jun sneered. Fine, let's see who wins and who loses. Ru Shu also sneered. If someone wants to make a fool of themselves, don't blame others. By this time, the teacher had arrived. Seeing the crowd in front of the honor roll, he waved for the students to step back. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the board. The top 50 art students and top 100 science students were listed. The middle-aged teacher slowly posted the list from the bottom up. The students stared intently. First came rank 90, then 80, then 70. Still no sign of my name. Su Jun became even more confident, sneering, see. The whole school will be waiting for your performance tonight. He smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Just wait and see. Ru Shu scoffed. Wait for what? You didn't even make the top 100. Are you trying for the top 5? Xiao laughed loudly. That's right, Hao Nan. Why don't you just say it? Maybe you scored even higher than Su Jun and Bing Bing. Before she could finish, a shout rang out. Hao Nan. Everyone was startled and turned to see Zhao running from the building, his face red from sprinting. He rushed up and gripped my shoulders, his voice trembling. Hao Nan, I saw your score. Seeing Zhao's excited expression, a sense of unease rose in the hearts of Su Jun, Ru Shu, and Xiao Xiao. Zhao took a deep breath and shouted, You're first in the grade. The world seemed to stop. At that moment, the middle-aged teacher had just finished posting the rankings. At the very top of the list was a line of text, Rank 1, Hao Nan. Total score, 648. Takeo was done. Ru Shu froze. Jun couldn't believe his eyes, which were wide with shock. It felt as if his entire world had collapsed. Bingbing looked at me, her eyes sparkling with joy. Looks like you'll have to perform tonight after all. Jun lacked the courage and self-respect to fulfill his promise. He shouted, impossible, I don't believe it. Finally he ran away in humiliation. Rushu and Xiaoxiao, after a moment of embarrassment, were about to say something, but Bingbing's cold gaze silenced them, and they left. Zhao looked at me, his eyes shining. Oh Nan, how did you do it? Do you have a secret method? Teach me. I wasn't surprised and said calmly, it's mainly thanks to Bingbing. Bingbing knew full well that she hadn't helped me study at all, but she also realized that my transformation might have been influenced by her. Bao Nan must have had a breakthrough thanks to my encouragement, she thought. During self-study, Bingbing wrote a note and pushed it over to my desk. How are you going to thank me? I wrote back 3 question marks. Is he too embarrassed to take credit? Bingbing thought. She wrote again, I helped you teach Jun and Ruchu a lesson this afternoon. Shouldn't you thank me? I thought about it and agreed. I wrote back, how should I thank you? Bingbing wrote, agree to 3 of my conditions. I took a sharp breath, surprised. She's asking for too much. No way. Just 1. My 1 condition is that you must agree to 3 of my conditions. The note passed back and forth, filled with countless lines of negotiation. Finally, a deal was struck. I would agree to 2 conditions. With 30 days left until the college entrance exam, this was a period of complete freedom for the 12th graders. The school's lecture hall became the best place to study. When I made this decision, I was surprised to learn from my deskmate, you're going to the lecture hall too. I looked at her in surprise. Bingbing nodded calmly. Yeah, I'm going too. You're going? I nodded. Yeah. Bingbing raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Let's go together. I happily agreed. Okay. By the way, Zhao said he'd come with us. Bingbing narrowed her eyes. Zhao said he's not going anymore. I was surprised. Really? I just asked him a moment ago, and he said he'd study with me. Bingbing said calmly, he changed his mind. If you don't believe me, ask him again. A moment later, Zhao came back from the restroom and said seriously, right, I changed my mind. I don't think the lecture hall is suitable for me. I'll study in the classroom. Bao Nan, you and the class rep go ahead. I looked at Zhao, then at Bingbing. Both of them were so casual, showing no suspicious signs. Finally I decided, alright then, Bingbing and I will go. After the school bell rang, I put down my books and rubbed my temples, feeling a bit tired. Beside me, Bingbing turned and asked, tired? I nodded. Yeah, a little. Bingbing took out a pair of her phones and an iPhone, handing them to me. Want to listen to some music? I was surprised, then nodded. Sure. Before I could react, Bingbing very naturally put one earbud in my ear and the other in her own. I felt my heart beat a little faster. Bingbing looked at me. What's wrong? I was startled. No, nothing, I said, turning my head away, trying to act normal. I didn't see the warm and gentle look Bingbing was giving me at that moment. Occasionally, I would return to class to chat with Zhao. Seeing many students studying in pairs, he couldn't help but feel envious. When will Yuan Tingting and I finally become a couple? He remembered. Don't you go to self-study with Yuan Tingting every day? That's good, isn't it? Zhao slumped. What's good about it? I wanted to ask her to study alone, but she wouldn't agree. I understood. So you go with a whole group? Zhao scratched his head. It's not just the 2 of us, but she said to invite more people, but everyone was busy, so no one came. I looked at Zhao. For many days in a row, no one came. Just the 2 of you. Zhao nodded. Yes. Yuan Tingting said it was just a coincidence. It's perfectly reasonable. I looked at Zhao like he was an idiot. Reasonable, my ass. What a fool. After class, I pushed my bike out of the school gate with Bingbing. I looked around but didn't see the familiar Maybach. Where's your family's car? Bingbing said nonchalantly, my family's car is broken. If it's convenient, can you give me a ride home? I nodded. Sure. It's only reasonable for deskmates to help each other. Bingbing got on the back of the bike and naturally wrapped her arms around my waist. As I pedaled through the cool summer evening breeze with Bingbing, I said cheerfully, Zhao is such an idiot. He keeps saying it's reasonable while being spun around by Yuan Tingting. Sitting behind me, Bingbing chuckled softly. He really is an idiot, so easy to wrap around one's finger. This was the first time I had taken Bingbing home, but it wouldn't be the last. Every day, Bingbing found a reason for me to give her a ride. I didn't find it strange, just thinking it was a coincidence. Every evening, while taking her home, I discovered that her villa complex was near the market my parents often visited. One time, I joked, if my parents saw me giving you a ride, they'd probably think I'm in a relationship. Hearing this, Bingbing's eyes lit up. That would be dangerous. I laughed. Don't worry, how could such a coincidence happen? The next evening, I slammed on the brakes right in front of my parents. Sitting behind me, Bing Bing lurched forward, hugging me tightly. "Oh, why weren't you more careful?" Before she could finish, I felt my body stiffen. I held the brakes, my hands still gripping the handlebars, and forced a smile. "Mom, Dad, what a coincidence. This is my deskmate, Bing Bing. Her house is nearby, so I'm giving her a ride home." Bing Bing also greeted them. "Hello, Auntie, Uncle. I'm Hao Nan's deskmate. My name is Bing Bing." My mother smiled cheerfully. "Hello, Bing Bing. I heard from your teacher that you've been a great help to Hao Nan." My father also understood. "That's right. Hao Nan mentioned that his good results on the second mock exam were thanks to his deskmate's help." Bing Bing smiled sweetly again, a smile tinged with a bit of shyness and modesty. "You're too kind, Uncle and Auntie. Actually, Hao Nan is very smart and hard-working. I just spent a little time studying with him each day to help him out. The credit is mostly his." Hearing this, I couldn't help but be surprised, looking my beautiful deskmate up and down with eyes full of wonder. "What a sensible child," my mother exclaimed emotionally, then turned to me decisively. "Son, you must thank Bing Bing properly." I eagerly agreed. Right, I have to thank her properly. Heavens, are these my real parents?" Beside me, my beautiful deskmate heard this and quickly waved her hands, bowing her head shyly. "Uncle and Auntie, you don't have to be so formal. Actually, I should be the one thanking Hao Nan. At school, Hao Nan always takes care of me, takes me to buy snacks, and even walks me on dark roads. Recently, he's been taking me home every night." The detailed list of good deeds left me stunned. What was she talking about? Seeing the strange looks from my parents, I quickly explained, "Mom, Dad, don't misunderstand. Bing Bing and I are just close deskmates." My parents hesitated, then nodded. "Close deskmates? Kids these days. Are deskmates really this close?" Although they said that, their eyes were still full of suspicion as they looked at Bing Bing and me. I couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, "It's getting late, I'll take Bing Bing home first." Bing Bing raised an eyebrow, feigning understanding. "No need to rush. I can chat with Uncle and Auntie a little longer." "If you chat any longer, it will become a big problem," I thought. I forced a laugh. "Bing Bing, you're too polite. Let's go, let's go." With that, I quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her onto the bike, and sped away. When we arrived, Bing Bing said casually, "I was just trying to be polite. Don't get the wrong idea." I grimaced. I didn't misunderstand. I was just afraid my parents would think I'm in a puppy love relationship. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. "Puppy love? We're just close deskmates." Then she paused, frowning. "Unless you're hiding something." I met my beautiful deskmate's clear gaze and felt a bit flustered. "Of course not." Bing Bing nodded. "Good. Neither am I." I hesitated for a moment, then said, "Reasonable." I didn't know that in Bing Bing's heart, she was like a queen on her throne, laughing silently. He's such an idiot. When I got home, I was inevitably pulled to the dining table by my parents for an interrogation. But having just faced my beautiful deskmate, I felt I had nothing to hide. I answered frankly, "There's nothing going on. Bing Bing and I are just very platonic, close deskmates. I'm a student, all I think about is studying. How could I be in a relationship?" My parents looked at each other, and then nodded. Students shouldn't be in relationships. But the college entrance exams are almost here. After that, you can invite Bing Bing over to our house to thank her for helping you. I was about to say something, but my father interjected, "Don't you two often hold hands and watch the stars? Inviting her over to play is reasonable, isn't it?" I was stunned. Those words sounded familiar. My mother continued, "Unless you're hiding something." Her words hit me right where it hurt. I quickly said, "Who said that?" "I'm not. If you want to invite her, then invite her. It's reasonable." And so the decision was made. I went back to my room. My parents looked at each other and smiled. "Well done, old man. You're not so bad yourself, old woman." "Aojin, who are you calling an old woman?" my mother said angrily. With 10 days left until the college entrance exam, Bing Bing was as calm as ever, handing me a soda. I tilted my head back and took a long drink, sitting on the school steps, gazing at the night sky. My beautiful deskmate and I chatted. "You know, when I was little, I thought Yuna County was the whole world. I couldn't imagine leaving it. But after graduating and going to university in the city, I'll probably find the sky in this small town to be so small. I live here, but eventually, I'll leave. The connection to my hometown will gradually fade, to the point where friends and relatives I once knew will also drift away." Bing Bing listened quietly. At the end, she said softly, "Maybe some people will stay." I turned to look at her, curious. "For example?" Bing Bing said nonchalantly, "For example, your parents." Then she paused for a moment, as if unintentionally adding, "For example, me." I looked at my beautiful deskmate in surprise. Bing Bing said casually, Don't underestimate the bond between Deskmates. Looking at her, I smiled. Yeah. June 6th, the last day before the exam. In the classroom, when the teacher walked in, Bing stood up. Class, stand. The whole class stood up and bowed. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. The teacher had led many graduating classes, but this time, he was still moved, his eyes red. He looked around the classroom and said loudly, 3 years of hard work. Now is the time to shine. Tomorrow, fight with all you've got. June 7th. Sitting in the college entrance exam hall, even though I had been reborn, I could still feel the solemn and cold atmosphere that gave one goosebumps. Taking a deep breath, the fighting spirit in my eyes blazed intensely. The 2 stressful exam days passed quickly. When I walked out of the exam hall, I realized the college entrance exam was over. That evening, at the graduation party, Bing wore a simple, form-fitting white shirt, a plaid skirt, small leather shoes, and long black socks. Her hair was let down over her shoulders, making the boys in the class stare blankly. Jack also stared, nearly drooling. Damn, the class president is so beautiful today. How Nan, if you don't make a move, someone's going to steal her away. I didn't answer, because at that moment, I was also staring blankly at my beautiful deskmate. It took me a long while to swallow hard, trying to stay calm. Don't talk nonsense. She and I are just platonic deskmates. Jack looked at me, his expression saying, you can fool me, but don't fool yourself. Bing's eyes scanned the room, quickly landing on me. She walked over to where Jaoki and I were. When she arrived, she looked at Jaoki. Are you sitting here? Jaoki immediately shot up. No, I am sitting over there. Class president, please sit. He quickly gave up his seat and disappeared. Bing sat down next to me and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I was flustered. What do you mean, what's wrong? Bing smiled faintly, her voice casual. Do I look good in this? He stammered, be good, very good. I tried to act normal, but my heart was fluttering. Hearing my praise, Bing nodded. I just threw this on. Her tone was cool, but inside she was happy. You have no idea. I dressed exactly according to your preferences from your diary. How could I lose with the game guide in hand? Everyone had arrived, and the food was served. The atmosphere in the room quickly became lively. The head teacher, who was most respected by the students, was also toasted the most. He stood up, his face slightly red from the alcohol. The exam is over. I wish you all a bright future. Eat and drink to your heart's content tonight, but remember to stay safe. The whole room cheered. The boys and girls began toasting each other. Many boys wanted to toast the class president, Bing, but were intimidated by her cold aura and didn't dare to approach. They looked at me, sitting next to her, with envious eyes. A group of boys came over with glasses of wine. Ao Nan, have a drink with me. Me too, I'm next. They took turns toasting me, determined to get me drunk. Soon, I started to feel dizzy and unsteady. The boys were delighted. He's about to go down, keep it up. But just then, Bing put down her chopsticks and stood up, drawing everyone's attention. She glanced at the boys. A group of you gaining up on one person. What's so great about that? I'll drink on behalf of my deskmate. Her voice was cold but firm, silencing the room. No one expected the bond between deskmates to be so strong. Gauk, sitting in a corner, muttered, still claiming to be just deskmates. How ridiculous. In a flash, Bing had downed 2 or 3 glasses of beer, finishing each in one go. The Ice Queen was unusually bold today. The students cheered her on. They sat beside her, watching in amazement as she drank glass after glass. I tried to stand up. Let me drink. But Bing placed a hand on my shoulder, pushing me back down. No need. Let me. Bing continued to drink, not just accepting toasts but also actively toasting others. After she had drunk 5 or 6 boys under the table, she was the only one left standing. She glanced at the remaining boys. Anyone else? The room was silent. Jauk shouted, class president is awesome. The room erupted in cheers again. I looked at Bing with admiration. She could really hold her liquor. Bing looked at me, her lips curling into a slight smile. You have no idea. I've been through countless drinking battles. This is nothing. After the party, the students decided to go to karaoke. Bing and I went to room 504. They sat on a sofa near the door, and saw Bing walk in. Perhaps because she had drunk a lot, she swayed a little and almost fell. I quickly reached out and caught her. Be careful. Bing lost her balance and fell into my arms. The scene silenced the room. Luckily, Yuan Tingting was quick-witted and pulled Jaoqi. What are you staring at? Keep singing. Jaoqi immediately shouted, right, let's keep singing. The atmosphere became lively again, but Bing and I were still in an awkward situation. I took a deep breath and tried to say, are you okay? Bing was still in my arms, her voice casual. I'm fine. I tried to make conversation. That's good. I was afraid you'd fall, so I pulled you. Bing nodded. Right. Just deskmates helping each other. It's a coincidence. I asked weakly, is it reasonable? Bingbing's face turned red. Of course it's reasonable. She stood up and sat on the other side, not daring to look at me. The karaoke room was still noisy, but we were still a bit embarrassed. The other students looked around and saw me on the sofa. How Nan, come sing a song. Hearing that, others joined in. How Nan, sing a song. I smiled, stood up, and walked onto the stage. The spotlight shone down, making me the center of attention. At that moment, Bingbing looked at me from a distance. Hearing my voice, she was surprised to find her heart beating faster. Yuan Tingting sat down beside her, looking curiously at her unusually different, cool best friend. Bingbing, what's wrong? Bingbing was startled, a fleeting look of confusion on her face. Nothing. The perceptive Yuan Tingting had already noticed the way Bingbing was looking at me. She smiled slyly. Felt your heart skip a beat watching How Nan sing. That one sentence nearly made the school's ice queen miss a heartbeat. She tried to maintain her cool demeanor. No, I was just listening to the music. What's unreasonable about deskmates listening to music together? Really? Yuan Tingting drew out the word, her expression full of meaning. Bingbing tried to stay calm but couldn't hide her slight confusion. She picked up a glass of wine from the table, downed it in one go, and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. With that, she hurried away. Jiaoqi, who had been playing a game with friends, came back and saw the empty glass. What's the class president doing? Drinking by herself. She didn't even lose a game. Yuan Tingting watched her friend's retreating figure and smiled. Someone's feeling flustered. After finishing my song, I opened the door and stepped out of the karaoke room onto the balcony for some fresh air. Before I could enjoy the quiet space alone, I heard a familiar female voice. How Nan. The voice was tinged with grievance. I turned around and saw Ru Shu, looking troubled. She just won't leave me alone, will she? Ru Shu looked at me with tear-filled eyes. I sent you so many messages on G. You didn't reply. I looked at her like she was an idiot. That's because I already deleted you. You probably didn't do well on the college entrance exam, did you? Hearing that, Ru Shu's face flushed, and tears welled up in her eyes. I know I was wrong. Can you please not treat me like this? I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Can we start over? He sneered. You didn't realize you were wrong, you just discovered that no one else would put up with you. But what does that have to do with me? Seeing Ru Shu's dumbfounded look, I said honestly, seeing you in pain makes me very happy. Ru Shu was furious, tears streaming down her face. How could you be like this? I said nonchalantly, why not? We're not close. Then I added, and stay away from me. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. The unexpected words were like a thunderclap. Ru Shu was stunned. Girlfriend? Since when did you have a girlfriend? Then she suddenly realized. It's Bingbing, isn't it? I nodded. Correct. We just made it official today. The head teacher was the witness, and our classmates were the witnesses. In a few days, we're going to register, and the wedding is on the Kix Festival. Yuan Tingting will be the bridesmaid, and Zhao will be the best man. The wedding is only for close friends and family, so you don't need to come. You can send a wedding gift if you want. Ru Shu staggered back a few steps, her voice becoming shrill. Impossible. I don't believe you. You're lying. You two are just acting. What do I have that's not as good as Bingbing? Why did you choose her? Bingbing is taller, prettier, and a better conversationalist. As for you. Before I could finish, Ru Shu screamed, stop talking. She covered her ears, turned, and ran from the balcony, her sobs still echoing. How man, I hate you. Just then, footsteps sounded. I looked up and saw Bingbing approaching. Who were you talking to? I scratched my head. A passerby. I don't know them. The words felt familiar as I said them. Bingbing just nodded, her expression casual. Girlfriend, announce, wedding on Kixi Festival. She said these words so lightly that my heart nearly stopped. Oh God, she heard everything. I quickly explained, that's not it. I was just making things up to scare Ru Shu away. Seeing Bingbing's expression, I added, deskmates helping each other act as a shield. It's reasonable. Bingbing remembered the similar words she had said to Yuan Tingting and nodded. Reasonable. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then I saw Bingbing's face turn red. Why is your face so red? Bingbing was flustered. It's nothing. I just drank too much. She turned her head away, her flushed face making her even more beautiful. I couldn't help but stare. Bingbing turned back to look at me. What are you looking at? I quickly turned my head away. Two flustered idiots stood next to each other on the balcony, not daring to look at each other, pretending to admire the city lights. After a while, Bingbing turned to me to find a topic. You sing really well. I scratched my head. Really? It's just okay. Bingbing seemed interested. Let's go sing some more. I shook my head. Probably not. The karaoke decks have hogged all the mics. Standing on the balcony, we could still hear the singing coming from room 504. Bingbing had an idea. Then let's get a new room. Bing Bing generously paid and led me to a new room. Standing in front of the song selection machine, she asked, "What should we sing?" I shook my head. "Anything. We can sing together." Bing Bing nodded, scrolling through the song list, and accidentally selected Rooftop by Jay Chou. I was surprised. A love song. Bing Bing regained her composure. When two people in love sing it, it's a love song. When Deskmates sing it, it's a Deskmate song. I was dumbfounded. That works. Bing Bing's face was slightly red, but her voice was still casual. Is it reasonable? I looked into her eyes and nodded. Reasonable. Just then, a karaoke staff member brought in 2 cases of beer, saying it was a gift for the graduating students. Bing Bing looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Keep drinking. I didn't hesitate. We both sat down, opened the beers, and started playing games. We played continuously, winning some and losing some. I was surprised. You can really drink. Bing Bing was also surprised. You're not bad yourself. Neither of us would back down, and we continued drinking until I started to feel dizzy and Bing Bing was also swaying. She suggested, "Let's sing a song." I asked, "Sing what?" Bing Bing tilted her head, thinking. The cute gesture made my heart skip a beat. "Let's sing Rooftop." I nodded, and went to the machine to select the song. I chose See You Again. I got lost in the melody, not realizing that Bing Bing was staring at me intently. Her heart touched once again. Tomorrow, the proactive contact will continue, but it will be more like the teasing of a woman in her 30s towards a younger brother. However, at this moment, as her heart was awakened by the lyrics, her feelings finally shifted to love. Bing Bing stood up, letting the drunkenness guide her swaying body. Holding a glass of beer, she walked up to me and said loudly, "Let's play one round." "Play what?" Bing Bing put her glass on the table, her voice firm. "Let's play dice. Whoever loses has to do what the winner says." I was in a daze. What if I lose? Bing Bing shook her head, trying to stay sober, and looked straight into my eyes. "If you lose, you have to kiss me." I was already drunk and excited. I slapped my thigh. "Deal." Bing Bing started shaking the dice cup and rolled a 5. It was my turn. I shook it hard, but the dice fell to the floor and rolled to a corner of the table. "Let me find it." He stumbled in the direction the dice rolled, bending down to look under the table. Suddenly, I exclaimed, "Look at this." Bing Bing also stumbled over and bent down. She saw the die standing on its edge, with a 4 on one side, and a 6 on the other. I asked dreamily, "Who won?" Bing Bing looked at me, and without hesitation, she flicked the die over. "You win." Her voice was decisive, allowing no objections. Immediately after, she moved forward and kissed me firmly on the lips. The next morning, I woke up with a splitting headache. Looking around, I realized I was home. I tried to remember what had happened, but I couldn't. My head throbbed again. I gave up, got out of bed, and went outside. My mother, Mrs. Zhao, was cleaning the living room. Seeing me, she scolded, "You're up. Go take a shower and eat breakfast. You were so drunk last night you came home reeking of alcohol. Don't do that again." I knew I was wrong and obediently accepted the scolding. "Mom, how did I get home last night?" My mother glared at me. "You don't even remember. Your classmate Bing Bing had her driver bring you home. She even helped you to the door. We really troubled her." Hearing that, I was startled. "Uncle Chiu?" My mother nodded. "Yes, he dropped you off and left right away. He still had to take Bing Bing home. Her family is so nice, they have a private driver. Uncle Chiu is a good man too, very reliable." She suddenly remembered something. But there was one thing. When I asked him how Bing Bing was, his eyes trembled like there was an earthquake. I couldn't get anything more out of him. Getting nothing more from my mother, I went to the bathroom, took a hot shower, and returned to my room. I opened my phone and saw many missed calls and messages from last night, mostly from Zhaoqi. I called him back. His voice was weak. "I was so drunk last night too. I was going to confess to Yuan Tingting, but I ended up playing Des with my friends and forgot the main thing." He asked, "How man, where did you go last night? I didn't see you were the class president. You didn't reply to my messages either." I told him the truth. Bing Bing and I got a private room to sing. Doubt was astonished. "A private room? Just the two of you?" He was impressed. "As expected of you. Spill it, you won the class president over last night, didn't you?" I was annoyed. "What are you talking about? We just sang and had a few drinks. Nothing happened." Yak didn't believe me. "Really? You really didn't do anything?" I insisted, "Really? Nothing else?" At the same time, Bing Bing was also rubbing her head, trying to remember what happened last night. She was about to message me when she got a call from Yuan Tingting. Tingting asked, "Where did you go last night?" Bing Bing didn't hide it. "I went to sing in a private room with Hao Man." Tingting jiggled. "Don't tell anyone, but Zhaoqi confessed to me last night." Bing Bing was surprised. "Really?" Tingting said shyly, "I agreed for now, but I still have to see how he is. He asked me out tonight. Can you come with me? Initially, Bingbing was going to refuse, but when she heard Tingting say that Zhaoqi had also invited me, she changed her mind. Alright. Just then, after resting for a bit, I got a call from Zhaoqi. Hao Nan, I just asked you when Tingting out for tonight, and she agreed. I forgot to confess yesterday, so I have to get it done tonight. But I'm a bit nervous. Can you come with me? Yuan Tingting also invited the class president, so we can all go together. I thought it would be a good opportunity to ask Bingbing about last night, so I agreed. Okay. We agreed to meet at the foot of the park's mountain. That evening, as she sat in the Maybach on the way to the meeting point, Bingbing looked at Uncle Chu, who was driving. Uncle Chu, Bingbing called out. Uncle Chu replied, yes, miss. Bingbing thought for a moment and then asked, last night, when you came to pick me up, did you see anything? Uncle Chu's steady hands on the steering wheel twitched slightly. Then, from the back seat, Bingbing heard his deep voice. Rest assured, miss, I didn't see anything. His voice carried a hint of tragedy. A big question mark popped into Bingbing's head. She shook her head and rephrased the question. Last night, when you arrived, were Hao Nan and I drunk? Did we do anything embarrassing? Uncle Chu's hands twitched again. After a moment, he replied, rest assured, you and Hao Nan were just sleeping. Nothing unusual. Hearing this, Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in her seat, and closed her eyes to rest. The Maybach continued on its way. Although Uncle Chu's expression remained calm and steady, his eyes looked as if they were experiencing a violent earthquake. Heavens, who could understand how terrifying the scene in the karaoke room was last night? Uncle Chu was determined to keep the secret to his grave. I walked from my house to the meeting point at the foot of the park's mountain. When I arrived, Zhaoqi, Tingting, and my beautiful Deskmate had also just gotten there. When we saw each other, Bingbing and I looked at each other, Zhaoqi looked at Tingting, and Tingting looked at Zhaoqi. The four of us looked at each other, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Finally, Tingting broke the silence with a laugh. Everyone's here. Let's find a place to eat. Zhaoqi quickly nodded. Right, I'm starving too. Bingbing and I had no objections. As we were about to go, Tingting suddenly stopped and turned to Zhaoqi, her face slightly red. Idiot. Hold my hand. The air suddenly went silent. Bingbing wasn't surprised, it seemed natural to her. But the two boys were stunned, looking at each other. Heavens, he hasn't even officially confessed, and Tingting is being this proactive. Zhaoqi, as if he had found a treasure, quickly took Tingting's hand, occasionally looking at it as if he were holding something precious. Tingting laughed, pulled her hand back, and lightly slapped his. What are you doing? If you don't want to hold it, then don't. Zhaoqi panicked. Who said I don't want to? I definitely want to. With that, he held her hand tightly, smiling as they walked. Bingbing and I walked behind, looking at the scene in front of us, quite surprised. We didn't expect Tingting to be so proactive. Bingbing raised an eyebrow. Proactive. At this point, holding hands is normal. I thought about it and agreed. Reasonable. After walking around for a bit, we found a barbecue skewer place and sat down. Bingbing and Tingting chose the seats while Zhaoqi and I went to the counter to pick out skewers. As soon as the girls were gone, Zhaoqi immediately leaned close to me, his voice low but unable to hide his excitement. Hao Nan, what do you think? Tingting was so proactive with me today. My confession will definitely be a success. I nodded. Go for it. Zhaoqi was confident. It'll definitely work. Just holding her hand as we walked, I felt like we were already a couple. If I hadn't been so drunk last night, I would have thought I'd already confessed. I laughed. Makes sense. Maybe you confessed while you were drunk and don't remember. Zhaoqi laughed even louder. That would be hilarious. If I confessed and forgot, Tingting would kill me. After picking the skewers, we sat down to eat and chat about what happened at karaoke last night. Then we talked about our summer plans. I wanted to learn how to swim. I had been too busy with school before, but now that it was summer, I could learn. Tingting looked at Zhaoqi. You can learn with me. Zhaoqi was surprised. What's wrong? Tingting teased. Do you want me to go with someone else? Zhaoqi quickly said, no, I'll definitely go with you. Zhaoqi winked at me. See Hao Nan. The confession tonight is a sure thing. I gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. It'll definitely work. After dinner, we went for a walk in the square at the foot of the mountain. Zhaoqi, determined, said to Tingting, wait for me for a minute. Then he ran off. Bingbing was curious. Where did he go? Tingting shook her head. I don't know. Then she smiled. I didn't expect being a boyfriend would make someone so shy. Bingbing nodded. Indeed. He stood beside them, my mind a mess, understanding less and less. Soon, Zhaoqi came back holding a bucket of roses, his face flushed. Tingting, this is for you. Tingting was surprised. For me? Zhaoqi nodded, mustering all his courage. Yes. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? The air went silent. Both girls were surprised. Bing Bing rarely opened her eyes this wide in surprise, and Ting Ting could hardly believe her ears. Your girlfriend. I already agreed. Zhao was stunned. When? I haven't even confessed. The air went silent again. Ting Ting frowned, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. So. You forgot you confessed last night. It took a lot of effort for Zhao to make peace with his new girlfriend. The price was a pinched waist that hurt terribly. Even so, he was beaming. In the end, the result was good. He never expected his drunken confession to be a success. He laughed too hard, and his waist hurt again, making him hiss. We walked around a bit more and saw a portrait sketching stall. Zhao immediately pulled Ting Ting over to commemorate their first day as a couple. Bing Bing and I continued to walk around the square, talking about Zhao getting scolded by Ting Ting. We couldn't stop laughing. He's so outrageous, getting drunk and forgetting his own confession, I commented. How embarrassing. Bing Bing nodded. Yes. How embarrassing. Speaking of drinking, I remembered. We drank a lot last night. I hope we didn't do anything. Bing Bing smiled faintly. Don't worry. Uncle Chu took us home. We just slept. Nothing happened. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just then, a familiar song played from a nearby audio store. Did you sing this song last night? Bing Bing recalled. Yes. I think you also sang a song by Wu Bei. I slapped my forehead. That's right. I also sang See You Again. I suddenly remembered everything. As we talked, we pieced together the fragments of images from last night. And then you challenged me to play Des, right? If you lost, you had to do what I said. And if I lost? I got more excited as I remembered, speaking faster and faster. Suddenly, we both froze. I was shocked. My mind felt like it was about to explode. It was as if 1,000 horses were galloping in my heart. Heavens, how much did I drink last night to forget about this? Bing Bing was also stunned. In her mind, the image of the proud and shy little girl completely collapsed. She curled up on the floor, rolling around. Bing Bing, what have you done? So embarrassing. A moment later, we both regained our composure and looked at each other. What did I say I had to do? I forgot, I said. Bing Bing also took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I forgot too. We both sighed in relief. It's good that we forgot. It's good that we forgot. But then we looked at each other suspiciously. Did we really forget? I quickly insisted, I really forgot. Bing Bing also nodded. I really forgot too. Just then, Zhao and Ting Ting, having finished their portrait, came back hand in hand. Zhao said excitedly, Class President, Hao Nan, let's go back for more karaoke. I'll order more alcohol. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. The word alcohol made both Bing Bing and me jump. I looked at Zhao angrily. Zhao, we were already drunk last night. What more do we want to drink? There's something wrong with the alcohol at that karaoke place. Bing Bing's voice was cold. Bad alcohol. From now on, I am not drinking anymore. We looked at each other and nodded seriously. Zhao and Ting Ting looked at each other in confusion, a big question mark hanging over their heads. That night, when she got home, went into her room, and closed the door, Bing Bing threw herself onto her bed and rolled around nonstop. In her mind, the image of the little girl continued to roll around. So embarrassing. Finally, she sat up, went to her desk, and turned on her computer, intending to listen to music to distract herself. Coincidentally, she saw the song See You Again in her playlist. She hesitated, then clicked play. The familiar melody played, taking her back to the karaoke room last night, when her heart was touched. Bing Bing sighed, her mood lightening, a smile on her face. If I've already confirmed my feelings, what's so embarrassing about kissing the person I like? Thinking this, she wanted to call me. She picked up her phone, found my number, and called. As soon as I picked up, my voice was a bit anxious. What's wrong? Bing Bing couldn't help but laugh. He remembered what happened last night. She tried to stay calm. It's nothing. I just remembered something from last night. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. The penalty was to kiss me, right? On the other end of the line, I heard a thud, like someone falling off a bed. Bing Bing tried to hold back her laughter. I wasn't sure, so I wanted to ask if he remembered anything. I stammered, no, I don't remember anything. We're both good students. We wouldn't make a bet like that. Bing Bing chuckled silently but still pretended to be doubtful. Really? But I feel like... I quickly cut her off. Don't feel anything. You must have misremembered. It's late, let's go to sleep. Good night. With that, I quickly hung up, as if afraid of being questioned further. Bing Bing imagined my panicked expression, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teasing my deskmate was really fun. Looking at her phone, she smiled. Just you wait. I'm going to actively pursue you. The next morning, Bing Bing sat at her desk and started making a plan. She listed all the information and events related to me, arranging them by time and importance. When she wrote down a new piece of information, her eyes lit up. Eve got it. At the same time, I was sitting at my desk, thinking about what happened at the karaoke place. Remembering it still left me shocked and in disbelief. My beautiful deskmate kissed me. How did that happen? And she didn't remember anything either. The best way was to pretend it never happened to avoid awkwardness later. That's what I decided. But my hand unconsciously touched my lips, a sense of regret in my heart. Damn, I forgot what a kiss feels like. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, I turned on my computer and went online. As soon as I logged into I saw a notification from my middle school class group chat, Class 96 reunion tonight at 600 PM at Heija Seafood Restaurant. 70 yuan per person. Everyone please come. That night, at 5:30, I got ready and asked my parents for permission to go out. At the same time, Bing Bing adjusted her pleated skirt, twirled in front of the mirror, and smiled with satisfaction. At the class reunion party, everyone was chatting lively. They sat in a corner, not joining the conversation, just observing. Observing each of my friends, I realized that my middle school, Yuna Middle School, was not one of the top schools in the county. Many of my classmates went to vocational school or started working after graduation. Therefore, most of the friends in this room had a mature and somewhat street-smart style of dress, which made me, with my student-like appearance, seem a bit out of place. At that moment, a female student with heavy makeup, eyeliner, and red lipstick looked at me and asked jokingly, "How Nan, do you have a girlfriend yet? After 3 years of high school, are you still a virgin?" Hearing this question, I was stunned. Those were bold words. Looking closer, I realized it was Chen Sizzy, who used to sit behind me in middle school and had once confessed to me. At that time, I rejected her because I wanted to focus on my studies. He smiled and shook my head. Not yet. I don't do puppy love. In our school, we're just normal classmates. Hearing me say that, Chen Sizzy burst out laughing. Oh my god, still talking about puppy love. How old are you to be so naive? The other classmates also laughed. Oh, How Nan is such a good student. How would he understand these things? Besides, Yuna High is full of bookworms. There aren't any pretty girls there. Another classmate remembered. Didn't Chen Sizzy used to like How Nan? And How Nan rejected her, right? Immediately, someone teased, How Nan, you really missed out. Look at Chen Sizzy now. She's so beautiful. And she works at a state-owned factory. She's already the factory belle. A poor student like you could never reach her. Hearing her classmates teasing, Chen Sizzy smiled gracefully, but her eyes were still on me, a hint of pride in them. Don't be discouraged. You have good qualities too. Keep trying. Maybe you'll get a beautiful girlfriend someday. Her tone was a bit smug. I just smiled and didn't argue. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside the door. The door swung open. All eyes turned towards it, and then froze in astonishment. A girl walked in, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Her gaze swept across everyone in the room, finally landing on me. Her eyes lit up, her face bright and radiant. How Nan. Everyone in the room was stunned as if struck by lightning. They couldn't believe their eyes. They wondered, is this a middle school reunion or a high school reunion? Why is Bing Bing here? Regaining my composure, I shut up from my seat as if on a spring, quickly walked over, and pulled Bing Bing to a corner, lowering my voice. Why are you here? In front of me, Bing Bing reverted to her usual cool demeanor. I was just passing by and accidentally walked into the wrong room. Meanwhile, the classmates in the room looked at me and this beautiful girl standing close together, talking intimately, and were even more incredulous. One classmate couldn't help but ask, How Nan, aren't you going to introduce your girlfriend? I scratched my head, flustered, not knowing how to introduce her. Before I could say anything, Bing Bing naturally linked her arm with mine, smiled, and greeted everyone. I'm Bing Bing, How Nan's girlfriend. The room exploded. More than 20 people were stunned. Many fell out of their chairs and scrambled back up, looking at Bing Bing and me in disbelief. Girlfriend. I was also stunned, my mind in turmoil. Heavens, what is Bing Bing doing? Regaining my composure, I pulled Bing Bing to a corner and whispered, what are you doing? Bing Bing returned to her cool demeanor. I heard them teasing you. I just wanted to help you out. It's reasonable for deskmates to help each other. Not letting me say more, Bing Bing turned back and smiled brightly at everyone. You're having a class reunion, right? Can I join? Immediately, the classmates in the room nodded eagerly, inviting her to sit down next to me. Bing Bing said thank you, smiled, and sat down. The atmosphere in the room changed, becoming strangely silent. All eyes were on Bing Bing and me. They couldn't believe it. How does How Nan have such a beautiful girlfriend? Chen says he couldn't help but ask, How Nan, how did you manage to get her? Bing Bing smiled. He didn't pursue me. I pursued him. The sound of chopsticks and bowls falling to the ground was heard. Everyone was stunned. I was also surprised and gently tugged at Bing Bing under the table. You're exaggerating. Bing Bing still smiled gently and replied, if you're going to help, you have to go all the way. Don't worry. She turned back to the others. It doesn't always have to be the guy who pursues the girl. When you meet a good person, a girl has to be proactive too. Everyone looked at me, unable to believe it. Is Haonan really that great? Bingbing said matter-of-factly, of course. Haonan is kind, brave, upright, smart, sings well, and is good at basketball. She listed my strengths one by one without even thinking. I was also surprised, wondering if I had that many good qualities. Just then, the restaurant staff brought the food. A plate of oysters was placed in front of me. Bingbing put a few oysters in my bowl, her voice gentle. Eat up. They're good for you. Just when the food was all laid out, the staff brought in a few more cases of beer. Seeing the beer, I couldn't help but remember the scene at the karaoke bar a few days ago, with Bingbing sitting right next to me. This made me even more anxious. When my friends asked if I drank, I shook my head vigorously. No, I don't drink. Alcohol is bad for your health. Another friend asked Bingbing, sister-in-law, are you drinking? The term sister-in-law made Bingbing smile inwardly, but she maintained a composed expression. Thank you, but I don't drink. I easily lose control when I drink too much, which isn't very polite. Hearing this, my friends grew even more curious. A girl as ethereal as this could lose control. Bingbing smiled lightly. When I drink a lot, I like to kiss the person next to me. I had just taken a sip of soda and immediately spat it all out, choking and coughing. My friends, who had been listening intently, were interrupted by the noise and looked over at me. Haonan, are you okay? He choked just from drinking water. I hurriedly wiped the table. I'm fine. My hand slipped. Bingbing kindly handed me a tissue. I took it, looking at her calm expression, unable to tell if she was joking or serious. I just felt my scalp tingle. Our friends exclaimed, as expected of our sister-in-law, so good to her boyfriend. Haonan, you're so lucky. Bingbing chuckled to herself. Teasing her deskmate was truly fun. After we finished eating, it was still early. A friend who owned a pool hall invited everyone over, generously offering to cover all the costs. Bingbing and I chose a private corner. Bingbing picked up a pool cue, stood by the table, and took a practice shot. You don't know how to play? I asked curiously. No, Bingbing said nonchalantly. I grinned. Finally, something the campus beauty isn't good at. Let me teach you. I eagerly arranged the balls and grabbed a cue, moving next to Bingbing. Let me show you. I bent down, aimed, pulled the cue back, and struck. The white ball shot forward, breaking the triangle of balls and sending them scattering across the table. Got it? I asked, satisfied. Bingbing shook her head. No. I scratched my head. Let me do it again, slower this time. I placed the white ball, bent down to shoot, but before I could, a soft hand rested on my cue. I looked up at Bingbing, puzzled. I don't get this teaching method, she said calmly. I scratched my head again. Then how do you want me to teach you? Before I could say more, Bingbing took the cue, lifted it, and stepped so close to me that we were in an intimate, embracing posture. This way is easier to learn, she said casually. The other classmates in the pool hall saw this, and immediately fell silent. I felt a jolt as Bingbing pressed against me. This way of teaching isn't very appropriate. It's perfectly appropriate, Bingbing stated calmly. Hands and instruction helps you learn faster. In her heart, she was pleased. What a brilliant idea, Bingbing. But on the outside, she remained serious. Teaching requires dedication. It's only right for deskmates to help each other. I felt it was highly inappropriate but didn't know how to argue. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Makes sense. The lesson began. I tried to remain professional, guiding her step by step. Lower your body, open your fingers, bend your wrist, aim for the target ball. Bingbing seemed very focused, listening intently. However, when finding an angle, she would accidentally step back into me. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Or when I corrected her posture, she would earnestly listen but accidentally grab my hand. You're holding the wrong thing. She would look down and calmly withdraw her hand. Just a coincidence. Despite my best efforts, my teaching seemed ineffective. Bingbing, though a top student, had no aptitude for pool. After a while, I was exhausted, and she still hadn't gotten the hang of it. Just then, the owner of the pool hall walked over. "Ah man, want to play a game?" I knew I was no match for him but couldn't refuse. As I was about to agree, a sweet voice cut in. "Let me." I looked up to see Bingbing holding a cue. "I'll play in his place." Everyone was stunned. Shin says he couldn't help but laugh. "You'll play for how, man? He's not even a match for the owner, let alone a beginner like you." Bingbing tied her hair into a ponytail. "Let's just see," she said coolly. "You can break." She walked to the table, took a deep breath, and her eyes suddenly sharpened. The cue in her hand struck powerfully. The white ball flew forward, hit the pack, and one ball dropped into a pocket. Everyone was shocked. I was shocked. It was a perfect shot. The entire pool hall went silent. No way, is this really a beginner? Bingbing, without a blush or a racing heart, smiled. A good teacher makes a good student. Tao Nan taught me well. Fine Yijua was amazed. Incredible, how did you teach her so well? I was also stunned. How could she learn so fast? Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. It wasn't just random teaching. It was one-on-one tutoring that made it so effective. She looked at me calmly. Doesn't that make sense? I had 100,000 questions in my head. That makes sense too. After the class reunion, Bing Bing and I walked along the river. I planned to take her home. Where's your Maybach? Isn't Uncle Chu better? He even drove us from the karaoke bar. Without batting an eye, Bing Bing said, Uncle Chu got sick again. Oh, I nodded. That's fine too. I thought Uncle Chu looked healthy, and I'd heard he was a former Special Forces veteran. I didn't expect him to be so frail, just like our school's gem teacher. I looked down at Bing Bing, who was naturally holding my hand. Do you need to hold my hand? Her face was expressionless. Did you forget? I'm afraid of the dark at night. I recalled that was indeed a thing. I nodded. Makes sense. We walked hand in hand along the riverbank. I couldn't help but ask, did you know how to play pool before? Bing Bing looked at me calmly. No, that was my first time. Maybe I have a knack for it. She looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, why would I have asked you to teach me? Do you think I was pretending not to know? After hearing that, I was confused. Well, what a smooth way to turn the tables. If this were the past, I might have believed her. But now, after so many situations, I was starting to have my doubts. Recalling the graduation party, the night at the karaoke bar, the strange promise, and the final kiss, a vague truth was beginning to emerge. I stopped and looked at Bing Bing, asking cautiously, about what happened at the karaoke bar a few days ago. After we got drunk, do you remember any of it? I watched her expression closely, trying to gauge her true feelings. To my surprise, Bing Bing nodded nonchalantly. Of course, I remember. Really? I was astonished. You remember it clearly. What did we do? You lost a bet and had to kiss me, Bing Bing said calmly. I almost jumped. You really remember? And you can just say it out loud. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You lost, so you have to accept the consequences. Doesn't that make sense? I was stunned, my mind about to explode. It doesn't make sense at all. We're deskmates, how could we kiss? Bing Bing chuckled softly. Is our friendship that fragile? Can a single kiss shatter it? The light question was powerful, leaving me dazed. Heavens, have I been overthinking our friendship? As if reading my mind, Bing Bing looked at me. Unless you have something on your mind, you wouldn't think so much. Did that kiss have a special meaning to you? This question hit me right where it hurt. I stammered, no, nothing. I was just asking. I also believe in our friendship. That's good, then, Bing Bing said coolly. She looked at me. Does it make sense now? Without hesitation, I puffed out my chest and declared, it makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Bing Bing nodded. Good. Let's go. She walked ahead, leaving her casual silhouette behind me. Meanwhile, she was smiling to herself. You little kid, you're still too naive to play mind games with me. When I got home, I replayed the conversation by the river, my head still a mess. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. The next morning, I couldn't take it anymore and called Zhaok for advice. Tao Nan, you came to the right person, Zhaok said confidently. Ever since I successfully confessed to Ding Ding, I've become a love expert. After hearing my story, Zhaok was shocked. What? You already kissed, and you're still calling it friendship? Only a child would believe that. He continued, who told you all this? Bing Bing, I replied. Zhaok's tone immediately changed. If the class president said it, then it must be right. Forget everything I just said. I realized Zhaok was unreliable and decided to give up on his advice. As I was about to hang up, Zhaok seemed to remember something. How Nan, did you really kiss the class president? I almost dropped my phone and quickly replied, no, I was just asking for a friend. It has nothing to do with me. Before hanging up, I warned him, don't tell anyone. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, Zhaok promised. Immediately after, in a milk tea shop, Ding Ding asked curiously, was that How Nan? What did he say? Zhaok took a sip of his milk tea. Nothing, just talking about friendship. Nothing special. Then he remembered. Oh right, I have some hot gossip. How Nan kissed the class president. 2 days later, Bing Bing and I hadn't contacted each other much. I didn't know what she was up to, and I still hadn't figured things out. Zhaok frequently called to brag about his sweet romance with Ding Ding and boasted about his swimming skills as if he were training for the Beijing Olympics. Finally he said, How Nan, I heard the new water park in Kutu town just opened. Ding Ding and I are planning to go. The class president is going too. You should come with us. The next day at the water park, although I was mentally prepared, my heart still skipped a beat when I saw Bing Bing in a swimsuit under the sun. Ding Ding pulled Zhaoki's ear. Who are you looking at? Ouch, it hurts. I was only looking at you, Jiao cried out. The two of them bantered, leaving space for Bing Bing and me. Bing Bing looked at me and raised an eyebrow. Do you know how to swim? Remembering the pool hall incident, I cautiously shook my head. No. I can't teach you this, Bing Bing said coolly. I know how. Let me teach you. Oh God, I can't believe she knows this move. Being taught how to swim by the campus beauty was an experience both painful and sweet. At first, Bing Bing was a very serious teacher. Take a deep breath, put your head under the water. But when I was underwater, I saw her long legs, and my heart felt like it was going to stop. I couldn't stand it and came up, coughing and sputtering. What's wrong with you? Bing Bing looked at me. Nothing, just swallowed some water, I said awkwardly. Bing Bing frowned. Don't be so tense. Don't lose focus. I forced a smile. Just don't touch my stomach. She ignored me and continued teaching. Bing Bing placed her hands on my waist, nearly causing me to get a cramp. She raised an eyebrow calmly. This is to correct your posture. But you just squeezed my butt, I said, frustrated. Bing Bing's face didn't redden, her heart didn't beat faster. Really? My hand must have slipped. Slipped? How can your hand slip 13 times in 1 minute? Luckily, Ding Ding came over and pulled Bing Bing away to play on another ride, and I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gap came back and winked at me. How's the progress? Sight. Learning to swim is terrifying. Jiao glared at me. Who's asking you about that? I'm asking about you and the class president. You still haven't confessed. It seems people in love are always eager to give advice to others. Jiao said, you like the class president, and she likes you too. Everyone can see it. Seriously, you should make a move now. You'll regret it if you miss the chance. I tried to remain serious. Don't talk nonsense. We're just regular classmates. Dab shot me a look. Regular classmates. You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. Are you really just regular classmates? Although I said that, when I saw Bing Bing playing with Ding Ding, my heart beat a little faster. We spent the whole afternoon at the water park and then found a street-side stall for dinner. The college entrance exam scores will be out soon. Then we have to register our choices, Jiao said to Bing Bing with admiration. Class president, you're definitely getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Ding Ding also nodded. Bing Bing's score could make her the top scorer. Tsinghua or Peking would be no problem. Bing Bing smiled. I haven't decided yet. The atmosphere turned a bit somber. Ding Ding laughed. We're thinking too far ahead. We'll still keep in touch even in college. Dao nodded. Right. Summer vacation has just started. Let's just have fun for now. He smiled too. Right. Let's enjoy the present and be happy. Bing Bing raised her glass. Cheers to happiness. Another afternoon, we spent the whole day at the newly built county library. In the evening, we parted ways at the library gate. Jiao and Ding Ding left first, while I walked Bing Bing home. Uncle Chu was sick again, so I had to escort her. When we were halfway there, a clap of thunder sounded, and it started to pour. We quickly found a bus stop for shelter, but still got drenched. It was still a long way to Bing Bing's house. I hesitated. My house is nearby. How about we go there to wait out the rain? Bing Bing, who was wiping her face, stopped and looked at me. Okay. It was much warmer inside. I breathed a sigh of relief, changed my slippers, and told her, come in, don't be a stranger. Bing Bing, also soaking wet, stepped inside. Sorry to intrude, she said coolly, looking around the house. I wasn't paying attention, busy looking for guest slippers. Let me find a pair of women's slippers for you. After rummaging for a while without finding any, Bing Bing's voice came from behind me. Try the bottom right cabinet. Surprised, I opened it and found the slippers. I turned to look at her suspiciously. I just guessed, she said calmly. Slippers are usually kept in a corner. Is that so? He said, half believing. I went to the bathroom, got a towel, and handed it to her. Dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold. Bing Bing nodded. Thanks. You should take a hot shower. Your dress is wet. I'll find some clothes for you, I said. Bing Bing was about to refuse, but I had already hurried into my room to find something. Go take a shower first. I'll find a new towel for you. Seeing my retreating back, Bing Bing smiled. This kid is actually quite cute. I rummaged through my closet for a new towel. Strange, I remember having a new one. Try the bottom left drawer, Bing Bing said. Surprised, I searched again and found the towel. I walked out, holding the towel and looking at Bing Bing as if I'd seen a ghost. She remained calm. Towels are usually kept there. I was just guessing. You're really good at guessing, I said awkwardly. Sitting on my bed, I watched Bing Bing walk in after her shower, wearing dry clothes. She naturally raised her arms and spun around. How is it? Does it fit? He swallowed. It fits. Bing Bing looked closer. Your clothes are too big. She pulled the shirt taut from behind, and her figure was instantly outlined. My mind went blank. What's wrong? Bing Bing looked at me. I tried to stay calm. No, nothing. Bing Bing stared. But your nose is bleeding. Startled, I scrambled for a tissue. Bing Bing handed one over. Here, wipe it. I took it and stuffed it up my nose. Thanks. Bing Bing smiled. What an adorable kid. Bing Bing didn't tease me further. She walked around my room, looking at my desk, my wardrobe, and my neatly made bed. Your room is very clean. Of course, I said proudly. I'm always tidy. In reality, I had tidied up in a hurry while she was showering. Bing Bing looked around calmly. You're not hiding anything you can't let others see, are you? Of course not, I said, flustered. I'm a respectable person. Bing Bing pulled a magazine from the bookshelf. The cover featured a busty blonde woman. What's this? Startled, I snatched it and threw it into the trash can. Doubt brought that over last time. It's nothing. Bing Bing pulled another one from under the desk. For the second time, I snatched it and threw it in the trash. He came over twice. Then, Bing Bing pulled out a third one. That one's my dad's, I exclaimed in a panic. When the trash can was full of magazines, I looked at Bing Bing, my heart in turmoil. A few days later, amidst everyone's anticipation, the 2007 college entrance exam results were announced. The ice-cold campus beauty, the goddess Bing Bing, scored 659, becoming the top scorer. Her Deskmate, scored 652, becoming the second highest scorer. The shocking news quickly spread throughout Yunnan High School. The top scorer and the second highest scorer of this year's exam both chose Donghai University as their first choice. Our head teacher, who was like a god to our class, beamed like a chrysanthemum when he received the class's score report. But when he saw that his top two students had both rejected Tsinghua and Peking University for Donghai University, his face instantly fell. He hurriedly called these two ancestors, trying to persuade them, but received the same answer. Bing Bing said, "What suits you is the best." My answer was simpler, what she said is right. While chatting with my campus, Hudi Deskmate Onk, I couldn't help but ask, did you choose Donghai University because of what I said the other day? Of course not, Bing Bing replied coolly. I also feel that Donghai University suits me. It's just a coincidence. Then she sent another message. I dreamed that I had already studied at Tsinghua. Hearing this, Jiaok slammed the table. What coincidence? You're not going to Tsinghua, and the class president isn't going either. It's obviously because of you. I thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Jiaok continued, Hao Nan, if you still say it's a coincidence, I'm going to punch you. Suddenly, Jiaok looked at me in surprise. Hao Nan, what did you just say? I nodded seriously. I said, you're right, it's not a coincidence. She chose Donghai University more or less because of me. Awesome, Jiaok was overjoyed. Hao Nan, you finally get it. So what are you waiting for? Make a move. But I shook my head. I can't. Why not? In the milk tea shop, Ding Ding was surprised. You rejected Tsinghua, and Bing Bing rejected Tsinghua too. You both chose Donghai University. Hao Nan, even a block of wood would understand by now. Bing Bing sipped her milk tea and smiled. He's not a block of wood. Of course he understands. Ding Ding was even more puzzled. Then why hasn't he confessed to you? Or why haven't you confessed to him? A girl's confession is just a thin veil away. Bing Bing shook her head. It's not appropriate. Did you forget about Ruoxu? Ding Ding remembered. You're right. I shook my head seriously. I just feel that this feeling came too suddenly. Jiaok was surprised. So what are you going to do? Wait, I said. Ding Ding was astonished. Wait for what? Ding Bing put down her milk tea and smiled. There's no need for confession. Just let things continue as they are, let him gradually get used to it, grow to like it, and eventually, he'll realize his feelings. In her heart, Bing Bing thought, Hao Nan, you can't escape from my grasp. I was also confident. No need for a confession. Let her realize her own feelings. By then, she'll know what to do. In my heart, I thought, you think I'm easy to bully. It's me, my friend. Jiaoqi and Ding Ding were puzzled. Ding Ding asked Bing Bing, how much do you like Hao Nan? Jiaoqi asked me, Hao Nan, how much do you like the class president? Both of us hesitated, stood up awkwardly, and said, that's not important. That evening, during our usual meeting, I said to my campus, Hudi Deskmate, since we'll be at the same university, I hope you'll help me out. Bing Bing smiled. Of course. We're deskmates. Ahead, a milk tea shop speaker advertised a lover's milk tea. Buy one get one free. Bing Bing looked at me. Buy one get one free. It's a good deal. We must save money, I said without hesitation. Bing Bing extended her hand like a princess. I took it like a knight. The two of us walked hand in hand to the milk tea shop, leaving Jiaoqi and Ding Ding standing there dumbfounded. They're being reasonable again, Jiaoqi wondered. But when will they actually become a couple? Ding Ding laughed. It doesn't matter. They're just pretending to be clueless. In reality, they're already like lovers. The summer in Yunnan County grew hotter, but in that heat, the bond between the four of us grew stronger. Zhaoqi and Ding Ding were a new couple, always stuck together. As for Bing Bing and me, although we were deskmates, our level of intimacy was no less, perhaps even more. Both of us were confident we could control the situation, but in reality, we were both gradually being drawn into our feelings. An invisible battle had begun. Each was confident they would be the final victor. One night, I wrote in my diary, "This is a war without smoke." Meanwhile, Bing Bing reviewed her conquest plan for me and smiled. The loser has to be the slave. This battle took place anytime, anywhere, in any situation. At the jewelry store, the staff enthusiastically introduced, "These are our new jewelry models, perfect for couples." Bing Bing looked at me. "Should we buy a pair of necklaces?" I nodded. "Okay." At the amusement park, the speakers announced a 50% discount on couple tickets. Bing Bing looked at me. "It's a good deal." "We must save money," I said without hesitation. The two of us went to buy tickets hand in hand. At the milk tea shop, Bing Bing looked at my drink. "What flavor are you having?" I looked at my cup. "Red bean and taro." "Can I try it?" Bing Bing asked. "We're deskmates. Why be so formal?" I handed her my drink. Bing Bing took a sip and then offered me hers. "Try mine." I took a sip, not minding using her straw. "Thanks." "Is it good?" Bing Bing asked. "Delicious," I replied. Zhao and Ding Ding watched, amazed. "Who's the real couple here?" My mother, Zhao Shujin, decided to quit her job at the state-owned factory and start her own business. At my suggestion, she opened a pastry shop. It took nearly half a month to hire staff, and the shop was decorated exquisitely according to the design ideas I provided. The sign was made to fit the simple style of a small town. After the Hao Zai Lei bakery was completed, it unexpectedly welcomed its first customer. A beautiful, slender figure pushed open the door. She ignored my stunned look and smiled, offering a sweet greeting. Zhao Shojin turned her head, her face beaming with joy, and quickly went to greet her. "Oh, Bing Bing, why are you here?" The girl naturally linked arms with my mother. "Auntie, you opened a new shop. Of course, I have to come and help out." Just one sentence made my mother grin from ear to ear. Then, Bing Bing tilted her head slightly and looked at me, who was standing there dumbfounded. She raised an eyebrow as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "What's wrong? Is something not right?" Seeing the bewildered look on my face, Bing Bing felt a little smug inside. "You little brat, did you think you could secretly hide this from me?" The corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Now that her adoptive aunt was busy with the new shop, as the adoptive daughter, she naturally had to step up, offer suggestions, and run errands. This would surely make her adoptive aunt, who already doted on her, love her to the bone. By then, the title adoptive aunt would become mother-in-law, and adoptive daughter would be promoted to official daughter-in-law. She began to plan and dream about their future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, a beautiful picture of harmony. And how Nan's only job would be to stand by, serving them tea and water. In her heart, the little version of Bing Bing was blooming with joy until Zhao Shujin, filled with curious concern, called her name twice. "Ding Bing. Ding Bing. You silly girl, why are you laughing to yourself?" The girl snapped back to reality, her spirits instantly lifted. "It's nothing, Auntie. How are the preparations for the shop coming along? Let me take a look and give you some suggestions." Full of confidence, Bing Bing began to help her adoptive aunt inspect the bakery. However, as she started to look around the newly decorated shop, she discovered something that astonished her. "Why is this bakery decorated so beautifully?" The young woman was so surprised she couldn't help but gasp. She turned to Zhao Shujin, her voice filled with disbelief. "Did you do all this, Auntie?" Zhao Shujin chuckled and waved her hand. "How could I have such ability? It was all Hao Nan's idea. I don't know where that kid gets so many brilliant ideas." Hearing this, Bing Bing was stunned and turned to look at her deskmate with even greater amazement. The tiny, adorable image in her heart now had its mouth wide open in an O shape. "My little deskmate has this kind of talent." I nodded confidently and said calmly, "It was just a casual arrangement." My tone was light as if it were nothing important, but inside, the little version of me was incredibly proud, standing with its hands on its hips. It was rare to be able to stun the most beautiful girl in school even once. It truly made a guy proud. I was feeling incredibly satisfied but didn't forget to remind my mother. "Mom, don't forget what I told you. There's a technique to displaying the bread, cakes, and cookies. In the prime spots, fill them with high-profit signature products to create a strong visual impact with large quantities. On the lower shelves, place the cheap and tasty treats that children like. Kids are short, they'll see the lower shelves first. Before the grand opening, we'll do some marketing campaigns. Print some promotional flyers and discount coupons to distribute to customers. When they refer a new customer, they can get additional coupons for even bigger discounts." Standing beside us, Bing Bing was a bit dumbfounded. In her previous life, she had been the cold CEO of a listed corporation, but right now, her mind could barely process this. Isn't this the model of Penduajuo? Who is the reincarnated one here? This made her feel confused and suspicious. Her eyes rested on me, and she couldn't help but ask, how did you come up with all this? I looked straight at her, my face not red, my heart not racing, and said, I dreamed it. The girl could only stare with a big question mark over her head. However, seeing me enthusiastically directing everything, her competitive spirit was ignited. She had originally come to the bakery full of confidence, planning to showcase her talents in front of Andy Zhao. But before she could perform, I had stolen all the spotlight. This feeling left her a bit annoyed. Bing Bing looked at me and raised an eyebrow. You understand all this. So, do you know how to bake bread too? I was caught off guard, and thought to myself, oh my, I didn't expect someone to willingly set me up to show off. A moment later, in the baking area behind the shop, when she saw me working skillfully like a professional pastry chef, completing everything quickly, the girl standing beside me was once again astonished. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling a mix of novelty and disbelief. Tao Nan really knows how to bake. But the more Bing Bing watched, the more curious and eager she became. Let me try, the beautiful girl suddenly suggested. I looked at Bing Bing in surprise, then happily handed her a few balls of kneaded and proofed dough. Then you can help me cut these into small pieces. Bing Bing took the dough balls, watching me handle the baking tools and flour with ease. She was slightly dazed and accidentally didn't pay attention to the sharp knife in her hand. Suddenly, I heard the girl cry out in pain. I immediately turned to see my beautiful Deskmate frowning, a cut on her finger with blood welling up. Did you cut your hand? Let me see. I quickly walked over and took her hand to check. Seeing the wound, I couldn't help but frown. I then quickly turned to a nearby first aid box, took out disinfectant and a bandage. Returning, I carefully disinfected the wound on her finger, wiped it clean with a tissue, and carefully applied the bandage. After finishing everything, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, my furrowed brows relaxing. There, be careful not to get it wet for the next few days. It will heal in a few days, I instructed. Suddenly, I realized my deskmate had been quiet for a while. I looked up questioningly, and found her staring at me. I was startled to realize that the distance between me and my beautiful deskmate was so close that I could hear her breathing, and I was still holding her hand tightly. From an outsider's perspective, the atmosphere between us was incredibly intimate and ambiguous. I quickly let go of her hand, trying to act calm as if nothing had happened. Caring for a deskmate is perfectly reasonable, right? Bing Bing couldn't help but blush faintly. She also tried to hide it, feigning a cool and calm demeanor. Okay. Don't move, just watch me work. Bing Bing hummed softly in agreement. As I kneaded and arranged different colored duffs, a colorful, unbaked cookie was finally created. Bing Bing curiously came closer to look. Recognizing the shape of the cookie, she looked surprised. Is this SpongeBob? You recognized it, I smiled. I then used a cookie cutter to cut a thin slice from the duff mold, and the image of SpongeBob instantly appeared more vividly. To be precise, this is cartoon-shaped bread, I explained. Just relying on the store's decoration and layout can only attract a few curious people at the grand opening. To have enough customers, and even build a loyal customer base, we still need unique selling points and signature products. Bing Bing looked at the SpongeBob cookie, seeming a bit moved. Will this work? Yeah, it should, I smiled. My plan is, in the 2 days before the opening, to have the newly hired bakers mass produce these cartoon cookies. All of them will be labeled with the How Zai Lei Bakery brand. Then, we'll try to distribute them widely to grocery stores, convenience stores, and major supermarkets in the county. If we do the promotion well, we'll create a big buzz on opening day. But there's a problem. Bing Bing looked at me. Do you have a way to get the convenience stores and major supermarkets to accept your cartoon cookies for sale? Actually, it's simple, I smiled. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Bing Bing understood immediately, looking at me with surprise and admiration. That's feasible, she nodded. Suddenly, she looked a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. But if you want to increase the success rate, I'll still need your help with something. Bing Bing looked at me curiously. She then saw me carefully look left and right, as if making sure no one was eavesdropping, before secretly leaning in and whispering a few sentences in her ear. Bing Bing's expression suddenly turned serious. She slowly lifted her head, looked at me, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You want me to wear a black maid outfit? Yaoki, who was sitting on a small sofa in the shop, heard this and his eyes widened like musk coils. Oh Nan, say that again. I don't think I understood. I smiled and patiently explained it again to my best friend. Jaok finally understood, looking at me with amazement. Whoa, you can play it like that. Oh Nan, you're truly a genius. But after a round of praise, Jaok suddenly became puzzled. But what does this have to do with asking the class president to wear black stockings? Before I could speak, a gentle and pleasant female voice chimed in. It's very simple. He needs to deceive people, so he needs someone to act with him. The voice came from behind the curtain, which was pulled aside. Accompanied by her best friend Ding Ding, Bing Bing walked out. She was completely different from her usual pure and elegant style. At this moment, the girl seemed to have completely transformed. If before she was a beautiful and noble schoolgirl, now standing before me and Zhao was a cold and stunningly beautiful office lady who took one's breath away. Even I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment upon seeing my deskmate. Zhao stared blankly. Whoa, is that the class president? Hey, girl next to her, could you move aside a bit? You're blocking my view of the goddess. Ow, oh, oh, ow. He was then angrily pinched by the ear by Ding Ding and dragged aside for a lecture. However, after the commotion, I managed to regain some composure. I turned to explain to Zhao and Ding Ding. Whether negotiating with a shopping mall or a convenience store, we need an identity that people will trust. Otherwise, even if they listen to what I say, they might not accept it. Zhao looked at me with a puzzled expression. So what's your identity? Ding Ding also looked curious. I smiled, stood up, adjusted my clothes, and said with a confident and calm expression, the person in charge of the lower-end market channels for a high-end food brand chain from Hangzhou. Ding Ding and Zhao were both stunned. By now, I had calmly walked over to my beautiful deskmate, took out a pair of black framed glasses from my pocket, and handed them to her. And this is my secretary. The girl happily took the glasses and put them on. With the help of the black framed glasses, the cold and beautiful office lady became even more alluring. Zhao looked at me, then at Bing Bing, his mouth agape. Oh my god, you guys are taking cosplay to this level. Ding Ding couldn't help but go to her best friend and whisper, Bing Bing, why did you agree to help? With a calm expression, Bing Bing said, it's perfectly reasonable for friends to help each other. Moreover, the corners of her mouth curved slightly into a smile. And it's also very interesting, isn't it? When I also changed into a formal suit and led my beautiful secretary into every small convenience store in town, politely chatting with the shop owners, we easily conquered the first destination. Next was the second destination, the largest chain supermarket on the mainland. The same tactic was applied again. Just when it seemed like the negotiation was about to succeed, a problem occurred. The middle-aged, balding manager, who had seemed friendly and smiling, suddenly looked up at me, his eyes narrowed, with a smile that wasn't a smile. Young man, you said a lot, but your identity is fake, isn't it? This sudden sentence made the atmosphere in the manager's office turn cold. My eyes also narrowed slightly, but my expression remained calm. The small version of me inside was even calmly sipping tea. Sure enough, a cold and pleasant female voice suddenly spoke up. Manager Pang has sharp eyes. Bing Bing, who had been standing silently by my side playing the role of a secretary, now stepped forward with a graceful and light gait. I took the opportunity to stand up and step aside. Then, the girl gently took off her black framed glasses. The alluring charm from before vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp aura and a noble, commanding presence. She sat down leisurely, crossing her legs gracefully. In that moment, Bing Bing seemed to have completely transformed, reverting to her previous life as the cold CEO of a listed corporation. She looked up at Manager Pang, the corners of her mouth curving into a faint but sharp smile. I am the one in charge. The young man beside me is my younger brother. I watched my deskmate smile lightly, her mannerisms elegant and graceful, chatting happily with the balding middle-aged manager opposite her, even taking control of the conversation. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This aura of my deskmate is truly innate. For a moment, I almost thought she had been reincarnated too. When the two of them left, an employee next to the manager asked doubtfully, Manager Pang, you agreed to their terms. Could it be a scam? Manager Pang chuckled softly. Scam or not, I can tell at a glance. That Miss Lu's aura is not something that can be fake. I was sitting opposite her, and my heart was pounding. She's not the kind of person you meet every day. She's the type of major figure who is used to presiding over meetings with hundreds of people. That kind of aura isn't easy to acquire. Damn, you two were really acting. In the bakery, Zhao stared at me and Bing Bing with his mouth agape, looking at us as if we were gods. Oh man, you and the class president are truly a power couple, deceiving the whole world. Beside him, Ding Ding gave her boyfriend a loving glare. What do you mean, a power couple of deception? They should be called the Condor Heroes. The last sentence she said with a meaningful smile, looking at the two of us. Bing Bing maintained a calm expression. It was all Hao Nan's idea. I just cooperated. Beside her, I was also full of righteousness. Not at all. It was all thanks to my deskmate's excellent cooperation. The credit is split 50-50. Zhao nodded, pretending to understand. I think the class president deserves more credit. Just this outfit alone, black tights, a short skirt, high heels, who wouldn't be stunned by that? As a result, he was immediately grabbed by the ear by his girlfriend. Alright, all you know is to stare at Bing Bing's legs, huh? And so, Zhao was dragged away by his girlfriend, wailing in pain. In the bakery, only Bing Bing and I were left. I looked at my deskmate and said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work today." Bingbing gently brushed her hair back, her expression still calm as if nothing had happened, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. "So how are you going to thank me?" "Oh my, big sister, that line sounds so familiar." I scratched my head, resigned. "How do you want me to thank you?" Bingbing tilted her head, seemingly in thought, then said casually, "I haven't thought of it yet. So you owe me one more condition." At this rate, I already owed her 3 things. The first 2 promises hadn't even been fulfilled, and now the debt was piling up. Who knew if this debt would accumulate so much that I'd be asked to sell my body to repay it? I muttered to myself. Unintentionally, I saw my deskmate frowning, seemingly uncomfortable from wearing high heels for too long. The girl held onto the wall with one hand, one leg slightly bent as she leaned down to take off her black high heels. Her heel, wrapped in a soft, round black sock, lifted slightly. 2 long, slender, pale fingers deftly hooked into the heel of the shoe to pull it off. Just a glimpse of this scene made my heart race to nearly 180 beats per minute. This wasn't something you could see without a premium membership. When my deskmate changed into this professional attire, did the cold, mature allure of stockings and high heels have such a devastating impact? A seemingly ordinary action had almost made my heart stop. I quickly averted my gaze, then secretly glanced back to confirm my deskmate hadn't noticed, letting out a sigh of relief. If my peeking had been discovered, I strongly suspected my deskmate would have coldly extended her foot and said something. Just the thought of that possibility sent a shiver down my spine. It was too terrifying. What kind of decent person would use that to test their deskmate? 2 days later, the Hao Zai Lei bakery officially opened. The marketing and advertising preparations over the past few days had paid off immensely, causing the goods to sell out completely. Faced with the bustling scene at the bakery, a thought that astonished even herself popped into the girl's mind. The title of Reincarnator seemed more fitting for her deskmate. Beside her, I noticed my deskmate's gaze fixed on me, and assumed that my tactics and talent had successfully brought her a bit of an extraordinary surprise. So, I rarely held my head high with pride and asked, "What do you think? Are you thinking your deskmate has some talent after all?" I was smugly waiting for my deskmate to praise me, but she just tilted her head slightly, her tone as calm as if nothing had happened. "No. I was just wondering if someone was peeking when I took off my high heels the other day." The shock made me so unsteady that I slipped and fell down the shop steps. As I stubbornly and vehemently denied peeking, the girl beside me just looked at me with a calm expression and said nonchalantly, "It's fine if you look. Consider it a deskmate's privilege. Next time you want to look, just say so directly." At that moment, she paused, as if unintentionally lifting her foot slightly, then tilted her head towards me, her eyes seeming to ask, "Want to see it now?" That evening, Bingbing lay on the sofa, leaning against a pillow, recalling our conversation at the bakery. Especially when she remembered the ghost-like, stunned expression on my face, the corners of her mouth curled into an irrepressible smile. Thinking about the words she had used to deliberately tease me, Bingbing suddenly felt a spark of interest. Her gaze fell upon her own legs, they were indeed breathtakingly long. She rarely took the initiative to study her own body parts like this. A little curious, she wondered, do all boys like this? The girl pouted slightly. What a strange preference. They're just legs, yet he couldn't resist sneaking a peek. If he likes looking so much, next time I'll just prop them on Hao Man's face and let him look his fill. In the bakery's prep area, Jiaoqi glanced at the refrigerator and suddenly remembered something, instantly perking up. He hurried over to me and whispered, "Hao Man, have you noticed? Ever since the cosplay thing, the class president seems to be changing her style often. And it's always her socks. Neat eyes today, pleated socks tomorrow, then black socks, then white socks. It's so weird. Do you think she's targeting you?" I nearly choked on my water, then struggled to maintain a calm, unchanged expression. "I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a coincidence." Although I said it calmly, my eyes unconsciously darted towards my deskmate. My pupils dilated sharply. That demoness. On the other side, Bingbing was also chatting with Ding Ding. Ding Ding had also noticed her friend's frequent changes in dress style recently and couldn't help but ask curiously. To this, Bingbing's answer was very calm, as if nothing was amiss. "It's nothing, just a variable control experiment." Ding Ding's mind was blown. What experiment? Testing the level of attraction and destructive power of different types of socks on my deskmate. The girl's calm expression didn't change, but in her mind, her miniature self had transformed into a researcher in a white lab coat, eyes gleaming as she examined the various socks in her hands. At the beginning of August, Bingbing and I left Yunnan for Donghai University. The freshman matriculation day was approaching. A few days before leaving, the 4 of us discussed plans again. Jiaoqi suggested we go camping overnight at Yushan Mountain. When we met at the designated spot, Jiaoqi and I, the 2 guys, were in charge of carrying the camping gear and tent. The 2 girls also brought many bags, big and small, which left us bewildered. We had already brought the necessities, so what else could they have packed? Ding Ding counted on her fingers, stating confidently, girls need to prepare a lot of things. My face darkened as I turned to my deskmate. He too. Ding Ding remained as calm as ever. I brought one more thing than Ding Ding. Curious, they asked, what is it? The girl looked at me, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly as she uttered one word, socks. I froze for a moment, then calmly said, oh, and turned away as if nothing had happened. In a corner where others couldn't see, my pupils dilated sharply again. Demoness, what kind of decent person brings socks on a camping trip? In my mind, my miniature self was furiously slamming the table, roaring like a dragon. The brilliant sun of July filled the air. Two couples sat together on the ground, talking and laughing, enjoying a rare moment in the wilderness. I took a sweet potato and casually handed it to my deskmate to try. Bing Bing happily accepted it. Her long, slender fingers carefully peeled off the blackened outer skin. She opened her mouth and took a bite. The sweet, soft taste melted in her mouth. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, showing a look of enjoyment. Not bad. But because the sweet potato skin wasn't wrapped in foil when it was baked, it got burnt, and she inadvertently got a black smudge on the corner of her mouth. I reminded her, the corner of your mouth is dirty. Bing Bing raised an eyebrow, seemingly unaware. I pointed, but my deskmate still didn't seem to get it, wiping the wrong spot with her own hand. Finally, I had to take matters into my own hands. I took a wet wipe, reached over, and carefully wiped the black smudge from the corner of her mouth. There, it's clean now. Bing Bing seemed to snap out of it then, nodding at me. Her tone was calm as she said, thanks. But the corner of her mouth unintentionally curved up. In her mind, her miniature self was grinning like a little fox. 100 smart tips to enhance interaction with your deskmate. Tip 3, effortlessly captured. Oh man, come with me to the summit again. When she spoke, the girl's face was calm, showing no change in emotion. I nodded. Okay. I took my deskmate's hand and carefully climbed up. During the whole process, neither of us said much. For some reason, I vaguely felt that the girl's mood was a bit strangely sad. When we reached the summit, her clear, gentle voice rang out. When I was little, my mom also brought me to climb Yushin Mountain. I subconsciously looked up. My deskmate's back was to me, her head raised to the night sky, seemingly lost in thought. Her narrative voice was calm, tinged with reminiscence. The mountaintop is quiet, all is silent, only the girl's calm, gentle voice reminiscing. Looking up at the starry sky, she said, my mom lied to me. I've come to these stars so many times, but I've never found her. Her calm voice trembled slightly at the end, causing the listener's heart to itch. Oh man, you owe me 3 conditions, right? Yeah. Now, I want to use the first one. As she spoke, Bing Bing turned to face me, her eyes slightly red. Bug me. On the overnight train in the early morning, my beautiful deskmate not only dangled a pair of black socks in front of my eyes but also smiled and asked, we're deskmates with a deep bond. Having a fight is reasonable, right? In my past life, she had guided me, using all her strength to get ahead of the truck, then smiled and pushed me away, only to collapse in a pool of blood. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the 12th grade, a time when I had a secret crush on my beautiful deskmate for 3 years without daring to say a word. Unexpectedly, she was now shamelessly getting close to me every day. Because it wasn't just me who was reborn, my beautiful deskmate was too. In the previous life, after my funeral, she knelt before my parents, vowing to care for them in my place to repay the life-saving debt. But by chance, in my room, she saw a graduation photo and a yellow diary. Her tears fell uncontrollably. It turned out the one who saved her was her foolish 12th grade deskmate, who had a secret crush on her for so long. What a coward. If I could do it all over again, let me be the one to pursue him. After saying goodbye to our families, Bing Bing and I carried our luggage onto the train to Donghai. Since we booked sleeper berths, besides us, there were 2 other passengers, another couple. We introduced ourselves and learned the man's name was Zhuangji, and the woman's was Lin Yu. Both were already working. After greeting each other, we went back to our own berths. When they heard that Bing Bing and I both got into Donghai University and were traveling together for matriculation, Zhuangji showed his admiration. Donghai University. Huh. No less than Tsinghua or Peking University. That's really impressive. Lin Yu, however, looked at Bing Bing and me with great interest, and a hint of gossipy curiosity. So, what's the relationship between you two? Before I could open my mouth, Bing Bing, sitting next to me, smiled and replied, high school classmates, and also deskmates. Zhuangji looked surprised. What a coincidence. Xiao Yu and I were also high school classmates and sat together for 3 years. This statement surprised me as well. It was indeed a coincidence. Bing Bing looked at Zhuangji. So now, you two are. This. Zhuangji laughed. Now of course, we're a couple. We only started dating, and made it official after we both got into the same university. Beside him, Lin Yu couldn't help but pout at her boyfriend. You still have the nerve to say that. In high school, I don't know how many times I took the initiative with you, dropping all sorts of hints, short of just saying it out loud. But you were like a block of wood. I don't know if you were genuinely clueless or just pretending. In short, you didn't get it at all. Hearing this, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. My beautiful deskmate beside me seemed to glance at me, let out a soft laugh, and then looked back at the couple opposite us, feigning curiosity. Really? Can you give an example? That question immediately ignited Lin Yu's gossiping enthusiasm. Of course, there were so many. I'd ask him out to eat off campus, hold his hand, and even create accidental encounters on the street to go for a walk together. Could it be any more obvious? But this guy just thought that because we were deskmates, doing those things was perfectly normal. Bing Bing, how Nan, you tell me, isn't Mr. Zhuangyi a blockhead? Bing Bing suppressed a laugh, and pretended to be calm. He does seem quite clueless. How Nan, what do you think? She asked me. I immediately broke into a cold sweat. Zhuangyi laughed bitterly and waved his hand. Don't laugh at me. Actually, it wasn't that I didn't understand back then. It was just that I felt Xiao Yu was the class beauty, and the fact that she liked an ordinary guy like me was a bit too surprising. I lacked confidence and wasn't sure if she really liked me, so I hesitated. But once we got to university, we were still at the same school. After being together for a short while, I took the initiative and confessed. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. That's right. So even though we were just deskmates before, it developed gradually, and we eventually became a couple. After saying that, she gave Bing Bing and me a meaningful look and a wink. You never know what the future holds. At dinner time, Bing Bing and I got up to go to the dining car. The moment I stepped out of our compartment, I let out a huge sigh of relief. That conversation had me sweating bullets. It was like looking in a mirror. How could it be such a coincidence? Beside me, Bing Bing glanced at me and said softly, not every pair of deskmates is like Mr. Zhuang and Miss Lin. You don't have to be scared. Scared? I'm not happy about that. Who's scared? I'm not scared. I looked at Bing Bing in front of me and suddenly smiled. If we were really like them, that wouldn't be so bad. Hearing that, Bing Bing seemed a little startled. I pressed my advantage, taking a step forward and cornering my beautiful deskmate against the corridor wall. I mean, it's not a bad thing for a deskmate relationship to develop further. After all, it's not like I'm losing out, right? Having said that, I smoothly executed a K-dum, placing my hand on the wall next to her. The girl's face seemed taken aback by my sudden action, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Oh Nan, what's wrong? Scared. So the beautiful deskmate gets nervous too, huh? Seeing the expression on her face, in my mind, my miniature self propped its hands on its hips and laughed heartily 3 times. Welcome to the path of resistance. However, right after that, the girl, her face still flushed, softly parted her lips and said, You're blocking the food cart. I subconsciously turned my head and saw a middle-aged ante pushing a food cart, standing right in front of me, looking at me with displeasure. And my position was perfectly blocking the aisle. Sorry. I thought I was being cool, but in 3 seconds, I became a flustered mess, quickly getting out of the way and apologizing repeatedly. What an epic fail in front of the food cart. In the adjacent dining car, Bing Bing and I got 2 lunch boxes and found a table. Sitting with us was a mother and daughter. The little girl, Meng Meng, was about 5 or 6 years old and sat on her mother's lap. Meng Meng looked at me, then at Bing Bing, and asked in a childish voice, Mister, are you and this sister husband and why? I was amused and corrected her, No, we're classmates. Meng Meng looked at me doubtfully. The sister is so pretty, why don't you marry her? Are you a blockhead? I raised an eyebrow, and looked up at Meng Meng's mother. In 13 years, Meng Meng will be taking her college entrance exams, right? Remember to buy her a few test prep books when you get back. Don't let your child lose at the starting line. In the dark of night, the train rolled forward. Bing Bing was on the bunk above me. As she took off her shoes and climbed the ladder to her bed, a pair of legs and short black socks dangled before my eyes. I shut my eyes, held my nose, and tried my best not to look. Lying down and closing my eyes, drowsiness gradually came over me. I don't know how long I slept, but in the darkness, I seemed to hear some strange sounds that woke me from my slumber. I groggily opened my eyes, and before I could figure out where the sound was coming from, the phone by my pillow suddenly vibrated. I pulled the phone under the blanket to hide the light and opened the screen. It was a message from my beautiful deskmate on the top bunk. Can you hear that? I was instantly wide awake. I pricked up my ears and listened carefully. When I confirmed the source of the sound was the upper bunk on the left side of the car and realized exactly what it was, I was as sober as a judge. All sleepiness vanished. Damn. Bing Bing felt the blood rush to her face. For a moment, she was at a loss, her heart pounding. She didn't dare to breathe too loudly or even make the slightest movement, afraid the couple next to them would realize she was awake. But as the intermittent sounds grew clearer, she couldn't help but blush, her ears burning as if on fire. Even her limbs went soft. How could these two be so bold? She chided internally. Bing Bing carefully pulled the blanket over her head, took out her phone, and tentatively sent me a message. Heard it. A reply with 3 exclamation marks came back. The 3 exclamation marks almost made Bing Bing burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth. Lying under the covers, she tilted her head in thought, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and sent another message. What are they doing? Any ideas? Seeing the question from my beautiful deskmate on the phone screen, I broke into a cold sweat, playing innocent. So I carefully typed back, not sure, but from the sounds of it, it seems like they're fighting. This serious but ridiculous statement almost made Bing Bing laugh out loud again. She tried to stifle her laughter and replied with feigned worry, then should we go break it up? Under my blanket, I looked at the message, then glanced towards the adjacent top bunk, my mouth twitching. If I went to break that up, wouldn't I be beaten to death by that couple? Immediately, I was filled with righteous indignation and typed back, let's not. Their relationship is so good, fighting might just be their way of showing affection. The girl typed back, good relationships involve fighting. Of course. On her bunk, Bing Bing looked at the righteous reply on her phone screen, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, her eyes sparkling like silk as she typed and sent another message. Our relationship is very good too. So, will we fight in the future? When I saw this message, I almost dropped my phone. Damn, why is she being so provocative? My heart pounded. But I suddenly came to my senses. No, my beautiful deskmate was clearly teasing me again. How could I tolerate that? Instantly, a smug smile spread across my face. My mind raced, and I quickly composed a message. If you want to fight, we can fight. But let me tell you, I have a lot of combat experience, and my fighting power is extremely strong. If we really fight, I'm afraid someone will be beaten so badly they'll throw away their armor and surrender. Message sent. In my mind, my miniature self, now clad in armor, stood heroically on horseback. Come on, let's duel. The reply came back, that confident. Without thinking, I replied confidently, that's right, I'm that confident. Then let's try. Try me. After that, there was no more movement from the upper bunk. The miniature self in my mind sat on horseback, hands on its hips, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, easily defeated the little flower. Just then, I heard a slight rustling sound from the top bunk. I turned my head in confusion. In the dim darkness, I saw a long, thin, thread-like black object slowly descending from the gap by the wall. Under the control of the girl's slender fingers on the bunk above, the thread even swayed slightly, as if seductively luring one closer. It was a black stocking. The phone in my hand immediately fell onto the bed from shock. The miniature self in my mind suffered a massive nosebleed and was blown off its horse. Damn, how could someone just activate their ultimate skill like that? At the same time, on her bunk, Bing Bing leisurely retrieved her weapon and put her phone down. She curled up comfortably in her blanket, imagining the expression I must be wearing right now, as if I had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but smile again. Rich experience and extremely strong fighting power, my foot. The next morning, when Bing Bing and I woke up, we found that no one else was in the train car. They had even left a note for us with their contact information. Looking at the note, Bing Bing smiled gently. Mr. Zhuang and Ms. Lin are really nice people, huh? I glanced at the upper bunk on the left, the corner of my mouth twitching. They left early in the morning. They were quite active last night. As we were about to leave the car, we suddenly heard a chaotic noise from the dining car ahead, accompanied by passengers' shouts. Bing Bing and I were startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far ahead, a security officer was trying to chase a young man with a scar on his face and triangular eyes. Stop, catch him. Just then, a small figure appeared in front of the fleeing man. It was the little girl, Meng, whom Bing Bing and I had met in the dining car last night. In that instant, my pupils contracted violently. The criminal turned towards the pursuing security officers and shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I won't be polite with this little girl." Meng, now held hostage by the criminal, finally burst into tears. Mommy, seeing her daughter taken hostage, the young mother let out a terrified scream. Meng, the security officers had caught up, but seeing the situation in the corridor, they were forced to stop, not daring to advance. The situation in the train car seemed to freeze, the air so tense it was suffocating, putting everyone's nerves on edge. But at that moment, whether by coincidence or due to his own vigilance, the criminal, Zhang Jie, suddenly turned his head, and immediately caught the movement of two security officers advancing. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. It's over. Zhang Jie's face suddenly turned ferocious. Trying to trick me? I'll show you. With that, he grabbed Meng's collar tightly and raised the steak knife in his hand. The little girl's cries instantly became shrill. Mommy, in that critical moment, a figure shot out from the side of the car, throwing himself at Zhang Jie with all his might. Just like in my previous life at the intersection in the pouring rain, He unhesitatingly rushed forward to push my beautiful deskmate out of the way. At this moment, it was almost instinctual. In a flash, my body slammed into the criminal. The powerful impact caught Jung Ji off guard, sending him stumbling back and loosening his grip on Meng Meng. Without a moment's hesitation, I quickly pulled the little girl towards me and then pushed her with all my strength towards the security officers in front. Meng Meng stumbled forward. The security officers, overjoyed, quickly rushed to catch her in their arms. But the danger wasn't over. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, I immediately turned back. Sure enough, Jiang Ji, whom I had just knocked over, was now getting up with a face twisted in anger, raising the steak knife and charging at me. The horrified screams of the passengers and security officers rang out. Watch out! My pupils shrank to their smallest point, cold and sharp. In a life or death situation, there was no time to think, only to fight for my life. But just as I braced myself to go all out, as the knife-wielding criminal rushed towards me, another slender figure suddenly darted out from the side of the car. With all her might, she crashed into the criminal's chest. Her pale, delicate hands tightly gripped his arm, while her right leg swiftly swept out behind him, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. At the same time, she suddenly lowered her shoulder, using his forward momentum and her own strength to execute a perfect shoulder throw, flinging the criminal forward and slamming him hard onto the floor of the train car corridor. Thud, a heavy impact sound echoed. Jiang Ji, thrown to the ground, was immediately dazed and completely knocked out. Only then did I finally let out a sigh of relief and collapse onto the floor. I looked up at my beautiful deskmate who had suddenly appeared, full of shock and disbelief, and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Bing Bing, her face still showing signs of shock, tried to regain her composure, her hands and feet still trembling slightly. She forced herself to calm down and nodded nonchalantly. At the police station, the officers praised us endlessly. They even took down our names and school information, saying they would come to Donghai University later to award us with a medal for bravery. Hearing the words bravery award, I froze for a moment, unable to help but think about saving my beautiful deskmate's life in the previous life. Perhaps my other self in that world had also received a similar reward. Thinking of this, I subconsciously turned to look at my deskmate beside me. Just then, she also turned to look at me, as if our souls were in sync. However, I was puzzled to find that in my deskmate's eyes, there seemed to be a complex, indescribable emotion. What does that mean? In my mind, a question mark appeared above my miniature self's head. Could it be that my heroic act of saving someone just now made the beautiful girl's heart flutter again? Just as I was about to indulge in some self-praise, I remembered my deskmate's shoulder throw at the end. The miniature self in my mind, which hadn't even had time to be smug, immediately deflated. Never mind, it seems the beautiful girl's skills were a bit cooler. By the time we left the police station, it was already afternoon. Bing Bing and I went to a small hotel near the east gate of the school, intending to rent 2 rooms for the night. As it turned out, the hotel owner looked at us and said bluntly, "There's only 1 room left." I was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at my deskmate beside me. She remained calm, took out her ID, and placed it on the counter. After checking in, we left the hotel to buy school supplies and run some errands. By the time we were done, it was evening. I suggested a walk around the campus. Stepping onto the campus, I couldn't help but feel emotional. The new university life that freshmen eagerly awaited was about to begin here. The 2 of us walked with excitement. At some point, we had attracted the gazes and attention of many people on campus. All eyes were on us, gliding past me and then fixing on Bing Bing's face, unable to look away. Damn, that's a goddess-level beauty. On the tree-lined path of Donghai University's campus, both new and old students stared, dumbfounded, their hearts stirred with waves of astonishment. Forget class or department beauty, this is definitely school beauty level. A perfect 10, maybe even an 11. Beside me, Bing Bing narrowed her eyes slightly. Then, in front of all the undisguised stares from all around, she reached out her pale, delicate hand and quietly took mine. In that instant, the entire street fell silent. I was also stunned, looking down at the hand being held by my deskmate, a big question mark appearing above my head. What's happening? Does my deskmate not even need to give a heads up before holding hands now? At least give me a reason so I can rationalize it a bit. As if sensing my thoughts, the girl beside me raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression as calm as if nothing had happened. A lot of people are looking at me with strange eyes. I don't like it. Using you as a shield isn't too much to ask, is it? I was slightly taken aback, looking around and indeed noticing that many people on the path were staring at us. I immediately understood and readily agreed. I took the initiative to hold her soft hand back, even deliberately tightening my grip a little. Bing Bing was a bit surprised, looking at my back as I walked ahead, a smile twinkling in her eyes. Little Mew seems to want to declare his sovereignty. Huh. After a stroll around the campus, we returned to the small hotel near the east gate. It was a double room with 2 beds, pushed right next to each other. I don't know what the previous couple did here to be so affectionate that they had to sleep so close. I looked at it, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly. Bing Bing, beside me, said calmly and lightly, if you're worried, you can separate the beds. This provocation immediately had a 100 effect. My hackles rose instantly. What am I worried about? That's hilarious. I'm a guy, what's there to worry about? It's not like I'm the one losing out. The path of resistance was once again fiercely engaged. In short, there was only one principle, absolutely do not admit defeat to my Deskmate. Bing Bing acted nonchalant. Then I'm not worried either. A immediately made a heroic decision. Then we'll sleep like this. Bing Bing leisurely went into the bathroom to change. When she came out in her pajamas, I had to swallow hard, trying to stay calm and hypnotize myself. Bing Bing is ugly, Bing Bing is ugly. Aren't you going to undress? Bing Bing asked. I froze. Was this something you could do in front of your Deskmate? But the girl in front of me acted as if it was nothing, her eyes clear and calm. Undressing to sleep in a hotel isn't that normal. Besides, we're Deskmates. I won't pee. Unless you have ulterior motives. A single sentence delivered a critical hit. I gritted my teeth, unable to back down. Then you turn off the lights first. The girl stood by the switch and turned off the light. The room was instantly dark. I took the opportunity to quickly take off my pants, intending to get into bed. But right after, the light suddenly turned back on. My actions were caught red-handed, my lower body, wearing only boxers, was completely exposed. The air froze. He stared wide-eyed in horror at my Deskmate. The girl stood by the switch, her expression unchanged, and said calmly, sorry, my hand slipped. Then hurry up and slip it back. Finally the light went out again. I scrambled into bed and pulled the covers over my head, feeling utterly miserable and bitter. Bing Bing also leisurely got into bed, pulled the covers up, calm and composed. But in her mind, her miniature self was gleefully setting off fireworks in celebration. I saw it, so happy. The next day, freshman matriculation day, Bing Bing and I were in different departments, advertising and finance, so we had to register at different places. While I was still struggling to squeeze through the crowd to find my department's registration desk, Bing Bing had already finished and was about to take her luggage to the dormitory. I messaged her asking if she needed help, but the reply said it wasn't necessary, a kind upperclassman was already helping her. An upperclassman. Seeing that message, I couldn't help but feel a little sour. I typed a message and sent it, be careful. Those upperclassmen are not good people. Seeing the message I sent on her phone, Bing Bing couldn't help but smile slightly. This little Deskmate is getting jealous. Putting her phone away, her expression returned to its usual cool indifference. After standing in line for half a day, it was finally my turn. The people in charge of registration were upperclassmen from the Humanities Student Union. When I stepped up, a few of the senior girls looked up, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They glanced at each other, and then greeted me enthusiastically, their attitude clearly much friendlier than when they were dealing with other freshmen. After politely declining their offers of help, I carried my suitcase towards the dormitory. On the way, I was in a pretty good mood. The senior girls were all so friendly. Today was off to a good start. I casually took out my phone and messaged my beautiful Deskmate, I'm done with registration too. Just now, 2 senior girls offered to help me carry my luggage. In my mind, my miniature self was smugly propping its hands on its hips. See, beautiful Deskmate. I'm quite charming too. But right after that, a reply from my beautiful Deskmate arrived. Over here, I have 10 upperclassmen fighting to help me. One calm sentence instantly destroyed everything. My face darkened as I put my phone down. Bragging fail. I arrived at the door of my dorm room, 520. Inside, my 3 new roommates were already sitting at their desks, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. This finance department is really the place to be. I heard this year's beauties in the finance department are bombshells. After greeting them, I joined their conversation. This so-called fairy of the finance department, from what I heard in the freshman group chat, those who were lucky enough to see her from a distance all unanimously agree, breathtakingly beautiful, peerlessly cold, overwhelmingly gorgeous. She's definitely going to be the new campus beauty of Donghai University. And I heard that last night, this future ice queen of our school already made an appearance on campus. I stood by, rubbing my chin, listening. For some reason, I had a strange sense of familiarity. What's going on? But there was also a guy. My friend said he was incredibly ugly. No idea where he came from, but he was lucky enough to be walking with such a perfect ice queen goddess. And he shamelessly held her hand in public. The ice queen goddess tried to pull away but couldn't. There was something like that. Who was that guy? Isn't that public harassment? He should be arrested. I was also stunned. Isn't there something wrong with this rumor? I heard the guy looked pretty handsome. And it wasn't him who initiated the hand holding, it was the girl who took his hand first. Were you there, or was I there? This is from a reliable source. How could it be wrong? I was immediately speechless and could only remain silent. While everyone was chatting and gossiping, my phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw it was a message from my beautiful Deskmate. She said she had accidentally taken a bag of my clothes and asked for my specific dorm location to bring it over. I typed a reply and sent my dorm information. Just as I sent the message, I looked up and saw 3 large heads lined up neatly, leaning in close, their eyes burning with the fire of gossipy curiosity. "Who's bringing clothes?" they asked. I instinctively felt wary and pulled my chair back a couple of steps. "No one, just a high school classmate." My 3 roommates' eyes lit up. "A high school classmate who also got into our school. Guy or girl?" "Girl. She's in the international finance department, next door," I replied. Instantly, a barrage of questions followed from my roommates. "What's your specific relationship? Is she pretty? Are you dating?" I scratched my head. "Just normal classmates. We were deskmates for 3 years. She was the top student, I was second." This statement immediately deflated my 3 roommates' enthusiasm. One of them sighed regretfully, shaking his head. "I've met plenty of top female students. Generally, academic performance and looks are inversely proportional." After saying that, he patted my shoulder sympathetically. "Bro, your high school deskmate probably isn't very pretty. You must have had a tough 3 years." Not long after, my phone received another message. I glanced at it. My beautiful deskmate said she had arrived downstairs. I said goodbye to my roommates and got up to leave. I quickly went downstairs. Been waiting long. Bing Bing handed me the bag of clothes. "Just got here." She looked at me. "What were you doing just now?" I scratched my head. "Nothing, just chatting with my new roommates." "What about you?" Bing Bing said with a calm expression, "The usual. My 3 roommates are also in the same major. They're nice and pretty." "What about your roommates?" I thought for a moment. "My roommates are alright too." Seeing my strange expression, Bing Bing was a little curious. "What's wrong?" I shook my head. "Nothing, they're all good guys." But then I remembered the rumor my roommate had just told me, and I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Oh, right, did you know? The story of us walking around campus last night has spread. People are saying I took advantage of you, that I forced you to hold my hand. Rumors are so hateful." Bing Bing listened and raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression still calm and natural. "What's there to take advantage of between deskmates? We're open and honest. We don't need to be afraid of what others say." She paused for a moment, then looked at me and said matter-of-factly, "If you feel it's unfair, I can let you hold my hand again." After saying that, she calmly extended her small hand and gestured towards me. Looking at the fair hand my beautiful deskmate was offering so openly, and then looking around, I cautiously took a step back, shaking my head vigorously. "No thanks. If I hold your hand in public like this, I feel like I'm about to be put on the entire male student body's hit list." After getting the clothes, I was about to go upstairs when my beautiful deskmate called out to me again. "It's almost noon. Want to get lunch together?" I hesitated for a moment, puzzled. "Aren't you eating with your roommates?" The girl maintained her calm and natural expression. "It's fine. We're having a group dinner tonight. I'm free for lunch." Then she looked at me with her clear, quiet eyes. "In high school, we always ate together. Now that we're in university, you're not eating with me anymore. Did our deskmate friendship fade so quickly?" Being stared at by those clear, quiet eyes, I felt a little uncomfortable. For some reason, I felt like I was a heartless scoundrel. What is this feeling? After thinking for a moment, I still nodded. "Okay. Let me go up, put my clothes away, and tell my roommates." Meeting my beautiful deskmate downstairs, we chose to go to one of the 3 major cafeterias nearby, the Wisteria cafeteria. As we walked side by side into the main hall, the girl's beauty, so cool and sharp it was indescribable, immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of people in the cafeteria. We finally found a quiet corner. Bing Bing and I ordered 2 bowls of noodles, brought them to the table, and sat down to eat. Just then, my phone suddenly buzzed. I opened it, and saw it was a message from the Dorm 520 group chat I had just joined. The one talking was Asura. He specifically tagged me in the group, his tone excited and thrilled. "Oh man, dude, big news. The guys said they saw the Ice Queen goddess from the finance department again. She's at the Wisteria cafeteria." Looking at the boisterous messages in the dorm group chat, I collected myself and quickly typed a message. "You guys don't come. I'm at Wisteria right now. It's super crowded, you won't be able to get in." Putting my phone down, I saw my beautiful deskmate sitting opposite me, looking up at me with a calm, questioning gaze. "What's wrong?" The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. "Nothing. My roommates were just telling me to mind my own business." That night, at a barbecue buffet restaurant, my roommates brought up the earlier conversation. That time, we saw Lao San messaging his high school deskmate. The contact name was pretty strange too. That's right, I remember too. The 3 of them looked at me and started frowning, a thoughtful expression on their faces. I cleared my throat. It's just a coincidence. My deskmate is also in international finance. Her name is... At that moment, my eyes accidentally scanned a small advertisement pasted on the wall. The ad was for wholesale hardware materials and various construction materials, accompanied by pictures of steel bars and wires. An idea suddenly flashed through my mind, and my eyes lit up. Her name is Lu Taiju Lu Steel Pillar. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search. Learn more. Google logo and internal error has occurred. My roommate looked at me with a confused expression, seeming a bit awkward. Lao-san, is your female deskmate's name really Lu Tishu? I began explaining, my face not blushing and my heart not racing. In my hometown, there's a custom of giving sturdy names to make children easier to raise. Everyone burst out laughing, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. I laughed along, haha, yeah, what a coincidence, right? Haha. Meanwhile, the miniature version of me in my heart was frantically wiping away cold sweat. Time passed until the Kixi festival. The Donghai University campus had been beautifully decorated in advance, the air filled with pink bubbles that radiated the scent of love. When I saw my beautiful deskmate walking towards me from the tree-lined path at the east gate of the school in the sunset, even though I had prepared myself, my heart still couldn't help but pound. Calm down. This is a battle. Don't let the beautiful girl's aura overwhelm you, I reminded myself. I took a deep breath and calmly greeted her, you're here. My beautiful deskmate gently brushed her hair back, adjusted her mood, and asked calmly, what's the plan for today? Explain. I confidently thought I could predict her familiar words and was ready to play along. A deskmate's day, right? No problem. However, in the next second, after hearing my response, my beautiful deskmate tilted her head and looked at me as if I were an idiot. A deskmate's day? What are you talking about? Today is the Kixi festival. I was stunned. Wait, why is she suddenly not playing by the rules? Immediately after, a calm sentence from her nearly shattered my heart in an instant. You owe me a second condition. Be my boyfriend for a day to get through Kixi. I was completely dumbfounded. No way. Seeing my genuinely dumbstruck expression, the corner of Lu Wanx's mouth curved up slightly in a barely noticeable smirk before quickly returning to normal. She said calmly and naturally, I've never celebrated Kixi before. I want to try it today. Helping out as a deskmate is perfectly reasonable, right? At that moment, the miniature me in my heart was once again trampled by 1,000 wild horses. This is called helping out a little. You might as well just take my life. My mind was a mess as I tried to organize my thoughts and words. Wait a minute. Yesterday, you said the condition was just to spend Kixi with you. You didn't add the condition of being your boyfriend for a day. But my beautiful deskmate in front of me acted as if it was nothing. Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Besides, you already agree. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? After saying that, she paused, lifted her head, and her beautiful eyes looked at me meaningfully. Or, do you have some ulterior motives? That one sentence hit a nerve. I immediately jumped up. Who has ulterior motives? Not me. The girl let out a calm "oh" and spread her hands. I don't either. So we're good. Facing my beautiful deskmate, who was acting so calm and innocent, I took a deep breath. How could I let this girl get the upper hand? I can't back down. Boyfriend it is. It's only temporary anyway, I decided heroically. Pleased with my attitude, the girl in front of me nodded, then gently held out a small hand. Then, let's hold hands. She had never been so assertive. I was stunned by her straightforwardness for a moment. Seeing her small deskmate before her, the corner of Lu Wanx's mouth curled up slightly again before quickly returning to her usual calm expression. Deskmates can hold hands, so it's even more reasonable for a boyfriend and girlfriend to hold hands, right? I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and nodded. Right. Then I reached out and took her soft, jade-like hand. But inside, my heart was already in turmoil. Damn, the deskmate version has been patched. Now there's a new, more reasonable version. Although I was initially caught off guard by her unexpected request, I quickly calmed down. Looking at my beautiful deskmate beside me, the miniature me in my heart laughed arrogantly. You think you can trick me with these little games? You're not skilled enough yet, beautiful girl. Bring on whatever else you've got. But unexpectedly, the girl next to me made her move. At first, we were just holding hands normally and walking side by side as before. But suddenly, I noticed my beautiful deskmate had stopped. I asked, what's wrong? My beautiful deskmate looked down at our clasped hands and raised an eyebrow slightly. This isn't quite right. Let's change the position. Change the position. What position? Before I could react, the girl beside me had twisted her hand and grasped mine again. This time, our palms were pressed together. Her long, slender, pale fingers closed one by one, silently intertwining with mine. 10 fingers interlocked. In that instant, I froze again. I turned my head to look at my beautiful deskmate, a series of huge question marks and exclamation points appearing above my head. But meeting my gaze, Lu Wangxi just said matter of factly, isn't this how people hold hands? And, holding has a new version too. My heart was in chaos again. I swallowed hard, trying to calm my wildly fluctuating emotions and maintain my composure. Right. Serious Han, holding should be like this. It seemed someone had recognized the girl, letting out surprised gasps and taking out their phones to secretly take pictures from a distance. To this, Lu Wangxi was very calm and natural. Don't overthink it. They might not be taking pictures of us. I silently looked at my phone. Damn, the campus goddess has appeared. She's at the east gate. That bastard holding her hand is there again. I grabbed my beautiful deskmate's hand and broke into a run. We ran all the way to a quiet and elegant Western restaurant outside the east gate. We chose a table in a corner by the window. I finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Wangxi, sitting opposite me, looked around at the environment and then at the table, raising her eyebrows in satisfaction. Not a bad place. Taking the menu, I called the waiter and ordered 2 Kixi Festival combo meals. The food arrived quickly. Just as I was about to calm down and pick up my knife and fork to eat, my beautiful deskmate sitting opposite me looked up. Are we just going to eat like this? I immediately looked at her with a puzzled expression. How else are we supposed to eat? Lu Wangxi blinked, resting her chin on her hands and looking at me with a calm and natural expression. You feed me. Then, ignoring my dumbfounded face, she added matter of factly, it's a holiday, and we're a couple. A request like this is very reasonable, right? At the same time, inside the girl's heart, an adorable miniature version was smugly thinking, whoa, this new move is great. It's so fun to use. I took a deep breath, and then another. Reasonable. And so, the one-day temporary couple began their meal. The process, however, was quite difficult. What are you doing? Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. Then why is your hand shaking? I'm not shaking. It's probably an earthquake. A single Western meal, the act of feeding my beautiful deskmate, was truly torturous. It tested my limits, and nearly caused my heart to shatter into a million pieces. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. The Dorm 520 group chat lit up with new messages and photos. Damn, guys, look, the campus goddess and that hand-holding guy are on a date at the Western restaurant. What? That guy is even forcing the goddess to let him feed her. Damn it. My eyes widened as I looked at the picture. It had clearly captured the entire scene of us eating at the table through the glass window. I immediately stood up. We can't stay in this place any longer. After paying, I pulled my beautiful deskmate and fled again. Passing by a clothing store, I saw many hats displayed out front and suddenly had an idea. I bought a pink baseball cap and seriously told my beautiful deskmate that it was a Kixi gift for her. The hat had an English letter printed on it that matched her surname. Without another word, I put the hat on her head. This would at least cover part of her delicate face and provide a bit of a disguise. Lu Wangxi happily accepted but then suggested, you should buy one too. I was surprised. I have to buy one too. The girl glanced at me, her tone calm. Today we're a couple for a day. Of course we have to wear matching hats. It's reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. Then I saw Lu Wangxi say, let's see. She went into the store, picked 2 hats from a rack, and came back holding them out to me. Choose one. They were both baseball caps. One was blue with a letter combination that made my eyelid twitch. This kind of letter combination was really pushing the boundaries. In the end, I chose the other black baseball cap. The letter on it also matched my surname. After putting on the hats, they did indeed provide a good deal of camouflage. I breathed another sigh of relief. I don't know when, but we had walked to a small grove. This was the famous Lover's Hill of Donghai University. A little further, and we would reach the dormitories. Our one-day temporary relationship was about to come to a perfect end. I stopped and looked at Lu Wangxi. We're almost there. Lu Wangxi nodded, her expression calm. Then she looked at me again, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unless someone wants to do something else. As she spoke, there was a hint of playful ambiguity in her tone. It was clear my beautiful deskmate was teasing me again. I couldn't take it anymore. All night I had been teased and toyed with by this girl, letting her take the upper hand. A man can endure, but not forever. There was no one around now. It was time to reclaim some of my masculine dignity. So, I met Lu Wangxi's gaze and suddenly smiled. Alright. Since we're a couple for a day, we should at least leave some kind of memory, right? This time it was Lu Wangxi's turn to be stunned. A memory. I acted very righteous. That's right. We held hands. We fed each other. Finally, a goodbye kiss between a couple is also very reasonable, isn't it? A single sentence shook the heavens. The miniature me in my heart stood tall, hands on hips. Finally, my turn to go on the offensive. Parry this beautiful girl. As expected, Lu Wangxi was taken aback. The girl was clearly a little surprised, a faint blush appearing on her face, but she quickly calmed down. Okay. Duh. This time it was my turn to be shocked. Wait, shouldn't this girl be shyly refusing? Seeing my surprised expression, Lu Wangxi immediately regained her courage. The girl took a step forward, her eyes questioning. What, you suggested it, and now you're scared? I swallowed hard and said stubbornly, who's scared? I'm just afraid you wouldn't dare. If you want to back out, now's your chance. Lu Wangxi's expression didn't change. I'm not backing out. Do it if you have the guts. Then I'm really doing it. Come on. Don't back away. Who's backing away? Come on. Suddenly, the situation became awkward for both of us. I'm really coming. I tried to threaten her with a firm tone to put psychological pressure on my beautiful Deskmate. I took a step forward. At that moment, the girl had no more room to retreat, about to be cornered against a tree trunk. Just then, my foot happened to step on a soft patch of ground. I immediately lost my balance, my center of gravity uncontrollably lurching forward. In the next second, before I could react, our faces suddenly rushed towards each other at lightning speed until an unexpectedly precise kiss occurred. My lips, without the slightest deviation, met Lu Wangxi's. In that moment, we both stared wide-eyed in shock. On the third day of military training, as I was limping back to the dormitory, I was suddenly called out by a familiar, clear voice. Amen. Hearing the voice from behind, I immediately recognized it was my beautiful Deskmate. As I turned, wondering how to start the conversation, I was stunned by the sight of her. The first words out of my mouth changed. What's wrong with you? What surprised me was that the girl was wearing a black face mask, covering her delicate and beautiful face. Why are you wearing a mask in this heat? I wondered. Hearing my question, Lu Wangxi explained simply, I'm having an allergic reaction. It doesn't look good, so I'm covering it up. Then I learned the truth from her. Right after that night on Kicks, on her way back to the dorm from the small grove, she had an allergic reaction. This immediately made me forget the awkwardness from our unexpected intimate contact on Kicks night. Looking at the girl's arm, I asked with concern, have you been to the school clinic? My beautiful Deskmate nodded. Yes, I saw the doctor. He said it's nothing serious, just to wear a mask to block pollen and prescribed some medicine. It should be better in a few days. I nodded, feeling a little relieved, but couldn't help but ask, weren't you fine the first few days at school? Why the sudden allergy? Lu Wangxi shook her head. I don't know, but the doctor said it might be from the small grove on Lover's Hill. He said the pollen from the wild flowers there can be irritating, and many students get allergies in the summer. My case is just a bit more severe. I suddenly understood. Ah, I see. Suddenly, the conversation stopped. We looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. My face became a little unnatural, and I said awkwardly, It's nothing, I'll be going now. I was about to turn and run, but I accidentally put pressure on the blister on my foot. The pain made me hiss, and my body nearly fell. Fortunately, I managed to stand firm. Luckily, Lu Wangxi beside me reacted quickly, reaching out a hand to support me. But this time, it was her turn to frown with concern. What's wrong? Did you twist it? Our skin touched again, and I couldn't help but think of the scene in the small grove on Kixie night. My mind wavered. I quickly took 2 steps back, trying to act calm as if nothing happened. It's nothing. The training was too intense, and my shoes don't fit well, so I got some blisters. They'll heal in a few days. Lu Wangxi looked understanding, then looked down at my shoes, frowning slightly in thought. It seemed she had an idea. She told me, wait for me for a bit, and hurried off, leaving me standing there a little dazed. Not long after, I saw my beautiful Deskmate quickly return. It seemed she had gone back to her dorm for something. She came back with a small package and handed it to me. Take this. I took it, still saying, it's okay, I have medicine and medicated oil in my room. But then, when I looked down at the item in the package, the large words on the packaging clearly hit me, 7-degree sanitary pad. I immediately hid the package, looked up, and stared wide-eyed at my beautiful Deskmate. The girl in front of me still had a calm, natural expression. I heard from the upperclassmen that putting this in your shoes will stop your feet from hurting. The next morning, sitting at my desk on the lower bunk, I looked at the shoes that had given me blisters, hesitating for a long time. Finally, while my roommates weren't looking, I secretly stuffed 2 sanitary pads into my shoes. After a day of training, I was surprised and happy to find that after putting the 7-degree pads in my shoes, they were indeed much more comfortable, and my feet didn't hurt anymore. Back at the dorm, I messaged my beautiful Deskmate to report on the effectiveness of the sanitary pads. Soon, she called me directly. I went out to the balcony to take the call. On the other end, my beautiful Deskmate was also alone on her dorm balcony. After hearing about the pads' effectiveness, the girl's voice on the phone clearly carried a smile. It's good that they were. Let me know if you need more. Just then, the door to my dorm room behind me was pushed open, and my 3 roommates walked in excitedly. Lao-san, great news. Tonight, we're having a get-together with the girls from dorm 306. Xulin and Ruan Tingting even said you have to come. Instantly the eyes of the girl standing on the balcony on the other end of the phone narrowed slightly. At that moment, the three guys who had just entered the room hadn't noticed I was on the phone on the balcony. Xulin and Ruan Tingting clearly have a thing for you. Haven't you noticed they've been bringing you water during the military training breaks these past few days? Go for it. Winning over either one of them is better than Sister Zhou. On the other end of the line, Lu Wangxi was suddenly startled. Oh, my beautiful Deskmate said with a questioning tone that made my heart almost stop. I coughed repeatedly. No, it's nothing. You misheard. They're just talking nonsense. 2 girls in your class have a thing for you and even bring you water. The girl holding the phone was now standing at the balcony railing, her eyes narrowed, gradually revealing a dangerous glint. It seems someone is quite popular. But on my end, I still hadn't noticed the chill hidden in her voice and just laughed casually. My roommates are just kidding. Besides, I've already eaten and I'm tired, so I'm not going with them. The girl on the other end gave a light I suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Is your allergy better? Did you remember to take the medicine the doctor prescribed? This concern made Lu Wang's face, which had been gradually frosting over, soften a little. This time, she gave a gentle It's better, but it'll probably take a few more days to heal completely. Hearing that, I felt more at ease and reminded her a few more times before hanging up. But at that same moment, the miniature version of the girl in her heart, after many months, once again donned her armor, mounted her war horse with a blank expression, and suddenly erupted with killing intent. Tomorrow, I'm going out. The 5th day of military training. Oh my god, Lao San, your luck with women is amazing. 2 girls are fighting to bring you water. I brought you breakfast for a week, lend me some of your luck. Just then, we heard footsteps approaching from a distance. I subconsciously looked up and was suddenly stunned. A girl was walking this way. Although her face was mostly hidden by a black mask, it couldn't conceal her refined and otherworldly aura, along with a subtle yet dangerous killing intent. As the girl approached from a distance, under the shade of the trees, students from all the classes couldn't help but look up, their eyes following her. A wave of murmurs and whispers rose. She must be a beauty. Meshia Shuai immediately concluded with certainty, his eyes lighting up as he watched the beautiful figure approach. Trust me, I have a professional eye. Li Zhuang suddenly became tense. Guys, look, it seems like she's walking towards us. While the boys were tense, excited, and expectant, they suddenly saw that I had already stood up beside them. The 3 roommates turned their heads in confusion to look at my action. The next moment, their eyes widened as they saw me walk up to greet the girl. Why are you here? They asked. By now, the girl had reached me. Her expression was hidden under the mask, and she just raised an eyebrow slightly. And a comb. My 3 roommates immediately shot up and hurried over. Mashia Shuai kept looking at the girl in front of me. Lao San, who is this? I scratched my head, wondering how to introduce her, when the girl beside me spoke first. She turned to look at my 3 roommates, her eyes under the brim of her baseball cap crinkling as if smiling. Hello, I'm Zhao Hanan's high school deskmate. The girl's voice from under the mask was very pleasant, but this time, the 3 boys were in no mood to appreciate it. They were stunned. What? High school deskmate? Sister Tishu. Lu Wangxi was also startled. Under the brim of her cap, the girl's clear eyes rarely showed such confusion and bewilderment. In that moment, I felt my scalp tingle. I quickly changed the subject to help with the introduction. Ah, right, they're my roommates. As I spoke, I gave my 3 roommates a meaningful look. Although they didn't guess the real reason for my anxiety, they realized that calling her Sister Tishu to her face was probably not a good idea. So Jia Shui, the quickest thinker, immediately corrected himself, calling out, Sister Lu. Although Lu Wangxi was a bit puzzled by the strange, pitying looks from my roommates, she very naturally and actively raised the plastic bag in her hand, handing out the cold drink she had bought from the convenience store, 1 bottle for each person. The last bottle was placed in my hands. Taking the drink, I looked at my beautiful deskmate doubtfully. You came all this way just to buy these? Lu Wangxi acted nonchalantly. Not really. I was just passing by and thought I'd buy some and come see you. At that moment, Xulin and Ruan Tingting, the 2 girls from the advertising class, were also walking back from the convenience store with drinks. Lu Wangxi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned to look at me as if she had suddenly noticed something. You're sweating. Without waiting for my reaction, the girl took out a tissue from her bag and, very naturally, reached up to carefully wipe the sweat from my forehead. The intimate and natural gesture was full of ambiguous meaning. Xulin and Ruan Tingting, who were happily walking over, saw this scene. The 2 beautiful girls from the advertising class were both stunned for a moment. They both felt a bit insecure and discouraged, silently thinking of retreating. Xulin, the bolder of the 2, was still a bit unwilling and bit her lip. She was about to continue forward, but then the girl carefully wiping sweat for me in the distance seemed to notice first and tilted her head slightly to look back. Their eyes met in mid-air. With just one look, the girl's gaze suddenly became cold and sharp, as if carrying a killing intent and authority that made Lin, who had already lost her courage, subconsciously take 2 steps back, no longer daring to entertain any other thoughts. Because from that girl's gaze, the message was clear, simple, and domineering, leaving no room for doubt. This man is mine. Don't touch. On the evening of the second to last day of military training, the girl coincidentally passed by again to bring drinks and visit everyone. By this time, the group of 3 roommates, led by Masha, had firmly declared their stance to her. Don't worry, from now on, our dorm will be on your and Lao San's side. All other girls have to step aside. Hearing this, Lu Wangxi, from under her mask, smiled, feeling that Zhao Hanan's roommates were quite good and very understanding. But then, Masha looked at Lu Wangxi with a sincere expression. Sister Lu, don't feel insecure. No matter what, in our hearts, you are the most beautiful. The girl was stunned. Who was drinking water, immediately choked and coughed repeatedly, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. Beside him, Ding Han continued with an emotional expression. Second brother is right. Sister Tishu, your name was given by your parents, and your looks were given by heaven. Even if your name is Lu Tishu and you're a bit lacking in looks, as long as you're with our dorm 520, you're still the #1 campus belle of Donghai University. Even that ice queen goddess from the finance department, Lu Wangxi, can't compare to you. The air fell silent for a moment. Lu Wangxi slowly turned her head to look at me, who had realized the situation was bad and was preparing to slip away. Her eyes narrowed slightly, gradually revealing a dangerous, killing intent. Lu Tishu, It was finally exposed. In front of the guys from dorm 520, Lu Wangxi didn't expose me right away. But that night, when we were talking on the phone, under the girl's cold and emotionless interrogation, I surrendered and honestly explained everything. After learning the reason I had lied, Lu Wangxi, though she accepted and sympathized with my explanation, still felt annoyed and unhappy about the name Lu Tishu. The girl in her heart immediately and coldly decided that I had to pay a corresponding price. So after that night, I gained a new nickname, Mu Erchui. Time flew by. 7 days of military training, though Tao, were nearing their end. On the evening of the last day on the school's sports field, cheers and laughter occasionally rang out. I was just sitting and watching the fun, but I was unexpectedly singled out by the instructor to sing. The students' eyes immediately turned to me. When they saw it was me, they erupted in applause. He stood up with a wry smile. Since I had been chosen, I couldn't refuse. I confidently walked up and borrowed a guitar from a guy who had just performed. Some of the girls couldn't help but have their eyes light up in anticipation. In the next moment, I gradually immersed myself in the melody of the song and began to sing. To the rhythm of the guitar and the gentle voice, the 18-year-old freshman of Donghai University sat in a circle. The boy sat in the middle of the grass, holding a guitar, head down, playing and singing. His handsome, refined face and his free, easy-going demeanor were captivating. That night on the balcony, I called my beautiful Deskmate. I don't know how, but she had heard about Mu Erchui's amazing performance. The girl's voice on the other end of the line was calm. Someone's quite talented. Playing the guitar and singing, you must have captured quite a few girls' hearts. I felt complimented and a bit smug. Not at all, just a little trick. Then I heard my deskmate say calmly, sing that song for me once. I want to hear it. Sing just because you asked me to. Comrade Lu Tishu, you're being too presumptuous. I felt it was time to regain some initiative and dignity. There have to be conditions. What conditions? You have to beg me. Oh, and you have to call me brother. In my heart, the miniature me was smug. Lu Wangxi has always been taking advantage of me. Now the tables have turned. It's my turn to be in charge. But after a long silence from the other end, I suddenly felt a little worried. Did I make my beautiful deskmate angry? Sure enough, the next second, I heard the girl's voice, her tone cold and emotionless. My heart pounded. I was immediately a bit scared. I was about to speak, but unexpectedly, before I could react, the girl's voice on the other end suddenly changed. Brother. Please. Just then, the door to the dorm room was pushed open. The adorable Mu Tang, happily carrying snacks into the room, heard the devastatingly charming voice from the balcony. Mu Tang froze instantly, the snacks in her hands falling to the floor. When she came to her senses, the girl tried to calm herself down, hypnotizing herself. It must be the way I opened the door. It must be the way I opened the door. Mumbling to herself, she stepped back and closed the door. On my end, my soul was also shaken to its core, nearly shattering in that moment. How could I even think about taking the upper hand? Hearing that brother, I would have willingly given my life. In the end, I obediently cooperated, standing on the balcony and singing A Lifetime with You to my beautiful deskmate over the phone. After I finished singing, the girl on the other end seemed satisfied and nodded. Not bad. Then, As if remembering something, she added calmly, "Oh, right. From now on, whatever you want to sing, you have to sing it to me first." I was puzzled, a big question mark appearing above my head. Why? The other end was silent for a moment. Then, before I had any bad premonition, the girl's charming and soft voice came through again. "Brother. Please." In that moment, I completely surrendered. Unconditional surrender. Military training was over, but my guitar performance on the sports field that night had attracted considerable attention. Even female students from other departments began to quietly inquire about me. These rumors quickly reached Lu Wenx's ears. "Sister Tishu, don't worry. Those girls are pretty, but they can't compare to you. Inner beauty is what's most important. We're definitely on your side. Even if that ice queen, Lu Wenxi, from our year came, she'd be no match." Although this was a loyal and touching declaration, when it reached Lu Wenx's ears, it only made the corner of her mouth twitch slightly. She felt a bit annoyed with a certain someone. Inner beauty. The miniature version of the girl in her heart almost went berserk. Since when is my only advantage my inner beauty? Taking a deep breath, Lu Wenxi quickly regained her composure. None of this matters. Once the allergy on my face heals, everything will naturally no longer be a problem. Thinking of this, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly, hiding a faint killing intent. In the male dormitory, the academic counselor, Tu Lian, made a surprise visit. After hearing his purpose, I showed a look of surprise and astonishment. "The freshman welcome performance. You want me to sing?" I wasn't very interested in such public appearances, but I couldn't resist the earnest persuasion of the counselor. In the end, Tu Lian even dropped his counselor status, patted my shoulder, and whispered an attractive offer: "Help brother Lian out this once, and things like attendance and asking for leave will be easy to talk about later." I hadn't even reacted to this when the other three guys' eyes lit up. In an instant, the situation changed to 3 roommates plus 1 academic counselor ganging up to persuade me. In the end, I reluctantly agreed. That night on the dorm balcony, I called my beautiful deskmate. She learned from me that I would be participating in the freshman welcome performance. But clearly, her focus was not on that. There are a lot of pretty junior girls in the arts department. On the other end of the line, Lu Wenx's eyes had already narrowed slightly. And there are senior sisters who will actively introduce and matchmake for you. I was completely unaware of the approaching danger and still happily nodded in agreement. That's right, Sister Chen Cheng is very enthusiastic. But this also proves that I'm charming enough, haha. Suddenly, my tone changed. But I turned them all down. None of that stuff is interesting. Anyway, I just agreed to help Brother Lan with one performance. Xiao Shuai is really eager. I already asked Sister Chen Chen to pass those opportunities to him. I didn't know that these 2 unintentional sentences had helped me escape a disaster. On the other end, Lu Wenx's expression softened a little. She thought for a moment, then said in a calm voice, "Haman. Do you remember something I told you in high school?" "What did you say in high school?" "The girls outside are very dangerous. Boys your age are easily deceived. So, if you find any girl being overly friendly with you, you must refuse and report to me immediately, understand?" I suddenly understood and burst out laughing. High school was high school. How could I be so easily deceived now? "Comrade Lu Tishu, you need to understand that. So now that you're grown up and won't be deceived, will you report it?" I waved my hand casually. "No need." The other end was silent for a moment, then the girl's voice came through again, but it suddenly became charming and soft. "Or should I beg you one more time?" The familiar, dangerously sweet tone. I suddenly remembered the phone call on the balcony the other night, and I shuddered, immediately surrendering. No need, no need. I'll report it. I'll definitely report it." The next afternoon, as I hurried through the classroom corridor towards the cafeteria, I saw a girl also walking towards me. She was staggering forward, looking obviously tired. Just then, in the corridor, there were some old desks, chairs, and discarded cardboard boxes. Carelessly, the electronic keyboard on her back got caught on a box on a desk. Instantly, the box lost its balance, creating a chain reaction. A series of boxes was about to fall on the keyboard and the girl. I looked up just in time to see this. Without hesitation, I rushed forward. Careful, I quickly stepped forward, using my arm to block the boxes that were about to fall on her head. Several boxes hit my arm in succession. "Are you okay?" The girl with the electronic keyboard seemed frightened by the sudden accident. She finally came to her senses, looked up at me, and said, "Thank you." Only then did I get a clear look at her face. She's quite pretty, though still a little less than my beautiful deskmate. Fortunately, he helped. "My name is Liu Xiaoying. What's your name?" The name sounded a bit familiar, but looking at the soft hand she extended, I just waved it off. "It's nothing. My name is Zhao Haonan." Seeing her outstretched hand ignored, the girl named Liu Xiaoying was a bit stunned. But then, upon hearing my name, she looked surprised, her eyes lighting up slightly. "You're Zhao Haonan." I looked at the girl in front of me, puzzled. You know me. Liu Xiaoying smiled and nodded. The other night on the military training field, you played the guitar and sang. Our class was sitting right next to yours, so we heard you. You sing very well. As she spoke, her eyes grew brighter, and she added internally, and you're handsome, too. Under a gentle impulse, Liu Xiaoying had a rare idea. Looking at me, she smiled gently. To thank you, let me treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. I was a bit stunned. I looked at the gentle girl in front of me, then down at her slender limbs and the heavy electronic keyboard on her back. I immediately shook my head firmly. No need. Goodbye. After saying that, leaving Liu Xiaoying standing there stunned, I turned and walked away without any hesitation. What a joke. With those slender limbs and carrying such a heavy keyboard, she definitely runs slow. If I go to the cafeteria with her, all the food will be gone by the time we get there. I'm not that stupid. In the evening, after practice, as I put away my guitar and walked out of the classroom, I unexpectedly met a gentle figure approaching. It was Liu Xiaoying, carrying her electronic keyboard. She looked up at me naturally. Going to dinner? I nodded. Yeah. It's dinner time. If I go late, there'll be nothing left. Liu Xiaoying smiled gracefully. I was just about to go too. Let's go together. I looked at the department bell in front of me, and decided to patiently explain things clearly. I have to go fast. It's tiring to run there. You probably can't keep up. Liu Xiaoying suddenly understood, realizing this was the real reason I had rejected her. The beautiful department belle then had an idea. She lowered her eyes as if shy, yet proactively, and naturally extended her small hand. Then, can you hold my hand and run? I was stunned. The air was silent for a moment. Liu Xiaoying, the beautiful belle with her eyes lowered, had a confident smile on her lips. She had been this proactive, there was no reason to be rejected again. In the next second, I frowned. How can that work? Liu Xiaoying was startled, instinctively looking up at me with a puzzled expression. I frowned at her with a serious face. If I hold your hand, then I won't be able to run fast either. Liu Xiaoying was suddenly a bit confused, her mind unable to keep up for a moment. At that moment, I looked at the clock on the classroom wall, and said briefly, gotta go. Bye, then turned and ran off, leaving the beautiful department belle standing there dumbfounded, staring at my retreating back, feeling as if her entire soul was gradually freezing over. Over the next day or two, I mainly stayed in the activity room provided by the arts committee, practicing my singing alone. The only slight annoyance was that Liu Xiaoying still came to find me from time to time, even bringing me a drink during the dress rehearsal. Other students couldn't help but ask curiously. Liu Xiaoying just smiled gently and naturally explained that I had saved her once, and she was just repaying the favor. Very reasonable, right? The beautiful department belle said so, but my comrade Ma Xiaoshuai had a different opinion. How is that reasonable? Ma Xiaoshuai was almost green with envy. It's obvious the department belle has taken a liking to Lao San. She's actively creating opportunities to get close to him. Once Ma Xiaoshuai knew, it wasn't long before the whole dorm knew. Lu Wangxi, of course, also knew when she heard the situation from her 3 spies, especially after getting a nonchalant confirmation from the oblivious party involved. Oh, yeah, that happened. She said she wanted to thank me, and kept asking me to eat with her. How could I agree? In dorm 205 of the finance department, Lu Wangxi's eyes narrowed, a killing intent glinting. Another villain wants to rob my house. On Saturday afternoon, in the arts committee's activity room, the second to last dress rehearsal for the freshman welcome performance had just ended. A series of footsteps came from outside the room, getting closer and closer, like the cold, ruthless drumbeats of an ancient battle, stepping on everyone's hearts. Everyone subconsciously looked up towards the door. The door was pushed open by a slender, pale hand. A tall, graceful figure with a naturally cold and charming aura silenced the entire room in an instant. Everyone was subconsciously a bit intimidated. A male student near the door timidly stepped forward. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The girl spoke in a calm tone, and as she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed to the corner of the room where I was sitting. In that instant, all eyes in the room turned towards me. Many people immediately showed curious, gossipy expressions. Liu Xiaoying, sitting in the corner, looked up at the girl with the ponytail and mask at the door, a strange light flashing in her eyes. At this point, I also subconsciously stood up and naturally walked towards my beautiful Deskmate. Why are you here? Under the mask, her expression was hidden. Lu Wangxi's voice was calm and natural. I'm hungry. I came to find you to eat. This statement caused another stir among the crowd. The girls who were interested in me couldn't help but look surprised and displeased. Liu Xiaoying's eyes unconsciously narrowed. She didn't know who this person was, but just looking at her figure and aura, she felt a strong sense of threat and pressure. A competitor. As for me, standing in front of my beautiful Deskmate, I had no hesitation at all. I just nodded naturally. Okay. Then, Without a second thought, I agreed and prepared to go to the cafeteria with her. But before I could take a step, Lu Wangxi called out, "Wait." I stopped and looked at my deskmate questioningly. She gently held out her hand. "Hold my hand." This time, the commotion in the room rose again like a tide, sending the whole room into an uproar. The pupils in Liu Xiaowing's eyes contracted unconsciously. I was also stunned for a moment, but then just scratched my head. And so, in front of everyone in the activity room, we held hands and walked out side by side. Just before leaving, the girl seemed to casually glance towards the corner where Liu Xiaowing was sitting. Just one glance. No words were needed, but it said more than 1,000. Liu Xiaowing took a sharp breath. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? On the way to the cafeteria, we walked and chatted. Why did you suddenly think of coming to find me to eat at the cafeteria? Can't I? Of course. The red rashes from the allergy on your hands seem to have faded a lot. The ones on my face are almost gone too. That's good. How much longer did the doctor say it would take? Maybe I can take off the mask tomorrow. Really? Oh, right, our department has the freshman welcome performance tomorrow. Lu Wangxi replied naturally, what a coincidence. Her hand was still tightly holding mine, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if brewing a storm. Finally, Sunday arrived, the day of the Humanities Department's freshman welcome performance. At 6:30 p.m., the 1,000-seat small auditorium of Donghai University, used as the venue for the performance, was bustling with people and filled to capacity. I was backstage, holding my guitar, waiting. I couldn't help but take out my phone and look at the screen again. A few days ago, my beautiful deskmate had messaged me asking what number my performance was tonight. But after I replied, there was no news from her. I didn't know what she was planning. Liu Xiaowing, the belle of the Humanities Department, wore pure white long dress on stage tonight. The three girls from dorm 205 couldn't help but feel a little indignant. So this is Liu Xiaowing, the belle of the Humanities Department. She's really outstanding. Even Liu Qingqing, the one with the highest looks among the three who could rival a campus belle, had to nod in agreement. But then she pouted, unconvinced. She's okay, but she's still a notch below our Wangxi. Finally, it was my turn to go on stage. Below the stage, Ma Xiaoshuai shouted, Hanan is awesome. Dorm 520 is awesome. Under the stage lights, the boy sat on a stool, holding a guitar, smiling as he played for the audience. His handsome, refined face and his relaxed, free-spirited demeanor, as if enjoying the performance, captivated countless female students below the stage, making their hearts flutter and feel a little infatuated. So handsome, below the stage, in the front row, even Mu Tang and Liu Qingqing were excited. Oh my god, so handsome. Why isn't Wanks here yet? It's a pity to miss this. Honestly, only a boy like this is worthy of being paired with our Ice Queen campus belle. Gunyu unconsciously looked at her phone and was suddenly startled. Wangxi said she just went to buy flowers. On stage, I was playing and singing, getting more and more immersed. The students below were also mesmerized, getting more and more engrossed. So, no one noticed in time that the main door at the back of the auditorium was slowly being pushed open. A tall, beautiful figure quietly entered. The girl was holding a very eye-catching bucket of flowers. She walked down the aisle between the seats, heading forward as if passing through a sea of people and mountains, gracefully and elegantly moving towards the stage. The audience members sitting on both sides of the aisle, who were immersed in my singing, unconsciously heard the footsteps beside them, and turned their heads. They were surprised to see the girl walking past them, still moving forward step by step. Some people recognized her from her clothes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Zhao Hanan's classmate? What is she doing?" The audience gradually became chaotic with murmurs, like a rising tide. In the front row, the girls from dorm 205 also turned their heads in confusion. Seeing the familiar figure walking down the aisle step by step, Mu Tang, Jun Yu, and Liu Qingqing were instantly stunned. Realizing what their roommate might be planning, the three girls felt their scalps tingle, their minds about to explode, left with only two thoughts. First, the Zhao Hanan on stage was actually Lu Wangxi's classmate. Second, they didn't know if Lu Wangxi was planning to turn the whole night upside down. On stage, I was focused on the song, oblivious to everything else. Suddenly I looked up and saw the familiar figure leisurely approaching me. I was suddenly stunned. Below the stage, the guys from dorm 520, Ma Xiaoshuai, and the people from the arts committee backstage were all stunned. Damn, Sister Tishu, Zhao Hanan's classmate, is going to publicly present flowers. Also backstage, Liu Xiaowing was holding a bucket of fresh flowers, planning to go up and give them to me later. Unexpectedly, someone beat her to it. On stage, I was still subconsciously playing and singing, but my eyes were dazed as I watched my beautiful deskmate walk up the stage step by step, my mind a bit dizzy. Below the stage, most of the students who didn't know who this girl in the pink baseball cap was were whispering in confusion. Who is this? Is she from our department? Is this a public confession or a declaration of sovereignty? So bold. The noise and discussion grew like a rising tide. On stage, the girl had reached me and handed me the bauquet. I subconsciously took it, looked up at her, and our eyes met, as if exchanging 1,000 words. He stared at her blankly. Under the brim of her cap, Lu Wanx's eyes crinkled as if she was smiling. She gestured for me to sing. I subconsciously pushed the microphone in front of me a little towards my beautiful deskmate. Along with the singing, the girl on stage seemed to feel that singing like this was a bit inconvenient. She shook her head, naturally reached up, and took off the mask on her face. Then, as if that wasn't enough, she reached up again and casually took off the pink baseball cap. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down. The stage light shone down, and in that moment, her exquisitely beautiful and captivating face was completely revealed to the entire audience. The whole auditorium fell silent. In the next second, the 1,000-person auditorium erupted like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. In the wings, Liu Xiaoying's expression suddenly went blank, the bauquet in her hand unconsciously falling to the ground. That's Lu Wangxi. The people from the arts committee backstage were all shocked. Campus Belle Lu. The person who came to find Hanan a few days ago was actually Campus Belle Lu from the finance department next door. Xu Lin and Rowan Tingting from the advertising class were also stunned. The person in the baseball cap and mask was her. Ma Xiaoshui and Li Zhuang from dorm 520 were also shocked. Damn, it wasn't Sister Tishu. The girls from dorm 205 were also completely stunned. Liu Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but widen. This is too much. Beside her, Jian Yu gasped, couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. Wangxi really gave us a huge surprise. Mu Tang's eyes lit up, so excited that her whole body trembled. Oh, so sweet, so romantic. This is even better than my novels. A song ended, and the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. When the girl proactively took the boy's hand, they bowed in unison to the audience. The audience below, as if waking from a dream, came to their senses and immediately broke into unprecedented applause and cheers, so loud it seemed it would bring down the roof of the auditorium. Amidst the roaring applause on stage, I finally managed to glance at the girl beside me, my eyes questioning fiercely. What's going on? Why did you come up here? The girl just responded with a natural look. A deskmate giving flowers and singing a song is very reasonable. That night, the 3 members of dorm 520 sat in a row on their chairs, their feelings complicated as they watched me casually go out to the balcony to message my beautiful deskmate. This feeling was truly a mix of fearing for a brother's suffering, and fearing a brother's success. But damn, this Lao San wasn't just succeeding, he was upgrading straight to a Lamborghini and a Ferrari. The next day, Monday, the freshmen finally began their official first-year courses. In the classroom, I could feel many classmates couldn't help but turn to look in this direction. At this moment, the classical literature teacher walked in with his textbook and went to the podium. The gentle and scholarly literature teacher greeted the students, gave a simple self-introduction, and prepared to start roll call. Halfway through the roll call, footsteps were heard from outside the classroom. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared at the classroom door. The students from the advertising class, sitting at their desks, all subconsciously looked up. When they saw the figure at the door clearly, they were instantly stunned. Reporting, the girl's pleasant voice rang out. And so, under the attentive and stirred gazes of the entire class, the girl leisurely walked through the aisle, straight to the back row where dorm 520 was, and looked at me, who was dazed, and the 3 other dazed, petrified statues beside me. Lu Wangxi raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone natural. Student, can I sit next to you? I just stared blankly and replied, okay. In the classroom, the literature teacher was lecturing on the podium. His witty and humorous way of speaking made the content lively and engaging. But below the stage, in the back row, I was a bit distracted. For example, the scene from high school, with my familiar beautiful deskmate sitting beside me. I subconsciously turned my head to secretly glance at my beautiful deskmate, feeling a bit lost in thought. When I finally came to my senses, I quickly and embarrassedly looked away, thinking I had been discreet and not been noticed. But unexpectedly, a familiar piece of paper was discreetly pushed over. Pay attention in class, don't get distracted. I suddenly felt the scene was very familiar. What's going on? Meanwhile, the girl beside me seemed to be looking attentively at the podium, but her delicate little hands by her cheeks were slightly flushed. She also secretly and discreetly glanced at the person next to her. Confirming that he was no longer looking at her, Lu Wangxi secretly sighed in relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. You idiot, staring at someone like that will make a girl shy. At noon, the 2 of them went to a noodle shop outside the school. While eating noodles in the shop, many people around seemed to recognize them as the main characters from the humanities department's freshman welcome performance the night before. To this, Lu Wangxi was calm. It's okay, you'll get used to it. He sat opposite her with a dark face. My dear beautiful deskmate, you say that as if nothing happened. You're the main culprit, Comrade Lu Tishu. I glanced at my bowl of noodles, and then casually picked up a piece of beef and gave it to my beautiful deskmate. You should eat some meat too. The action was as natural and effortless as the wind and clouds. In my heart, the miniature me also looked pleased and comforting. Anan, you've grown up. The small winds and waves outside no longer disturb your heart. +1 point for you. But in the next second, I saw my beautiful deskmate sitting opposite me not push her bowl over to receive the meat. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly leaned forward, moving closer to my chopsticks, tilted her head slightly, opened her cherry lips and, even more naturally than I, directly took the piece of beef. A surprise attack that left me stunned. The girl calmly sat back in her seat, her expression unchanged as she chewed and swallowed the meat in her mouth, then calmly nodded. Not bad. At the same time, the miniature version of Lu Wanxi in her heart was going wild with joy. Nice one, Wanxi. +1 point for you. In the evening, after class, back at the dorm, I unexpectedly received another message from my beautiful deskmate, saying that her roommates were curious and wanted to meet me. They had arranged to have dinner together tonight. According to my beautiful deskmate, her roommate's original words were, "Let's see if that guy is really a suitable candidate to be our Wanxi's deskmate." This sentence sounded a bit strange and didn't seem to have good intentions. Going alone to meet 3 or 4 girls from dorm 205 felt a bit inexplicably stressful. I thought for a moment, and messaged back, how about I ask the guys from dorm 520 to come along? We can treat it as an inter-dorm get-together. It'll be more lively with more people. My beautiful deskmate replied, okay. At 7 p.m., at the Yunfenbach restaurant outside the east gate of the school. They were all 18-year-old boys and girls. After a few drinks, the atmosphere at the table became relaxed and lively. The conversation opened up. The girls from dorm 205 all looked at me. Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow slightly. You're Gao Hanan, right? You and our Wanxi were deskmates for 3 years. Are you two very close? The last few words were deliberately drawn out. I scratched my head. It's just normal. Beside her, Mu Tang wouldn't let it go and continued to press. Is it really just being deskmates? I think at the welcome performance last night, you two seemed a bit more intimate than just deskmates. This time, before I could even answer, Ma Xiaoshui beside me quickly interjected, they're really just deskmates. In their high school, it's like that. Li Zhuang nodded repeatedly in confirmation. That's right, it's their custom. Ding Han bowed his head and scribbled something, then held up his notebook. Reasonable. Beside them, Lu Wanxi calmly took a sip of water, thinking to herself, successfully recruited 3 little minions. They're quite quick-witted. At the table, everyone continued to eat and drink. After a few beers, everyone was a little tipsy. On the other side, Lu Wanxi and I were quite in sync, focusing on eating barbecue. I was eating happily when the girl sitting opposite me happened to look up at my face and seemed to notice something. Don't move. I instinctively held still, obediently stopping. The next moment, I saw my beautiful deskmate opposite me reach out her pale hand. Without even using a napkin, her action was incredibly natural as she used her thumb to wipe the corner of my mouth, simply wiping away a bit of leftover food. The table suddenly fell silent again. The girls from dorm 205 were immediately excited again, the flame of gossip burning brightly. So intimate. Before the eager girls could press further, Ma Xiaoshui on the side quickly came to the rescue, interjecting, this is also their custom from high school. It's very normal. The 3 girls turned their heads in unison to look at Ma Xiaoshui as if he were crazy. This is also a custom. Were you guys like this in high school? Ma Xiaoshui's face didn't change color, his heart didn't beat faster. Our school wasn't like that. In the next second, he firmly asserted, but it must be a problem with our school. Beside him, Li Zhuang and Ding Han nodded repeatedly, their faces full of loyalty. Reasonable. Wait, what? I was a bit confused, and only understood the situation from my roommate's jumbled explanations. Recently, it's the 70th anniversary celebration of Donghai University. You guys go, I'll pass. I shook my head. But Ma Xiaoshui and the others became anxious. Damn, Lao San, if you don't go, what excuse will we have to ask the girls from dorm 205? Immediately, Ma Xiaoshui skillfully knelt down and hugged my leg, his voice full of sorrow. Lao San, I'm begging you. For the sake of your brother's happiness, please go. Ding Han quickly came over and hugged my other leg, his eyes welling with tears. Godfather, Li Zhuang, the most honest one, looked left and right, saw no more legs to hug, and took out his hometown specialty to offer me. Godfather, have a piece of this cake. I looked at the dorm leader's dark face, speechless. You rebellious son. Li Zhuang blushed and lowered his head shyly. Mu Tang, I think she's quite cute. Unable to withstand my roommate's earnest pleas, I finally reluctantly agreed. I called my beautiful deskmate and mentioned the humanities department's dance party. On the other end of the line, I couldn't see her expression, but she didn't seem very interested in the dance. However, in the end, she still calmly nodded and agreed. Okay. I'm not interested, but I'll consider it helping you out. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. In the next second, I heard the girl's voice come through without hesitation. How will you thank me? The familiar sentence. That night, the guys from dorm 520 were all dressed up, looking in the mirror, combing their hair, applying gel, and taking selfies. I was still in my usual clothes. As a result, when I arrived at the dance venue, I was immediately grabbed by the head of the arts committee, Chen Cheng. You're coming to a dance dressed like this? Sister Chen Cheng frowned, looking me up and down with a disappointed expression. I scratched my head. I don't have any other clothes. Sister Chen Cheng didn't want to hear it, and waved her hand. It's fine, I have some. She turned and called out to the arts committee members, bring me a men's suit, Zhao Han's size. After a thought, feeling it still wasn't enough, she shouted again, and makeup. Do his makeup. 15 minutes later, I walked out of the dressing room next to the dance venue, completely transformed. I was so handsome it was breathtaking. Many of the female students from the arts committee around me stared blankly, with little stars in their eyes. So handsome, even Sister Chen Cheng, who was usually strong and outgoing, was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid cleans up so nicely." I scratched my head and smiled. Is it really that much? The moment I smiled, Sister Chen Chen's eyes widened, and she immediately covered my face with her hand. Don't smile. If you smile again, I might fall for you too. Just then, I heard a gentle female voice from behind. It sounded familiar. I instinctively turned my head and saw Liu Xiaowing walking over. Tonight, the belle of the humanities department had also carefully dressed up for the dance, which made me secretly amazed. As expected of the humanities department belle, truly beautiful. Of course, still a little less than my beautiful Deskmate. At the same time, Liu Xiaowing, who had come up to me, was also looking at me, her eyes lighting up slightly. So handsome. Then she smiled gracefully. You look very handsome today. I nodded. Thanks, you're very beautiful too. Hearing my praise, the smile on Liu Xiaowing's face grew even brighter, and her voice became gentler. You know, you're probably the only person in the entire department who has rejected me multiple times. Her words seemed petulant but not truly blaming. I was stunned. Huh. Liu Xiaowing nodded, her reasoning sound. That's right. I've actively asked you to eat at the cafeteria so many times. I suddenly realized. That's normal. You run too slow. How could I get hot food with you? The reasonable and timely explanation almost made Liu Xiaowing choke again. She stumped her foot in annoyance. Then what about Lu Wangxi? Don't you two often go to the cafeteria together? Is this discrimination? I said without hesitation, my tone firm. That's different. She has longer legs than you and runs faster. Liu Xiaowing was stunned again, her mouth agate for a long time, almost forgetting what she was going to say. It took a while for her to remember her prepared lines. The beautiful department belle composed herself, and looked at me with a pleading expression. I don't care. Anyway, you've rejected me so many times. You have to make it up to me today. I looked at Liu Xiaowing in front of me, dazed. The beautiful department belle smiled gracefully again and proactively extended her soft, pale hand. Later, invite me for the first dance. When she said this, Liu Xiaowing didn't deliberately lower her voice. I was also stunned, not expecting her to suddenly make such a move. I was about to open my mouth to answer when I heard a cold, pleasant voice answer for me. His first dance is mine. As everyone instinctively turned in surprise towards the sound, the clicking of high heels approached from a distance. In that moment, not only the crowd around me but also my own heart seemed to be struck. I was instantly stunned. Lu Wangxi, with her usual calm and natural expression, walked up to me. Ignoring Liu Xiaowing beside her, she looked at me and raised an eyebrow slightly. Am I beautiful? I instinctively nodded. My beautiful Deskmate just smiled lightly, her tone like a gentle breeze. I just picked randomly. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Hey, Panan, isn't having one campus belle Liu enough? Now even our humanities department's campus belle Liu is surrounding you. The male-to-female ratio at Donghai University is already unbalanced, don't you know? Monopolizing two goddesses will get you struck by lightning. At this moment, in the dance hall, the beautiful scene with the three of us standing in the middle was particularly eye-catching. I looked left and right. Then for some reason, I felt the atmosphere was a bit tense. I was about to open my mouth to ease the atmosphere, but I was immediately ignored by my beautiful Deskmate. Lu Wangxi tilted her head to look at Liu Xiaowing, her expression calm. Sorry, his first dance is mine. Although her tone was normal, it seemed to carry an undeniable authority and challenge. The beautiful department belle could only force a smile, her voice gentle. It's okay. Then I'll take the second dance. Lu Wangxi's expression didn't change, and she said calmly, the second dance is also mine. Liu Xiaowing's eyelid twitched, her expression changing slightly. This time, before she could speak, the girl in the ice blue long dress in front of her continued, and the third, fourth, fifth, all the way to the last dance. Here, the girl paused slightly, looking at Liu Xiaowing, her gaze calm yet sharp. They are all mine. Her tone was normal, as if she were just stating a very ordinary and reasonable fact. But it made Liu Xiaoying's pupils contract, her expression finally changing completely. The onlookers around also showed looks of astonishment, a buzz rising like a tide. Just then, the guys from dorm 520, along with Liu Qingqing, Jian Yu, and Nu Tang, had just arrived and heard Lu Wangxi's calm declaration. Ma Xiaoshuai took a sharp breath. Sister Tishu is directly declaring her sovereignty. Liu Qingqing's mouth fell open. Wangxi, you're so domineering. Nu Tang's eyes lit up with excitement, shaking Li Zhuang's arm beside her. Oh, even my novels wouldn't dare to be written like this, so sweet. The sugar level is off the charts. However, while everyone was shocked and moved by the girl's words, only one handsome boy, the subject of the incident, had a big question mark above his head. I looked around, the miniature me in my heart also looking dazed. Wait, how many dances do I have to dance tonight? It feels like I'm going to be exhausted. Liu Xiaoying finally chose to concede, forced to retreat and leave. So, when the gentle, melodious waltz began in the dance hall, Lu Wangxi turned around, looked down slightly at me. Initially, I was a bit awkward. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't really know how to dance. I'm afraid I'll step on your feet. Seeing my embarrassment, Lu Wangxi smiled lightly again, her tone calm but with a gentle firmness. Then just step on them. I'm not afraid. As the girl's calm and firm words entered my ears, clear and distinct, I looked up to meet my beautiful Deskmate's gaze. Her calm gaze mixed with that tenderness somehow stirred my heart once again. Around the dance hall, pairs of students had already taken their partners' hands and begun to dance to the melody. Lu Wangxi extended her slender, pale hand towards me, smiling lightly. So, you shouldn't be afraid either. I'll teach you. Her words seemed to carry a magical power that made one unconsciously feel happy. My mood inexplicably calmed down. I took a deep breath, reached out, and gently took my beautiful Deskmate's hand. The girl lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, curtsied gracefully like a princess before the boy. Instinctively, the boy also bowed slightly in return, like a ritual between a princess and a knight. And so, a gentle, melodious waltz began. Under the girl's guidance, I carefully placed my hand on her slender waist. We began to dance to the rhythm of the waltz. Under the girl's guidance, I gradually became more proficient, relaxed, and natural. Following her steps, I gradually became immersed in the music. In that moment, my body and Lu Wangxi's were almost pressed together. I unconsciously looked down at the girl in my arms, feeling her surprisingly slender and soft waist, looking at her exquisitely beautiful face so close to mine, and was suddenly lost in a daze. I blurted out, "You are really beautiful tonight." Lu Wangxi replied gently, "Of course. Because I am your girlfriend. If you dare to flirt with another girl, you better watch out." I immediately replied, "No. Being with you is all the happiness I need."